right now. Superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is online. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, conviction, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is online. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me if you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Trading モール始めよう全な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listen 地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備で しておきな Come try me if you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる生命フェッチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming moon を始めよう
That's right. Do it now. That's right. Don't stop now. That's right. Do it now. That's right. Don't stop now. That's right. Do it now. That's right.
You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. 'Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah, from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me alive. I'm sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down?
think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pain, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Storm days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Under lock, under key, and I'm doing time. Someone to save me, turn on the light. I don't know what is wrong, but it just feels right. Won't you break me out? Won't you break me out? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems like I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
outside your door. You'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, you call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea, and if you've fallen down, you know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only, how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tired tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it but they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my education in the old school, surfing on a wave. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun. Give me good vibrations. Give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do.
Here we go. I don't really care about like all them fancy things. Never had a lust for cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Here we go. I don't really care about the fortune or the fame. Keep rolling on and holding on. Don't need that crown to reign. Push through all the pressures, just keep grinding 9 to 5. Yeah, I'm working hard, we playing hard. Goddamn, I feel alive. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. Here we go. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. If we stick together, there's no stopping us, girl. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low.
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing left or right when you're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind.
losing my mind.
Didn't even know what happy means till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights in a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights in a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt change, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh, why? You better run now, run before you hit the end of your life. give in. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. In the points in wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. In the points in wasting away the rest of your time. Oh no, no, no. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know they're gonna know they're gonna know my name. Head down, I'm almost fading. I walk on with tired feet. No time for hesitating. The world's coming after me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know they're gonna know they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. See, my days were tasting sour, and my goals were out of reach. When it rained, I felt no power, the world watching over me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know they're gonna know they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know they're gonna know they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming to the halfway point in week number 9. A week and a half left. And I am Just Us, and I'm joined by the jubilant Jamada, as we're going to bring you all of the weird and wacky that is today. And Jamada, straight off the bat, we got to talk about, we are in 13.5. We were an hour late as LCK beat us to the punch at being the first region to do it. But we are right on time as bringing ourselves into a new set of metas, maybe, hopefully. I don't think so.
So much changes, so much stays the same. We'll see exactly what the teams are going to look to play today, whether or not we'll get a bit of a rerun of 13-4. I think the important thing to note amongst all of the changes, however, is that Yumi is disabled. For now. I don't know when she'll be enabled, but with the soft rework of the champion, it has been deemed enough of a change that she will be disabled for now, which at the very most means hopefully the remainder of the regular split, at least we won't see the cat.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely delighted from my point that we will not be seeing that. We don't even have to talk about it until it's relevant. But we got to talk about what happened yesterday, because we had a handful of games and a lot of kind of playoff implications coming in. Because again, like I said, we only have a week and a half left in the regular split. RA, big win for them and keeping their playoff hopes alive.
Yeah, absolutely. There are so many teams currently sat at like 5 wins, even 4 right now. A couple of teams still chasing, with RNG sat in 10th place at 6 wins. Some of these teams still have a fair enough shot with how, up and down RNG have been at making that 10th place spot. So like you say, RA huge for them. NIP as well, technically still keeping their name in the race. It's going to be difficult for them to catch up, but still 2 wins to make it to that 6th bar for now, keeping pace with RNG and WE. As we move over to the standings, you can see it is just ridiculously close, between, even 4th to 10th.
Yeah, absolutely. So close. And even there, I love that you mentioned they're kind of 4th as well. Top Esports, not out of the woods just yet. They do have an opportunity today, but we'll get to that when we get there. And of course, unfortunately for Ultra Prime and Anyone's Legend, they are already out. But honestly, the fact that Ultra Prime are only out because their game difference is so low, because you can see FBX are still on 3 and 10, but because they have a slightly better game difference, they're not technically out of it just yet. So always very competitive coming into the LPL. Always incredible to see which teams are able to kind of, survive what is effectively just such a huge gauntlet of, so many games. But coming into today's games, I mentioned the Top Esports. They're not out of the woods just yet, but they can get out of the woods. If Top Esports 2-0 TT today, they will lock playoffs confirmed, Jamada.
Yep, they will. And I mean, for TT on the opposite side as well, you win this game, it feels almost confirmed, right? It really does set you up for a whole bunch of success. Given how competitive things look right now for playoffs, it might end up being the magic number anyway. Yeah. And like you say, obviously for Top Esports, you just want the best seeding possible. So, getting yourself to 9 is definitely going to just keep you in that race for the top 4, regardless. And of course, we have our other series today, which will be LNG and Anyone's Legend. We'll see what Anyone's Legend can do. For LNG, it is just about keeping momentum, keeping pace, and ensuring that you are, still fighting for that top 2 spot, because that is the race they're in against EDG and JDG right now.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned as well, see what AL can do, because we'll get to it a little bit later, but I always find that when the pressure is off, teams tend to look a lot better than they did when the pressure was on. So we'll see how both these teams kind of end up going through later. But of course, we got our first game of the day. It is TT versus Top Esports, and that's going to be here in the Shanghai Arena. Before we jump into the teams, we're going to have a bit of time with the intros and stuff like that. Kind of walk me through what are the exciting changes that you're looking forward to maybe seeing on stage today, considering we are moving to 13.5.
Well, for me, it's all about Yumi being got. No, I'm kidding. Well, actually,
It's all about that Yumi death.
It is all about the Yumi today. No, I mean, one of the things that's definitely on my mind at the moment is the Kennen buffs that he received on this patch. It feels like I've been waiting forever to talk about these changes because they were announced so long ago. Only now moving on to 13.5 here in the competitive side of things. So Kennen basically just got his numbers shifted up like a whole bunch in almost every spell besides his ult. So Kennen could rise to priority. We've seen a fair amount of it surprisingly pop up here and there. So that's something I'm looking forward to. LeBlanc as well, over in the mid lane. Always a fun champion to watch just because assassins typically are very fun to watch. And a lot of it to do at the moment with the mana refund being added to her Q. If I recall correctly, if she kills a target that has the Sigil of Malice on it, I think she just gets a straight up 100% mana cost refund, which is kind of insane, but it's going to help her with her wave clear, which is something that, you know, you always used to be able to say that would be LeBlanc's weakness, right? In the early game, setup, skirmishing, that's her thing. Wave clear, having to expend mana, having to expend the spells that she uses to kill enemy champions to get out of lane. Not necessarily all much a problem anymore now that she gets the mana back at the very least.
Not only did she get the mana back, as you mentioned, 100% of the mana back, but also 30% of the spell's remaining cooldown back as well. So you're looking at kind of quick fire turnarounds there with some ability haste and really able to kind of go out. And on top of that, she gets extra minion damage as well on her Q. So there's definitely a lot of little things that are kind of coming into a very powerful assassin. And what I'm looking forward to seeing is like, how does that kind of equal in? Because we also saw some interesting kind of buffs as well coming into like someone like the Jinx, who's able to get so, you know, not as much mana cost now in terms of things. And because we are seeing more of those Aphelioses and, you know, hyper carries into the late game, maybe we start to see her come back into it. But again, not really going to be, you know, not really going to be hugely kind of prioritized considering just how volatile that Jinx can be, even though I will say the Rocket getting extra damage against minions and monsters means we could see some awesome steals again.
Dude, you said Jinx Aphelios, and I swear I could have heard Twitch chat shut up. It could have definitely...
The internet just like collectively went, no.
No, not again.
Not again.
But we'll see whether or not we'll see more Jinx, rather. I feel like the changes were, you know, quite nice for her, borderline sort of like quality of life, but I don't know if they're necessarily the kind of changes that bring a champion into meta. Then again, I say that, and I've seen champions get 2 AD, base AD, and all of a sudden they're pick bans. So who knows? We'll see what teams feel like playing, as it is often on them. Aside from that, I guess the only other big one that should be on the radar is definitely the Azir changes. Quite lengthy to go over, and I'm not sure when draft will be kicking off, so I don't necessarily want to get into the depths of it. But the long story short is, we'll probably see some different build paths come out from Azir, at the very least. A whole bunch of damage, mana changes. The numbers were just all kind of revamped and swapped around. The major takeaway, though, is that the W, when you bring up 3 soldiers, no longer has that massive attack speed story that it used to give. Instead, what they've done is they've given Azir a lot more base attack speed and base attack speed growth, so that he's not necessarily gated to having his DPS sort of sit behind 3 soldiers. Not that I necessarily feel like that was an issue for Azir anyway, but we'll see what it means for the champion once we start to see a little bit more on this live pack.
Yeah, again, a lot of small things. We'll bring them up as they become relevant and, you know, where they're kind of set up. Because, again, it's a lot of small little changes. Of course, you know, Caitlyn got a couple of changes, but she lost like 2 attack damage and I think like 1 armor, I believe, off her base. So I don't know how relevant that's going to be.
Man, I'm just saying.
I know.
I will add, you have to remember, base armor changes are often actually quite big because at that low number, you know, 1 armor, 2 armor, that can be, you know, 2-3% extra damage taken. It's not actually a small nerf by any means. You never know, you know.
Just feels
walking away
bad.
with 1 HP, the difference between walking away with 1 HP is 1 armor at the early stages. You never know.
Yeah, true. That's very, very true. I think the big change as well, obviously, we talked about a lot about the champions, but there's actually quite a few items got changed around. I think the big one for me is actually Archangel's Staff and, of course, Seraph's Embrace, because our Archangel's, which is the unupgraded version of it, lost 10 AP, but then the Seraph's Embrace actually lost 50 health alongside that 10 AP. So losing a little bit of that tankiness, again... it's still relevant. Again, I've
They'll
seen
be
rises and Silas's
Hey,
and
man.
Calassin's getting out with like 20 HP sometimes. It can make a
Hey man,
difference.
look, mages, they can't complain. They've got Archangels, they've got Roa. Losing 50 HP is good. And I actually think the bigger mage item changes is more geared in Cosmic Drive, right? No longer has health, and it's basically just a flat AP item now. It just gives you a whole bunch of damage, a little bit of movement speed. I'm pretty sure that I can't remember what the passive is called, but you get like 5% movement speed once you've been in combat for like 3 seconds or so. Massive change for Cosmic Drive. I feel like generally AP items don't have a whole bunch of AP tied to them, so that could be a new source, a new way for mages to, you know, spike with a whole bunch of extra AP. We've been talking about the changes. Finally, we are here into picks and bans. TT on blue, Top Esports on red. We'll see what the priorities will be on this new patch. As for now, a lot of the bans remain the same from what we expect from the last patch. It's only really Ashe that still remains up. We'll see what the priority will be there as TT now move towards their first pick.
Yeah, a lot of jungle bans coming out here. The LeBlanc already taken off the board, but TT with the first priority. Would love to see Huan Fong pick this one up. As I had to mute because I was sneezing.
Okay, I was like,
yeah,
you
no.
just cut out. Is this the
I was
Jamada
like,
solo cast experience?
I was like, immediately as soon as I started talking, I was like, oh man, sneeze is coming. But yes, the Aphelios locked in. Still a super hyper carry. Still something that we've seen a lot of the LPL teams leaning back towards. Honestly, I would say like a lot harder than some other regions as well.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like for so many AD carries and so many teams, Aphelios is just such a comfort AD carry now for so many people. I feel like it's kind of the new gen Sivir, right? If you were back in the day before Aphelios came out, I felt like a lot of AD carries would just kind of default to Sivir, and she would be rather the sort of AoE front to back AD carry that provides a whole bunch of utility. Now it feels like it's actually Aphelios that kind of fills that role. As Top Esports, they went towards the Annie, no surprise there. We've seen a whole bunch of priority on that champion now for the last 2 patches or so, and Wukong as well, as the Zeri comes in at R3, whereas TT taking a much more early game focused approach with the Elise and with Tristana, so Yukao probably going to have his hands on that one unless we're getting Hoya on the Tristana top special. So TT set up for 2v2 success. That would be pretty fun, as Top Esports will remove the newly buffed Kennen away from Hoya's hand.
Yeah, get that one off of him. And I will say, like, you know, TT, they've been a bit of a silently good team in terms of our mid-table. Very much a good litmus test to see where you're, standing in the rest compared to the rest of the pack, because they've kind of lost to everyone above them and beaten everyone below them. So right now, Top Esports, this is a really important match for you, because we didn't actually really get to talk about it because we were talking about all the different changes coming in the 13.5. Top Esports got slapped by LGD, like slapped around, did not look that great, and like they were still doing Top Esports things. They were gaining advantages in the laning phase, having those individual, kind of powerful moments, but it wasn't coming together. It wasn't excuse me. It wasn't cohesive, getting emotional, because I love this team so much, but it wasn't really what we expect this team to be able to do, and it really felt like this Top Esports team is struggling with its identity of how it wants to play the game. So TT are in a very strong position to make something happen here.
Yeah, absolutely they are. And, like you said, beaten every team below them, but not every team above them. And Top Esports are only 1 win above them. So it's not like they're not within arm's reach or anything for TT, as they'll go towards the Nautilus. So hard engage, set up on the bottom side now. And when you've got the Elise, that does make sense that you're going to want to have a little bit of additional CC, as blind pick Cassante from Qingtian means that Hoya's going to be able to get a pretty favorable matchup if he wants it. Hovering over the Gwen, it will go through. So side lane threat always going to be there. The early laning phase as well should be in the favor of TT, rather, in the top side of the map. So we'll see exactly what Qingtian can do. Qingtian has been pretty solid and pretty consistent throughout the entirety of the split, throughout the top lane, and that's what he was brought in to do at the start of the year, as Top Esports going to go for the super defensive setup here, with Mark locking in the Braum. So playing to defend against those dives, anticipating that will be the game plan here for Thunder Talk, and it will be Rookie actually piloting the Annie in the mid lane now.
Yeah, bringing the Annie into mid I actually really like as well, because when you're going up against something like the Tristana, the kill pressure is insane, but the extra shielding and honestly just a straight up burst available to Annie is really, really nice to kind of deter any kind of massive overextensions underneath the tower. You still have the Elise, so I will expect to see TT utilizing that mid jungle combination to the fullest of its abilities. But looking at both these sides, like you said, Top Esports going very defensive, very looking towards those late game scalings. But on the other side here, I'm looking at just scale, you know, kind of early game power that can just destroy towers. If they get a Baron at 20 minutes, I would not be surprised.
Yeah, you know, my big kind of worry is that TT have their hand in both the scaling pot, but also very strong early laning matchups with setup in most lanes. So I feel like TT have definitely given themselves a slightly more balanced edge. Not to say that Top Esports, however, don't have early tools. I think they just have to wait a little bit longer for them, right? Level 6 for both Tien and Rookie going to be huge, Tibbers and Cyclone respectively, to find some more proactive plays, whereas TT kind of have access to those tools from the very beginning of the game. So we'll see how active in the early stages TT will be, especially when you've got Elise, right? She was kind of been hailed as the early game tempo maker. She's the one that really sets up plays early, and it's very hard to stop her from doing it. See how Top Esports, and specifically Tien, are able to really rein in the powerhouse that can be Elise, and specifically Bechuan here in this game number 1.
Yeah, very excited to see. And of course, just a reminder, if you're just joining us, if Top Esports 2-0 TT today, they will lock in playoffs. They will be guaranteed at minimum 10th place. But for TT, we mentioned it a little bit earlier, they could bring themselves onto parity with the side of Top Esports. If you do that, 7-6, win here will bring 8-5 to Top Esports, and then 8-6 to Thunder Talk. That's one series away from basically leapfrogging them. And that top 4 position isn't safe for anybody just yet. So really, really looking forward to see what TT can do, because as I said, they've been quietly able to kind of pick themselves up as a very good temperature check for a lot of our teams in the league.
Yep, and I will say it's not unreasonable to say that Top Esports, given their recent form, will win the remainder of their series, right? It's LG, OMG after this, and those are two teams that are kind of in a similar race to TT right now. I think OMG are actually, they're definitely matching wins with Top Esports. I just think they've played one more series. I think this is Top Esports' game in hand, if memory serves me right. And you're saying yes for confirmation, so I'm glad I remember these things off the top of my head.
It's almost like it's our job or something.
almost, right?
Almost. But, crazy.
Yeah, so for Top Esports, you want to kind of escape this clump, this mixer of teams, and try and keep up with that 4th place win, or 4th place race rather, as dropping to 8. But now it kind of feels like they're at the very least competitive compared to where we thought the rest of the top 4 teams were going to be. Of course, they still have the series left, as does everyone else in that race. So we'll see how exactly they do, but still looking very competitive.
Yeah, and I think you know, obviously, you know, at the start of this game, we're not really going to see a lot of really happening. We're going to see the Elise maybe try and lock up with the Tristana, but until that happens, we can kind of talk about why we're having such weird feelings, or at least I am, about Top Esports so far this split, because it does feel like this team, it should be aiming for number 1. You look at these players, you look at this organization right now, and you're saying to yourself, like, this shouldn't be a team that's looking for 4th place. This is a team that should be looking for top 2 and then the championship. So to kind of come back out of it and really not know where this team kind of finds themselves is a very much kind of bit of a slap in the face to a lot of the fans, especially when you think of the fact that Rookie was the replacement tonight, and it looks kind of very similar to how Top Esports generally do very, very well during the regular split, or sorry, during the regular split, but then have just these random moments where you just feel like they're just not going to perform. So very curious to see how this kind of ends up working out for this team, and especially today, this is a big moment, because like you said, they're going up against more playoff teams, more playoff hopefuls that are all trying to get ahead of them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think for it to be fair, Top Esports a little bit, they have beaten almost every single team that they 100% should. They've not really dropped the series where it's like, guys, what are you doing? You know? With the exception, of course, of LGD, which you can more honestly just credit LGD for good gameplay.
Yeah.
More than anything else. But it does kind of... Wait, was Bechuan out of it? That looked really weird. It looked like a step out of push. Anyway, this topside gank is going to happen. But it will pop Ghost. We'll see if Tien has the damage or the sticking power. I don't feel like he's going to Yoshin. He's just going to walk out.
Yeah, nice little bit of a pressure alleviation there from Tien onto his top lane, I should say, onto Hoya, because it's a little bit of an unfortunate situation to be in there as the Cassante. Of course, you do pick the Gwen to just kind of say, look, I'm going to win this one. Oh, swing and a miss. Swing and a miss, unfortunately, for Mark. So not able to stop that back. But yeah, again, this is kind of par for the course for them. Have a look at the mid laners right now. And even there, see, like, regardless of how the results have been going, Rookie first in a lot of those metrics. And if I could read Mandarin, I would tell you what they were. But I'm just assuming the middle one's like damage or gold at 15, I'm thinking that's gold at 15?
Yeah, I think it could be gold. Those are pretty... Gold at 15, 4,000. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
It could also very reasonably be damage as well. The top one was definitely a gold difference, I think. Some kind of gold average. In terms of counterpart, I think. Again, one day we'll...
one day we'll learn.
But you know, you have to remember as well though, on live feed, hello, I think this should just be a disengage here, but you can already see the power of Braum and what it can do in this specific 2v2. Qingtian has already teleported back to lane, by the way, so Hoya has just chunked him out completely. If I'm Qingtian, I'm probably resetting right now, unless he's getting a visit from a lane very soon.
I mean, he would love to reset right now. He's got no support from his jungler, but you can see he's very close to level 6. He knows he could get that, and that kind of changes the dynamic of the top lane. But if you get level 6 here onto Hoya first, that's when this laning phase becomes a hell of a lot harder. He may lose his flash if the needlework comes in. Yeah, there's
next minion.
Yeah, he's going to have to walk away here. And there's a problem as well, because it's a cannon. So he's going to have to wait to this next wave, and then it will crash.
I am actively more surprised that Beishuan hasn't just sprinted his way up here. He's doing all of his camps, so maybe this is just being communicated that they want as big a wave stacked up as possible. Qingtian has hit level 6 and actually took flash in this lane, so has a fair amount of outplay potential. Now Beishuan's finally making his way, at the very least, into the river, but he's not making it top. And the issue is Tien obviously always has to shadow this. And it just makes you wonder, if Hoya goes to the play by himself, it just end up being a 2v1, but Beishuan's actually just taking the long way around. He's going to find Tien on his Krugs.
He's going to find them, take away a couple of those Kruglings. There's, I believe it was Nymera and Mazel yesterday were having a debate on what you would call the little Krugs. But again, nothing to be gained here for TT, but they are gaining small CS advantages. You can see in mid lane, Yukal has constant shove. Top lane as well, we are seeing a lot of pressure being put on the Qingtian. Now mid lane, Rookie is going to potentially have to flash, but no, extra movement speed coming in from his shield means he is totally fine. So it looks like Top Esports are just going to survive this early stage of the game, but they are going to lose their first dragon.
Yeah, they will likely lose this dragon here as setup comes through. Top Esports, however, do have numbers. They've opened up through this mid lane river entrance, but won't commit to any kind of proactive play. It does actually just stave TT off the dragon, so that's the important part for now, I suppose. But priority can still very much be TTs in both the bottom side and the mid lane. Still feels like that dragon will be started up. Should be secured. We'll see if Top Esports have an answer, but I think with the lane priorities the way they are, it's just a little bit too difficult to answer, and I think this is just by design of the TT draft. Go Tristana, you go Aphelios very early on. I think that just the threat of trying to, you know, move a Nautilus and an Aphelios with the lease on the map just feels a little bit too difficult as needlework comes through. Qingtian gets chunked out, and he's just been suffering in the health department all lane long.
Really is. Yeah, we see Tibbers getting dropped there into mid lane. Flash for flash. Rookie very much ready to get rid of that summoner spell because he knows if he gets caught out there, that's an insta-kill with the Elise coming back as well.
Yep, absolutely. Would have died. So flash for flash, you always take that as TT. It's a really nice play from Yao. Just kind of recognizing, yep, that flash is not worth as much as the mid lane flash. Secures that, and, you know, from one objective to the other, TT, again, you know, priority all 3 lanes here. They've got themselves the dragon, now they'll get themselves the herald as well. Tien's down here trying to maybe set up some kind of bottom side dive in reaction, but it's just a bit difficult with both summoners. And again, Yukal has first move, so Top Esports really can't look for anything in fear that they get collapsed on. And this is, you know, a pretty this is like textbook case study material on why you at the very least need one lane of priority sometimes. Because often it just shuts down your ability to make plays pretty much ever. Right now, TT just flexing their muscles in the early game, and securing everything that they have to.
And look, you know, you might look at it and kind of go, okay, it's only a couple of objectives. It's only about a 600-700 gold lead. It's not too much in the grand scheme of things, but it is eking out into little small moments here that can kind of boil over later on into the game. It's not a super early soul, but they are still stacking that particular objective for themselves. They would hope and pray that it is either a mountain or an inferno. Please to God, if you're a TT fan, it's not a chem soul, but again, these are little things that can kind of burn up for you. And the thing is as well, like, yes, you have the early priority here for TT, but they've also got 2 culls, so they are going to be hitting very big item points, you know, in that mid game that is going to be kind of not really hit on the same level as for top esports. So they're going to be able to take big fights there as well.
Yeah, and I mean, with double AD carry, I mean, the only thing really TT are lacking is, like, you know, a big, beefy front line, right? You know, you've got Bruiser that will be Hoya, and the space that you can provide is obviously going to be huge in a Nautilus, but it's not quite Braun Cassante. So we'll see whether or not, you know, the slightly bulkier, offensive-ish setup from Top Esports can yield any kind of, you know, bigger results once a couple of their core items come online. But you know, with TT, that, you know, Tristana 2 items, Aphelios 2 items, once they're online, they're going to be happy to take any fight, as long as they're on moderately even terms. Just about what Top Esports will, you know, actually be able to find proactively, because so far it has just been TT through and through.
I just want to tell everybody as well that in solidarity with Ox going to the LCK, we've decided to have a late first blood just to show him that we love him and we miss him, but we're happy that he's in a new area and thriving in a new league. So congrats to Ox, and in solidarity with you, we will wait 12 minutes until first blood, possibly even 13, because Dragon's up for 2.
Yeah. You know, hey, Hoya, he doesn't, yeah, see, he's bored. You can quite clearly tell. But, I mean, he's winning the lane, so it's alright. And we'll see whether or not, again, you know, this kind of action provides any kind of, you know, bait towards the top side for either jungler, but I feel like 90 seconds left until that dragon spawns up. Each side necessarily wants to make a play, unless it is right this instant, and you can see H1 eyeing up maybe a mid lane play, was hovering towards the top side, we'll just take a reset. And the same will likely be true from TN after he finds his play on the top side, but it's pretty late.
Yeah, here we go. We're going to see a flash in. They're going to try and get the all-out back. And this is Hoya going down. First blood to Ching Tien. As a really nice gank there from Tien, recognizing there was no ult and no ghost.
Yeah, there you go. Really, really well played. The turnaround potential is significantly lower if you don't have all the extra mobility from Ghost. And the damage and a little bit of healing from the ult, just because you've got that Omnivamp item there in your inventory. So, really well played from Tien as
Beishwan.
Yeah, that was quite wide. And they were just trying to play on Rookie's flash timer. It's just about to come up now. So, I will give credit for timing the play.
An attempt was made.
Exactly. Huang Fang may be forced to use anything. Cleanse, maybe? No. Ooh, that's, I hate Gale Force, man. I hate it. I hate it. Like, it's so... Oh.
But now he doesn't have it now. So there's an opportunity here with 15 seconds to go until this dragon spawns, where TT will have the opportunity to make something worth here in this bot side, but very difficult for Top Esports to really contest this. Tien's on a reset. They don't have vision control. It's going to be second dragon, and we will see what rift we are going to be getting as a rift maker gets picked up here by Hoya. So TT, yes, they do lose first blood. Bit unfortunate in that top side, but it is still a decent time of it in terms of how they're going with the laning phase.
Yeah, it still is now. No member is majorly behind, right? The top side is probably the biggest sufferer of the one-to-one, but again, the matchup is quite lopsided. And hey, you know, matching timing through the means of the first blood in gold means that Jack Show is already there for Ching Tien as well. So it's not like he's so far behind that it's going to be a major problem, but Gwen is naturally just kind of going to outskate them on the side lane. I think from a whole list of the Cassante counters that we've come to get very familiar with, I think Gwen is probably the strongest. I feel like a lot of people thought that Fiora would be probably number one, right? There's a lot of very telegraphed CC in Kasante's kit. And so it makes you think, you know, Riposte should be a very, very powerful tool. But I can't tell you how many times I've seen Kasante solo kill Fiora in the early stages, in the later stages. I feel like it's just because Fiora takes a little bit too long to come online.
Yeah.
Kasante kind of just matches those power points.
Yeah, I was also going to say as well, like, we got Qingqian obviously taking into Kasante. It is on 13.5, which means Grassy Undying has been nerfed, so you're not going to have as safe of a time anymore. You can see there Hoya much more confident to kind of take these Conqueror stack kind of trades and know that every single time Qingqian is not going to be healing up as much. He has lost that, you know, the maximum healing coming out as well. He still gains more health in terms of the actual maximum health he gains from the rune itself, but in terms of the one-to-one healing, it's not going to be there.
Yeah, I mean, you have to kind of think about it like this, right? Grasp is less of a rune, like a trading rune now, and it's more about scaling, right?
Yeah.
So getting the extra 2 health per prop is a pretty big deal at the end of the day, right? It just kind of, it's, if you think about it like this, you're almost getting, you know, 50% more value per Grasp prop for the permanent stats you get. You just have to be a lot more careful, shall we say, with how you trade. Looking for those graph stacks in the face. Aware. Yes.
Aware.
But top esports were in the river here well before TT were. And I will say this is definitely where, you know, for now, with picks like Braum and Zeri, top esports, their firstly objective against a composition like TT's, who are definitely very much like go forward, find dredge lines. I think top esports can at the very least find more positive fights than they won't if they're the ones aggressing into Fog of War. So all 5 here, all 5 minutes from TT here as well, and if they can just kite back a little bit, get some space support, then they should be okay. But TT looking for a flank angle, and that's how you break these positions. Hoya in prime position, I don't actually know.
They saw
him briefly there.
Yeah, they just spotted him there, so they know he's going to be there. Rookie trying to play bouncers. They go in for the engage. There's going to be the Rift Herald secured as Qingqian now trying to run away with the all-out, but he jumps straight into Huanfeng, who jumps back in with the Gale Force, and that secures a kill, but it's been top laner for top laner. No one's picked up the Rift Herald just yet. Finally, it goes down to Tien. As we can now see, Giant Jackalope gets jumped on here as UCal gets the reset. They're going to have to try and flash on top of him. Finally gets taken down, but it took everybody's flash to make sure it happened. It ends up being a 2 for 2, but Rift Herald did go over to top esports, so they still come out the victor of that trade.
Yeah, really good for top esports. Honestly, get the neutral objective here. Hopefully for them, it will net them some extra gold somewhere on the map. But 2 for 2, the end trade of this exchange. And I mean, Hoya on this flank angle here does buy a whole bunch of space, and you can see Rookie's kind of like trying to man mark here. And at the same time, us on the front line, it just all kicks off. The all-out comes through from Qingqian, but he just gets one shot as soon as he does that. Hoya as well, kind of making his own flank try to work. Doesn't quite come through as the rest of TT a little bit too focused on that frontline battle as see Jackalope is forced down, pushed out by UCal, but UCal commits with the positioning, pays for it with his life.
Yeah, I like as well the top esports recognize there that if they let UCal just kind of have another reset or something, they probably don't kill him, so they have to fully commit to him there. So we come back into live 40 seconds until the next dragon, but a big key thing to note is a hell of a lot, if not all of the flashes from top esports' carries are now down.
Yeah, exactly. So many crucial summon spells gone, and if TT are able to gain setup, looks like they've come back to the map a little bit quicker than top esports have. Could mean that they'll secure this third dragon quite easily, and you know, like you mentioned, with no flashes now, it's like Lawless, they thrive, right? Especially when Yayo actually has his flash available. He's able to just fish and more accurately likely find those picks. This should be pretty good for TT, but top esports forcing their way in with numbers. See how they get on, because it seems to me like they want to start the objective up, potentially, but still just clearing away some vision. With top lanes on the top side with TP, and there is that one ward for TT not actually being caught by that control ward of top esports.
Yeah.
The bottom right hand side of our screens there as it just hands off. So see whether or not Hoyo can make use of that. Qingqian likely gonna have to teleport just to his team in the river if fight does break out.
Let's see what they want to go for as Shelly does get the buff into mid lane. Both top laners kind of keeping themselves away from each other just to make sure they can go for something. Finally, the TP does end up getting pulled. There's going to be a recall immediately there from Chinky, and he wants to go back and maybe get something, but the Dragon's already down at 3,000 HP. Might see a little bit of fight. TP going to be used here. Flash in, not going to land into anything there. The Dreadfire does not land, and it's stolen. Top Esports get themselves that Dragon, even though it looked like TT had control. There's going to be the Glacial Fissure, equaled out by the Moonlight Vigil. Everyone backs themselves away. Top Esports mission successful. They got the objective and they didn't lose anybody.
Yeah, all right. It's heist successful if you ask me. Those of you TT, because of the position, they'll pick up a tower for themselves. Yuka will get all of this gold, which is going to feel really nice. But that Soul Snowball, not going to be a thing now. It'll be 10 minutes at the very earliest until TT can get their hands on that. As for a hit here onto Yukao. Another rocket jump, so he should be okay.
Yeah, he has the ult as well. Very hard to really lock him down at that point.
Yeah, it's just that Tien was closing the gap for a second. I was like, hold on a minute. But wasn't willing to full commit. As we won't see a -1 from Hoya. Let's pick up that cannon. It's, you know, the observers have been so focused on that recently that I'm starting to get used to it now. I'm like, you know, we're panning on the side lane and there's no one here, but there is a cannon minion in the wave. Hoya doesn't miss out. As we come back, I wonder what we're talking about with Hoya. CS? Lee? Not sure.
Well, it looks like we're just going to be having a much slower style of game. And we're probably used to be perfectly honest, as LPL do like to get it kind of, you know, ready and loose. But this one has been a lot more tempered, very much and it kind of suits, I suppose, both teams, but definitely what Top Esports want to go for, because when it comes to team fighting and team fighting kind of setup and starting a team fight, Top Esports have a hell of a lot more than TT. Like, you look at everything from the Cyclone, Xingtian going in with the all-out, of course the anti-flash ult, so you've got a lot more ways of starting a fight compared to TT. So I think Top Esports are quite happy to kind of scale up here with 2 to 3 items and then maybe look for a massive fight around that 4th or maybe 5th Drake.
Yeah, and I mean, I think even when you just kind of, you know, levy it player to player, you would expect Top Esports to just be the stronger team fighters generally, and I think you're right, they do have the better tools as well. I think TT are going to really have to start to lean on their ability to make picks with things like the Elise and the Nautilus. Took me a second to get there. But they have to just create pockets of vision for themselves, but obviously pockets of fog for Top Esports where they have to check in. They have to send Mark in maybe, or they have to send in Xingtian or Tien. And then just heavily check them out, or if you can lock them down, obviously the better. But we've seen, you know, 2 sort of example fights already, which have gone the way of Top Esports as much as it can now. Rookie dodges down Cocoon.
Oh, he goes golden, but already Beishuan goes up, has to make sure he goes golden to make sure he does not die. But unfortunately for Rookie, he shall be losing. But Top Esports are looking for a bit of a collapse. Beishuan not exactly the healthiest, neither is Yukal. There's going to be explosive cow. Oh my god, the damage! Tien! Oh, they almost got away with it, but not quite able to happen. Actually cost the heal and flash of Mark to make sure his jungler did not die.
Wow. That was so much damage coming out from Yukao. He's got the Kraken Slayer. And just finished up the Bloodthirster as well. Imagine if he had that extra little bit of health and life still to work with. That could have been the difference maker. But we'll have it now for the next fight. But Top Esports still expend realistically more on that play than TT do in the extended, right? They lose flash and the heal, and Rookie had to use that stopwatch of his, so no longer has it.
They were, and then a ward went down. So
I mean, I will say Baron's going to be quite quick, right? Gwen, Aphelios with the right guns.
Tristana.
Oh, even Elise has something to say about it. Yeah, Tristana is double AD carry. How can I forget? So if they do get on top of the Baron, it will burn quite quickly. So Top Esports have to be very mindful of that. They cannot get caught asleep at the wheel. Otherwise, they will certainly lose that Baron. And I think when you've got double AD carry and the kind of space buying that you do have on the side of TT, sieging is going to be quite difficult because the laning, the wave clear available to Top Esports isn't exactly the best, right? Especially against Baron minions, it's going to be a lot tougher. Yukao. I'm going to check this try rush.
He's got flash. Yeah, he's got flash. Yeah. So even if he did get caught, flash, buster shot. Actually, he didn't have the buster shot, but plenty of escapability here in the Tristana, and 2 items now on the 280 carries. Actually, 2 items pretty much across the board there. Force of Nature is going to be the second item here for Qingtian, which does mean that he is a little bit behind in terms of his survivability against the 80 carries, but in the side lane should do just fine.
It's a bit awkward, right? Because Qingtian, realistically, you would love to itemize for team fights because that's, you know, realistically where your team comp thrives, and you're against double AD carry, but you're dealing with Gwen on the side lane, and if you don't build any MR against Gwen, she's just going to shred you. So being forced to go into the Force of Nature, definitely going to feel a little bit bad, but once he picks up, you know, maybe a Warden's Mail on his way to a Randuin's or something like that, you start to feel a little bit better about his survivability against all the DPS available to TT. But still, it's good to see that he's keeping item parity with Hoya, given how the laning phase was going for the most part, and the fact that he's still significantly down in CS.
Yeah, 40 CS or so. Yeah, I will say 0-2 for Hoya means he has put himself into harm's way, but now Yukal using that Tristana to the best of his ability. There is a dragon live, but no one seems interested in the dragon right now. Now that Soul isn't at least another 5 minutes for TT after they take it means that they aren't really that bothered about it. Qingtian taking these fights here in this top side, or sorry, bottom side in the top lane matchup is not coming out the best of it, as the Void Staff is kind of shutting through a lot of this resistance, and you can see there Qingtian not having the best of times either, and with the blue buff for the bot side camps as well. This is actually really difficult for top esports to force. I feel like with Hoya having such a chokehold around Qingtian, it makes it difficult to look for those big, you know, kind of TP plays for the K'Sante to come in afterwards.
Yeah, right. I think Hoya is just doing a really, really good job, and just frankly doing his job in this side lane matchup, chunking out Qingtian, making sure that he's always in a bit of a difficult situation. Mark, not gonna go back to base.
They just got the reset. They look for the dragon, but this could be it. Like, this is again double AD carrying a Gwen.
So quick. It burns so quick.
Is it quick enough though? Here we go. Rookie gets hit up there by the ultimate from Yagao, who's just trying to keep everybody away. He flashes, gets the dredge line away. The Moonlight Vigil only lands onto one as Qingtian tries to go in on top of this one here. Look at the damage coming out. Look at Yukal. The 280 carries are completely untouched as Hoya just keeps everybody away, and TT gets the Baron.
I mean, it's just a heist, but what can you really do with, you know, as top esports from that position? It's just really, really well played from Thunder Talk Gaming. As they now will move towards the top side, duo Hoya and Yukal, the solo laners. See whether or not they commit to the tower here. Had a couple of members reset, that being Yao Yao and Huang Feng, but I feel like they should just be able to take this tower, and you can see Rookie is just giving the respect over to this duo as they should, as down on the bottom side of the map, esports at the very least they'll pick up a dragon. Our combat movement speed could have been quite useful for getting over to the Baron.
Yeah,
a little bit earlier. But yeah, it's you know, it's a consolation prize. It's a penny when the person next to you just won the lottery. You know?
I mean, look. I love how you mentioned the penny when someone's won the lotto, because I hadn't noticed because I wasn't paying attention to the gold because it was relatively even. It's a 5,000 gold lead. Where did that 5,000 gold come from?
A lot of it did just come from that Baron power play. Before that, I was actually tracking it mentally. It was only like 1,500, 1.5, right? And everyone in the game sat at 2 items, right? In terms of damage dealers and such. So everyone is still item parried. This is kind of the break point where we might see Thunder Talk actually take a bit of a lead in that avenue. And, you know, I'll always say I feel like item completions are the bigger spikes to track, right? Especially when we sort of approach this post 20-minute League of Legends world where I feel like oftentimes board leads can lie to you, you know? They can.
It's all part of the Matrix.
Oh God, don't even start. But like, yeah, you know, it is a bit of a little bit of false information at times, right? Where sure, until the reset just came through from Yukal and Huang Feng, you know, the items were even. If top esports and TT decide to butt heads, obviously, you know, league fights are very contextual and nuanced. They have at the very least be item equal, right? So top esports will have a little more room to dance with there. But now as the next set of items come in, the Bloodthirster and the Vori for Huang Feng and Yukal respectively, it's another spike, which top esports, Tien was looking to fight into, see if they could force the issue 4v5 as Hoya was away on the side lane, but it's just not going to happen. Disengage comes through. And top esports just, they're scrambling for whatever they can get. They know that this pick is going on, but Hoya should be able to buy a lot of time.
This is hard, and I was gonna say, I don't think you can actually fully confirm on this.
my
Hoya
God.
goes 1v5! 1v5, and they are terrified. They are running away for their lives right now, Jemana, because they know they cannot deal with Hoya.
Gwen is immune. That's why they're running away. And they can't do anything to him as he approaches them. And now the tower on the bottom side is going to die. TT, really, really nice rotation there. Top Esports, you understand the idea, but they don't have the damage to kill Hoya. It's as simple as that. And he makes the turnaround possible. And you could see all of the damage he's dealing in AoE. Everyone was lined up. It was like bowling. Unfortunately, for the side of Top Esports, they don't go down, but TT again, still, you know, find a counterpunch to a play that Top Esports are looking for.
I mean, what a way for Hoya to play. Like, I'm telling you right now, most people in a 1v5 situation are looking for the exit. They're not looking to engage. And just knowing that UCal had the TP coming in, we're going to have a replay of just that, because even though no one dies, look at this. He kind of realizes, oh, hang on, you can't kill me.
He felt like a little bit of damage to Tien and was like, hold on a minute, I'm fed. Like,
I'm massive.
Turns it around. Yes, the snip onto those front three members, and you can see how much damage, you know, Top Esports can dump into one single target, sure, but whilst that Shroud was there, it's just not doable. It's just not something they can actually handle, and really, really well played by Hoya to make that play and just stand firm as Top Esports still, right, still on the back foot, and it feels like they don't really have any major answers to what TT are doing right now. And it's just credit to TT across the map, right, from top to bot. Everyone has been really, really uniform here. A couple of missteps short from Hoya suffering to ganks, but outside of that, his mid-game performance has been stellar so far.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And we're waiting to see if Beishuan and Hoya can get their Zanyas before this next fight. Like, this is going to be so difficult for them to really make it work. Hoya
round two
was looking to maybe get caught out, but Top Esports not going to be able to find them there, as the majority of their players end up, actually all of them are in the bot side of the map. And this is the big thing, and we kind of bring this back to why I am legitimately worried for this Top Esports team coming into playoffs, because it is very likely they are still going to make it, but at the same time, this is not a team that I am excited for in playoffs. This is a dangerously, you know, kind of mediocre team, as Rookie trying to see if he can catch out Beishuan. Does have flash, maybe he's going to throw out the Q, but not going to be happening there. 25 seconds till the next till the dragon spawns. But again, for Top Esports, it doesn't feel like they're together on things. It feels like it's very kind of, we're going to try and outplay you. We're not going to try and outsmart you in any way. And that doesn't feel like what this team should be doing.
No, absolutely, you're right. And I agree, you know, Top Esports winning in the last couple of weeks in terms of performance, and it feels like you know, if there's one thing as a newcomer to the LPL, I do have to say, to be a strong team here, it's not just about, you know, being a strong team, right? You know, having the players or necessarily the gameplay. It's about that level of consistency, right? At the end of the day, where there are so many good teams, right? There are so many good players. It doesn't matter if you're good, because there's other good players. You just have to consistently keep that level of play up. And right now, Top Esports haven't been able to maintain that standard that we know that they are capable of. So
This
far,
goes away so
suffering in this
quick.
game on
Oh
against
my
TT,
god.
yeah.
Oh my god. Okay. Jemana,
I mean, at least they're here. At least they're here.
the passive move speed you talked about, the out of combat move speed helped a lot right there, because that Baron was gone. Another 3 seconds and that was dead. Hoya getting jumped on here, has to ghost, as everyone was kind of moving back towards him. And now TT, we were talking about how Top Esports were looking a bit frazzled and dazed. TT, you don't want to panic right now. You've got plenty of opportunities, plenty of ways of kind of making yourself, you know, kind of in a better position. They're going to go back towards that Baron again. It takes it so quickly.
Deep,
Flash in. They're not going to be able to get on top, though, but they will catch out Hoya as he tries to go back in. Qingtian can't kill him. Qingtian can't get it done, and Hoya does exactly what he needs to do. Now you can see Mark just going down. It's a double kill as Tien tries to make this one work. It's a triple as the hop, skips, and a jump come in. TT, they hold their nerve, and TT will take game one.
Yeah, they're going through the top side to end the game, and even though the engage from Rookie looked pretty solid at the very least to try and lock down Hoya, who's been a menace to the side of Top Esports, and sure, he does die. No one was touching the Aphelios or the Tristana, and UCal and Wang Peng rampage through the front line of Top Esports, and no one can stand up to that much DPS right now. And TT, it will take game number one. It was calm, it was collected, and I think from minute one, just had a very strong understanding that Top Esports couldn't really match the early game playmaking potential. Things like the Nautilus, things like the Elise, they had to pay respect. And I think too much respect paid for a little bit too long to TT take control of the game.
Absolutely. 2 dragons, and then once it was confirmed the Cloud Soul, you could see very quickly that nobody cared. Nobody cared about it from TT. They kind of just got to a point where they said, right, it's fine, we're moving on, it's not a big deal. And this kind of is now the 5th game in a row that Top Esports have lost. They went 2-0 loss against LNG, 0-2 loss against LGD, and then a 1-0 down against TT. So I mean, Top, you got to find something, dude. You got to put Rookie on Oriana. I want to see Tien on Lee Sin. I want to see Jackie Love on, like, you know, on Kai'Sa.
Yeah, just get him on the World Championship skin.
Get him on something that he can use, because right now I am just so scared for this team because it feels like it's just imploding.
Yeah. You know, I don't want to make any snap judgments too early at the end of the day, but it is obviously very, very scary right now for Top Esports. You know, from the brink of, you know, sort of our expected top 2 team amongst JDG, you know, I think people obviously always have the long-running meme, and it makes sense of LNG being frauds. So far, they've at the very least kept the consistency.
They're not frauds this year.
They're not frauds this split for now. But, you know, you lose this game, all of a sudden you're in the mixer with BLG, with OMG, you know, with TT, right? And with Weibo. So you need to try and keep the distance, the gap here yourselves, and being on that 5 individual game win streak, loss streak rather, like you say, it makes you start to wonder, because we really weren't expecting to see Top Esports struggle basically ever throughout this split. No. What the answers will be for them, and where they can actually find some kind of refuge, I suppose, in a way, whether it's drafting more proactive early game picks, right? Just to kind of give yourself a semblance of, you know, we have members like Tien and members like Mark who are willing to make and look for plays. For now, though, you know, they came into this game with a much more defensive mindset, it felt like, and TT happily took the reins of the game. And you could see, did they even have a gold lead throughout this entire game? Nope. To Esports? I don't think they did from the early stages at all.
They started
it was TT
31
from start
below.
To finish. Yeah,
31 below was the last. They were already minus 31 gold before anything really happened. But yeah, I mean, look, for Top Esports, a lot to be kind of said, you know, about where they're going as a team and how this team's actually going to be able to function, because right now it's just not. On the other side of this, massive praise for TT. Like you said,
Absolutely.
They were very much, you know, knew how they want to play the game. They were happy to kind of say, look, we have double AD carry and a Gwen. We will melt objectives if you give us 5 seconds. They almost got that Baron in 5 seconds, to be perfectly honest, before Top Esports were able to kind of contest them for it. But then once you saw the engages coming in, and that was the big thing I kind of noticed, as much as I was praising the fact that you had the anti-Tibbers, you had the Wukong Cyclone, once they're down, you don't really have a way for Jackie Love or you know, any kind of the DPS to really set its feet down and do a lot of the work. So really want to see a different draft come out here from Top Esports. And for TT, very well played from them. They're on their way to getting themselves another massive victory towards playoffs. We're going to take it to a quick break, though. And when we return, we're going to have picks and bans for game number 2.
Because Haichao has been, I think so, good trade there. But yeah, you can see that Haichao drops a bit of farm. Oh, that's actually a bit more than a trade offside.
Not that good. Oh, he almost goes down, loses the splash there. Xiaoshu almost gets himself a kill there. A little bit of an unfortunate moment. The extra healing available. Qingqian is behind the wall. Will Xiaoshu look for him? Oh, the blast in! No!
The LPL are kings again.
There's 2 things I love and hate about the LPL this year. What I love is that everybody beats everybody. What I hate is that everybody beats everybody. This means that on paper, this Top Esports team should be primed to dismantle BLG and take over the league. It's Rookie, it's Jackie Love, and it's an easy prediction. But in reality, well, we'll just have to find out.
Good one. Levels down. Oh, Xiaoshu, you don't know. You don't know. He's going to go Mega, but I don't think it's going to really help him. He's going to finally get the Mega Nair off and should be able to walk away. I'm sorry, I jinxed you, my bro. Crocodile has Qingqian now isolated away from his team. He will fall down as LPC picks up that kill. Tien exceptional exceptionally tanky right now, has almost all of his health bar. LGD not so lucky, they're looking for more. They're looking to make this one work. Ninja falls, so does LPC. It's a double kill for Jackie Love as Rookie finds Hai Chow, and they get 4 for 1. Xingtian did all the heavy lifting. And look, you do have positives. Bin will own the side lane against Invincible. He just needs to make sure he does not get caught after the fact. As you can see, there's the Maokai ultimate coming out here to try and catch out Yagao, and he will get caught out in the end of it all. There's the Glacial Prison coming out though, and that's Shadow going down. Joe was tanking turret for some reason, and now you can see the 280 carries we talked about having so much. Dream, one more auto attack, and all of a sudden the money's turning green. The numbers are going up for BLG. They knew they hadn't got any kind of real engage, so Photic's in a lot of trouble. He's going to have to be forced to flash away, and there's going to be one more auto attack. He finally gets him over with the dredge line, gets from the depths as well, and they're taking them down. Attack speed. Baron's dead. Can they look for a fight? They're looking to try and push this one there using the Maokai ultimate, but Bin might be ending the game. They get Sean, who doesn't do anything less than he can. Show is dead. Maokai is gone. The base is crumbling, and I feel like we've hit critical mass. Dream gets caught out. It's a triple kill for Elk to end it all, and Bin has been ending the game. Split pushing Fiora is a happy Fiora. Quadra kill actually coming out for Elk at the end of it all.
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero and I'm in my own life.
We're back. As we look at the fantastic sunset over a beautiful Shanghai. I'm here with my best buddy Jamada and TT. Were slow, they were steady, but they won the race because Hoya was just a monster as my camera decides to have an earthquake for some bloody reason. As we could see, the MVP, Hoya, the Gwen became unmatchable, unbeatable, and just unplayable in all senses of the word.
Like, isn't it funny? He finished the game 1-3-3, but like undoubtedly had the highest amount of impact on the game. Quite funny. Such is the life of a top laner, as I've come to familiarize myself with the thoughts, feelings, and emotions of the role. And yeah, Hoya, you know, kind of, I would say the victim of a lot of attention, but is he really a victim when he turns it around in moments like these? I don't know, man.
Call an ambulance, but not for me.
Yeah, the classic line, as it were. And the top esports just didn't really have an answer for him. And I think, you know, the idea of going for that Cassante blind, Cassante so consistent in so many matchups, this one, not so much. And Hoya, very, very comfortable in the matchup. And even just on a mechanical level here, right? Dodging that last Baron Auto attack to almost make it out. If someone came back to tank for him, he would have made it out with the Zhonya's. You know, you can just tell he was on point, on form from the laning phase of the team fights, and top esports couldn't deal with him. MVP well earned.
Yeah, very, very well earned. And now, coming into game number 2, top esports have opted to be on the red side again. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think you can take the Cassante blind just to see if the Annie's a bit of a flex or not. I think you kind of need to make sure that, you know, Qingtian, who we know can just have such incredible games if he's given the opportunity, give him some priority. Give him something that can go toe-to-toe with Hoya and let him have that skill expression that we have seen countless times this split.
Yeah, you know, you can't fault top esports, I feel like, for trying to hold on to the Annie flex, but at the same time, giving Hoya the freedom to do what he just did because he has counterpick, is it worth it? You know, I feel like oftentimes the top lane matchups are often kind of ignored because, let's be real, for the most part, top lane doesn't matter. Let's just, you know, anyone who watched the LEC last weekend probably saw the BDS game, the Adam incident, as it will now be referred to as
the Adam incidents.
Yeah, the Adam incident. And, you know, I feel like oftentimes that's why we see the priority lie the way it does. But we can also see these scaling bruisers that scale into team fights excellently. And in the case of Hoya, piloting that champion into the composition of top esports looked flawless, looked easy for him to do. So do you necessarily want to give him that level of freedom when we've seen Qingtian take over entire games in his own right? Oftentimes, sure, not even necessarily off counter picks, but, you know, setting him up almost a failure in that regard. Maybe you look for a different angle. I feel like on the side of TT, though, when we start to kind of zero back in on what they would potentially like to do, I feel like just keeping the same kind of identity in game number 2 from game number 1, right? Same level of, hey, you know what? Proactive plays, looking for anything that we can grab. Maybe from top esports' perspective, you try and split away the Elise, right? Take that one off the board. Maybe that gives you a little more early game threat.
Well, if it's not broke, don't fix it. You can see the same bans coming out here as we jump into picks and bans for top esports and TT. Top, though, maybe you want to try and ban away the Tristana, because remember, it was picked quite early here by TT if they want to try and get rid of it. But no, so far, we're looking at the same level of everything right now. See if top esports want to kind of change it up. But even things like the Aphelios, to kind of, you know, to set them up so well, to kind of have that, you know, very hard to engage upon AD carry in that bot side. So TT, they're thinking about it. Maybe they want to go for a jungler, or maybe they want to try and make sure they guarantee themselves a good AD carry matchup. We'll see what they end up working with right now, but they're going to be pretty happy with the way things are going right now. They themselves run a 4-game loss streak after 2 series losses in a row, so they're finally breaking or bucking that trend and seeing if they can maybe make that 2 wins in a row, really put the pressure down here on the top esports. Because now with this, actually, we can fully confirm it. The fact that it's not a 2-0 for top esports, they will not be locking in playoffs today. We'll have to wait a couple more days, maybe only a day or two, maybe only a series or 2 between now and then before they can really lock that one in. But top, gonna go back to the Annie and the Wukong. They don't think that was the problem, but I think you can just go straight back to the same composition.
At
you don't need to be
Tristana. You don't have to change if you don't want to, and it feels like TT very happy, just rubbing their hands together. Is there adaptation here though? No. So like, it seems to. it seems to me that the read from Top Esports, it is kind of funny. It's a laughable moment, but I feel like it seems to me the read from Top Esports here is either one of two things, right? They're not going to blind pick Asante, or they're just not going to blind pick top at all, and they're going to reveal the flex of the Annie at this next pick. And yeah, likely Van Gwen if they're eyeing up, you know, this this Cassante pick again. I feel like, however, if it does get banned, there's still quite a few picks that you can very happily lock in here into the likes of a Cassante. So do you necessarily even want to, you know, levy a ban towards Gwen when you could maybe just keep the bans the same but just pick a different champion?
Yeah, I mean, still waiting to see the Renekton maybe banned away by TT, but the Akali kind of come in because again they're not convinced that this Annie's going to go to Rookie as well. And I think with the Heimerdinger ban, that kind of confirms it for me that you're going to have the Annie in that bot side because you want to try and get on top of it there. But I think the Renekton ban would probably still be a pretty big call here for TT. Again, Qingtian so good on that particular champion, really solid to be able to make things work for him. So want to see maybe TT take that priority away from him and then keep moving towards that top lane priority that Hoya was able to use so well.
Yeah, exactly. So this should be Rookie picking up his champion here. Someone like Syndra probably make a whole bunch of sense in my mind, right? Point and click, scatter the week against 2 AD carries would be pretty solid, but they're gonna look at the Nautilus. And I mean, okay, I don't know how I feel about this, because if they do actually lock in this Nautilus, and this isn't just a hover, then TT themselves can go Braum, and they still will have proactive setup, and they have an arguably better 2v2 on the bottom side. So I'm not sure. I will say on the side of Top Esports, however, more proactivity is definitely something I needed to see from them, more agency tools, and Nautilus definitely does that. But is this necessarily the way you wanted to go? We'll have to see, as Rookie will now again be piloting that Annie. Seems like TT will get their hands on the Cassante this time around, and we'll see whether or not Qingtian wants to take the other side of the matchup Smile, or whether or not he goes to something a little more team fight focused on his end, as Alistar being hovered. That would be pretty fun. And it kind of
like this.
It yields into both tiles, right? I feel like if you're Braum, you know, you can be proactive, but it can be a little bit difficult. I think the passive would be very powerful because you've got 2 ore attackers, but Alistar kind of does everything, right? You can engage, you can disengage. Yes. And I quite like the adaptation for here from TT as Olaf insta-slammed here by Qingtian. So he wants to just win the early lane. That's it. Simple as that. He wants to run over Hoya in the early stages. We'll see whether or not that comes to fruition. I feel like as the Cassante, you can definitely take your time in that matchup, kind of just step back, let Olaf take control of the lane. The issue is whether he starts to have impact on the jungle as he maybe starts to look for roams and things like that. But I like the idea here from Top Esports at the very least, right? Proactivity, early game, a little more pressure. That's what they were lacking in game number 1. They shouldn't be lacking that at all in game number 2.
No, and I like the adaptation coming in from TT as well. They're saying, cool, we're going to go with the hyper tank at the top side. We're going to take a very, very good disengaged support as well. So if you get the Flash Annie coming in with the Wukong trying to follow up, or even the Nautilus, you can just headbutt them away. You can pulverize to stop people from getting on top of your AD carries, or your AD carries in this particular game. And I will say, UCal's having a very strong affinity towards this Tristana mid. We have seen it a couple of times towards, you know, maybe Silas's or Cassidans to try and, you know, deal with those in the mid lane. But he is just straight up saying, I will pick this into most matchups into that mid lane, and honestly, it's been working out well for him. So TT, they made one big step. They have got another one to make in this game. They know they can do it. They know they can be able to take down. For Top Esports, you got to turn around this ship. You got to figure out what way you can work it. And honestly, it's exactly what I wanted to see for them. They got Qingtian on something that can carry, and that's what I want to see the priority being put into.
Yep, absolutely. Matchup on the top side can get quite one-sided, and we need to see Top Esports potentially abuse that, right? Because at that point, if you don't, why did you lock in the Olaf at the first place? He's going to be running into 2 AD carries. It's going to be very difficult maybe for him to deal, as we're here for game number 2. The gyros ring loud. I feel like Top Esports, they need all the support they can get right now, trying to break their duck, trying to get out of this little rut that they're in. I mean, you know, we said 2 wins, 2-0 win would mean they're locked in for playoffs. It would feel pretty bad to get 2-0'd under these circumstances.
Yeah. It would feel pretty dire. And again, looking at kind of the table, we always have to kind of bring ourselves back towards the table in terms of the LPL, because Top Esports, they could have locked themselves in to a top 10 today if they took a 2-0. Not possible anymore, so they will have to wait a couple of days or a couple of series before that does get confirmed. But a loss here brings them down alongside OMG, Billy, Weibo. All of a sudden, you're looking at a top 4 to maybe even, you could drop as far down as 7th, which puts you in the first round of playoffs, which is, again, why the regular season is so important for so many teams, because that difference in starting where and when you're starting can be massive.
Can I provide a massive hook? These guys are on the wrong side.
Yeah. I like how you had to, like, you know, your brain was like, hang on a second.
I was mathing for a second. I was like, wait, that's not right.
All the numbers and equations coming across
like
your
that,
head. Like
it's like that old setting. I don't know if it's still in the game, because I play on colorblind mode personally, where you would always be the color blue. Like, regardless of whether you're on red or blue side, I think they took that out. That
I think it's gone now, yeah.
That looked really funny. Almost derailed me from the point, yeah. I feel like for Top Esports, right, big hopium, you know, point here. Maybe getting that experience in best of fives for a little bit of a soft, you know, philosophical rebuild on their end. You know, absolute worst comes to worst, could feel kind of nice. But you know, sure, the sort of overtime fatigue as well, because that will start to take effect, right? No matter how superhuman you feel as a player, playing that much professional League of Legends is slowly going to take a bit of a toll out of you, and that can impact your performance at the end of the day. So do you necessarily want to go through that strain, right? It doesn't always work. It's very rare that you have a team start out in the, you know, round 1, round 2, make it all the way, right? I feel like LNG was kind of the only team in a little while that I feel like I've seen do that in the LPL. Maybe my history is quite shallow as the newbie, but what could be shallow is Yukal's grave if they actually manage to get on top of him. Tien still waiting here, I assume, yeah. A rookie.
On the wave is gonna push back into him, so I don't think he really needs to go too aggressive here. And finally, he does put a ward down to see if anybody's there, and does confirm his suspicions that Tien was lurking in the shadows.
Yeah, just hit my mic. Don't mind that noise.
Ignore the man behind the curtain.
Ignore the man behind the curtain. No one's there. But Tien, look for that for a little while. No play going to be yielded. A little bit of a feels bad moment as H1 just gets full clear, gets the scuttle. And now can just kind of sit behind Hoya here. Because you know Ching Tien is maybe going to look for an aggressive trade, or at the very least with the wave stacking up. Tien going to look towards the top side because he was just here not long ago. As he will show on vision, so he just kind of doesn't care, I guess. He's just going to pace in this bush. But at the very least, like, at the end of the day, his presence is just going to stop Tien from showing at all, right? So,
yep.
Objective still accomplished, and now Hoya can get a free reset.
Yeah, free reset in for Hoya. He wants to be behind a little bit on CS once this wave is picked up here by Ching Tien. All things going well for the Top Esports top laner. And we're seeing a little bit more kind of priority here in this bot side here for the Top Esports duo. Not having the Braum and instead swapping out to the Nautilus does mean you have that kill potential. As Yukal TPs back into the mid, as does Rookie. The mid laner is just trying to keep himself. And this time around, Yukal is playing respectfully to Rookie. As you can see, Tien was trying to get something going for the mid laner in that first few levels. As we can see, maybe a little bit more respect from the Tristana, recognizing, look, I don't want to be giving over too many opportunities here to this Annie to really scale herself in. Because again, the big thing that we kind of took from game 1 is that TT were very happy to just sit back, relax, scale up. You have double AD carries, you will melt objectives. So therefore, you are not going to be in such a big rush to make these big plays. Yes, you do have the Elise, you can make them, but you're not forced to.
Yeah, definitely. I will say, in contrast, ooh.
Hook. Equaled out there by the pulverizers. They're going to get a little bit more damage down on the Tien. There's a flash in. There's the Tibbers. And there's first blood. But now Tien has nowhere to go. And he's going to be confirmed there once that bomb blows up. Tick, tick, boom. There's the free that's coming in now as Mark has to flash away. Throws in another dredge line as Rookie's still putting in damage. Beishwan, no flash, no repel. Naber is very angry. He ends up TPing back towards his own master. But 1 for 1. Is Top Esports looking a bit more comfortable now, having a bit more agency like we talked about in draft?
Yep, absolutely. 1-for-1 at the very least. Top Esports looking for proactive plays, breaking up the tempo of TT, as Yuka's just going to get harassed by Tibbers. Very frustrating to deal with, but it's just a lane control tool that you can't really deal with. You know, you take so much damage. Don't forget as well, as Rookie, you can just cast the Molten Shield, and as you auto-attack it, you'll just take more damage. So, a little bit of a lose-lose as go back into the replay here, and just going on to Yao Yao at first. And I mean, Rookie dips into vision for a second, comes back out, flash Tibbers. You have to kind of be expecting it as TT, but able to find a little bit of recourse with Tien going down. Even if he survived, Huang Feng was there for the for the alley-oop in that Dragon Pit.
Ooh, unfortunate Yukao.
It's fine, it's only 14 gold.
Yeah, true. Well, it's 16 gold. Because he missed boat minions. It's actually 20. It's actually 20. Yeah, I was gonna say it's 32 gold.
Oh, you know, actually, I forget. The mid lane creeps are worth less than the side lane creep.
Are
you
they?
knew that, right? They are.
No, genuinely, are they?
In the early lane, go look it up. It's one less gold. It's one less gold for the casters. I think it's also one less gold for the melees as well. And the cannon is worth 10 less gold. Memory serves me right.
Let me have a look.
I believe you, but I need to confirm this. My God.
Oh, Jing Tian is
in trouble.
This is that one undertow.
Both ghosts have been used. Nice dodge out, though, from the undertows, which means that Jing Tian just has to pop his ghosts as Hoya responds in kind. Interesting enough, actually, Hoya used his TP. Jing Tian did not, so Jing Tian in a slightly better position to be able to go for a but without the Ragnarok. You're not going to be Ragnarocking your way out of this one here. So Beishuan looking to see if he can maybe make something work, but the rest of Top Esports are in the vicinity. Neither AD carry going to be joining this, so this could be a 4v4 around this Rift Herald.
Yeah, definitely could be. Top Esports have created a vacuum of vision for TT, so that could be a little bit spooky to walk into. They're actually looking for a play here, Mark. Force the flash Yao Yao, not bad. You take that, but as you move away from the river, you kind of yield a little bit of your vision control here. Not too much, and you could actually get collapsed on Tien. In trouble maybe as well.
They're going to look for a little bit of a move here on the Beishuan as Hoya's already there. There's the Cyclone coming down. Tien doesn't have flash. He's going to be going down. It's a support for a jungle trade, and in all sense of the words, you take that. I will say, though, you have got Jing Tian coming down here off of a reset there with the cap movement. They're going to see Hoya now getting a lot of damage. Can he go down? Not quite.
Oh,
Actually, he gets the shield! Shield and a dash, and Hoya stays alive.
Oh my God, you're kidding. Top Esports are going to feel a little bit frustrated about losing on that end of the kill, but TT getting away with a little bit of murder after finding a 1-for-1 where they kill the jungler. However, when you kind of zoom out, look at the minimap, actually got Jing Tian on this for now, and Tien will just join Blast Cone over the wall. H1 in the area, but is he, I mean, he can look for a 50-50, and he will have members from TT, but I feel like it's just a little bit too much of an overstep. Members of Top Esports should be able to just shield that one away and get it as
Yukao. He's playing respectfully this time around. It does feel like Top Esports feeling a little bit more emboldened to go for those kind of trades as Rookie 2-0. Feeling a lot more comfortable and should have his Rod of Ages. Yep, there it is. Just to pick up nicely in this mid lane, but definitely, he actually picks up a stopwatch as well, I believe. So definitely feeling a lot more comfortable coming into this one here, or maybe he just got upgraded straight off the back of it. But again, a lot more priority here for Top Esports, feeling a lot more comfortable in this early game. It's not leading into anything too significant for the moment. It's only a 1,200 gold lead and the Rift Herald, but still feeling more positive, you would imagine, comparatively to where they were in game one.
Yeah, my only concern in opposition to that is just the fact that TT still have a fair amount of the same scaling options that they had in game one, right? The only thing they're down is that Gwen on the side lane, but I mean, you know, Cassante, you know, it's a similar measure of 200 years, right? So how much are you really gonna be upset by that? As Hoya does eat a bunch of damage from those undertows, but that's just kind of the nature of the matchup, right? You're just kind of playing Q-Dodge Simulator. As Tien has the Herald, don't forget. He's looking for a play in the mid lane because, again, the lack of wave clear does definitely heighten the value of mid lane tier 1 takes in the early stages. And when you've got Herald, you want to try and take advantage of that as Beishuan waiting over the wall behind the dragon. They will see the dragon get started up, so maybe a 50-50 on the cards if they really want it. But the setup is wholeheartedly in top esports. Is sad.
Yeah, top esports are definitely in the advantage when it comes to this first dragon setup. And look, it's still only the first dragon. Nothing too crazy to be worried about. And at 11.5 minutes, not exactly an early Drake soul to be worrying about as well. So curious to see where the kind of is. And I've also have confirmed for myself the mid lane changes. And while confirming to myself, I have a question for you. Do you know what allegiance the blue and red minions are? There are 2 different allegiances. You know what their allegiances are?
As in,
it's
like,
not just blue and red side. Yeah,
they have names?
So they don't have names. They have an allegiance. So the blue minions have an allegiance to order. The red minions have an allegiance to chaos. Yes. Fun little facts here you learned today. But yeah, there were one less gold for the first 14 minutes in mid lane.
Does that mean, like, canonically, red side is just evil?
Correct.
Oh my god.
Well, no, hang on. Chaos doesn't necessarily mean evil. You know, have you ever watched Soul Eater, the anime?
But, no, I haven't. But chaos typically, you know, it kind of means a lack of care or a disregard for safety.
It's just a lack of order.
Which often societally.
You make
if we're going to get philosophical here for a second, Ashin, if I may.
I mean, it depends on the person, you know? Like, chaos can be a good thing.
I'm just saying that in the League of Legends skin lore, let me open up the book for a second. I've forgotten what the skin line's called. Is it Dusk and Dawnbringer? Respectively?
Dawnbringer and Nightbringer. Dawnbringer,
yeah, that's it. So Nightbringer's all about chaos, and Dawnbringer is all about order. And there's a pretty clear theme between which of those champions are perceivably good and which of those champions are perceivably bad.
If I was to give you the dictionary definition of chaos, it's the property of a complex system whose behavior is so unpredictable as to appear random, owing to great sensitivity to small changes in conditions. Doesn't say evil anywhere there, does it? No evil there.
Oh, okay.
Well, this could be. We'll see if it's chaos or order for top esports in this bot side. Beautiful segue there. I hope you noticed that. As we can see, Rift Arrow getting dropped out into this bot lane. Good vision control from TT means they're not getting caught out by this proactivity here from top esports as they just try and get themselves a little bit of gold. But UCal might be running straight into a bunch of people. And there's just nothing to do. All that vision control and you still get caught.
That play was definitely all in order for top esports. Really easy rotation. Felt like it was chaos on UCal's screen. Just getting jumped on by 3 members. Herald charge. Got a lot of gold into Jackie Love's back pocket. Really nice 2 plates there. Right before they dropped off, and in the mid lane now, they'll just take a massive chunk out of it. Likely won't take the entire tower, but still the damage is going to be nice and felt. And if they pick up the second Herald, that tower will now drop as long as it gets the charge off. Oh wow,
gonna have to use his cleanse. Yeah, gonna be forced to cleanse there as Tibbers just go down. Beishuan and Yao Yao off to the side here as Huanfeng just eats up this wave in bot lane. And I will say, it's a good pick, but it did go over to the Nautilus, so not an ideal target for kind of accelerating anyone's builds or items, but a win's a win. And with the priority now having been garnered by top esports, they finally get themselves this turret in bot lane. They pick themselves up about a 2,000 gold lead, actually, and they're looking to see if anything else is Xingtian. Maybe gonna try and burst in. He can 1v2 this very easily. He is waiting for his Ragnarok. Courtesy Beishuan go golden. He get one more reset. They flash, and finally UCal picks it up. Oh, that could have been a 3v1. Xingtian does go down, but he made a damn good show of it.
What the hell is Olaf, man? Not only did he nearly 1v2, he then nearly one-shot UCal as soon as he jumped on his face. That was ridiculous. Damage coming out from the Olaf. Holy moly, 1v3 forces out 4 summoner spells, or 3 summoner spells. 1 flash from Beishuan, I think 1 from Yao Yao, and the Ignite. Absolutely absurd. And it's going to get them the Herald as well. It's not even just an isolated play where TT make a bit of a mess of it. They make so much of a mess that they'll give up the objective on the back end too.
Just dirty flash abusers outside of top lane. You know, we real get ghosts, but
Look
Chicken
at this.
TN. You can see there, they wanted to try and make sure that they
Yeah.
got the ultimate out before they popped the CC, but he's just so powerful.
Yeah, I hope the slow-mo is on the damage here on Yukao too, because wow. One undertow, 2 auto attacks, and a reckless swing. Almost killed Yukao. It could have been 2 undertows maybe. Either way, it doesn't make it much better, because
No.
goodness me. I think it was 3 autos at the end of it actually, but to think that he could kill Yukao that quickly, it makes you wonder, could he do the same thing to Huang Fang? And this is the thing, right? It's with Olaf, and there is a bit of a running meme with Olaf and generally his usability in later game team fights. Hold the point as we might see a butting of heads.
No, we will definitely see a butting ahead. Yukao does probably going to use his buster shot now in a second, or he would if he had it. Flashes away, but I think he's dead regardless. And that is just a very easy pickup here for Top Esports. Continuously revisiting Yukao to make sure he does not get the advantages he wants on this Tristana.
Yeah, really, really good. And just shutting down that avenue, right? We saw Yukao really take over the game, some of those team fights, while Poya was making all of that space in game number 1. So just trying to shut down how quickly Yukao might make it to these breakpoints is super big. I did mention earlier that the Herald could get used in the mid lane, right? But having already taken that tower, they just use the opportunity top side. And if they want, they just take a couple of resets, make it back down towards the bottom side of the map. That dragon is up, it's just no one's looking for it right now. Beichuan farming a bit of gold, won't pick up the skull. And yeah, you know, going back to the Olaf point, because that one through was so absurd. Don't worry about this replay. No, Yukao, he couldn't get away from the CC, there's too much. There's a bit of a meme with Olaf that he does take a little bit of expert piloting, shall we say, in the mid game to be useful. If you kind of beat Huang Fang to his big item break points and you just run him over, it doesn't really matter, you know? But what does matter is the fact that this dragon did get absolutely one shot. Now there's a fight ensuing on the back end.
Oh, that's a 3-man knockback, and they're going to try and make their jump on the 80 carries. They finally go in, and Rookie goes back over. Double kill coming in here for the Zeri as Jaculo finally gets to be a participant in these fights. Hoya does eventually have a little bit of a moment. Should be able to dash over the wall as well, but you get the dragon, but you're losing the fight, and little by little, bit by bit, we are seeing gain a huge gold lead now, and having that dragon as well is pretty big for them, considering it delays that game that little bit more.
Yeah.
Oh my God, he's gonna, yeah, he's just gonna try and kill himself. Yeah, that's smart. He knew if he took the Hex Gate that there was an Olaf waiting for him. But now, not only are the kills going over, but you're gonna get pressure at all 3 lanes as well. A lot used here, a lot given up by TT just to gain a dragon.
Yeah, tower. This one probably won't drop, but a lot of damage will be taken, which you'll very happily get as Top Esports here. But like you say, how worth is it really, right? I mean, on the flip side, you have to look at it like this, right? If Top Esports get this dragon, all of a sudden Hex Soul in 2 dragons time, even if they're at the late one at almost 27, 28 minutes, dealing with that whilst you're being kind of snowballed on, a bit huge, right? And like you said, double knockback looked good for a moment, but once the damage starts to unfold, you get a very clear picture that it's Top Esports now are wholeheartedly winning this one. You see the backstage as well. And I see the coaching staff. Of course, with some of the things going on behind the scenes, won't delve into, but feels nice they're getting a little bit of celebrations on watching their team win.
Yeah, missing their main coach. I'm going to leave for personal issues, so definitely feels like they need this kind of momentum. They need this win. It feels like this could be the start or the end of a very slippery road for the side of Top Esports, and they're not just yet. They're 5,000 gold up, maybe 6,000 to be perfectly honest, and they are going to be definitely feeling a lot more confident in this particular game comparatively to game number 1, but Tien is going to be the big proprietor here. 2 items here onto the Wukong. 2, 2, and 3. Yes, he's died, but him and Rookie have comboed up so exceptionally well. And it is going to be about their big engages. The combination of the Annie and the Wukong that they are clearly prioritizing to make sure they can get themselves these big team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. Oftentimes a lot. It feels like sometimes you see Wukong be in certain compositions and you're like, well, he's kind of one of the few engages. But his setup on the side, that was a bit wayward from Mark. Expect Mark to hit those. But, you know, oftentimes the setup from the Cyclone is absolutely huge. And I think, like you say, spot on with Rookie has been phenomenal so far, and it's been a little bit too much for TT to handle. And now, situation like this where you have no vision in the river and you have to check bush by bush, getting dredge lined or then subsequently getting
Huan Fong. The gates are great. They are not going to be good enough, and that's going to be Beishuan as well going up because the dredge line was coming down. And then the spider, Itsy Bitsy Spider, went up upon its web. Down came Top Esports and splatted on his head because Top Esports are just owning these fights right now. Hoya will get some decent damage in this bot side. May even get the turret, to be perfectly honest, but with a recalling Olaf, shouldn't be able to confirm that either. So it's going to be more and more pressure, more and more advantages, more and more gold for Top Esports.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? I think Hoya's going to die for this. I think Qingtian might kill him in the long extended. He's going to get the 600 gold, but how much will he be up?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? That makes sense. That makes sense, yeah. Okay. I think Yao might. No.
You know what the great thing about Olaf is against a unbreakable Alistair? True damage, baby.
Yeah. And on like a 30-second cooldown with like 400 damage. Per prop.
Yep.
Yeah,
so we're gonna have a look at the replay here. It is literally
observers, do we have to? I guess we have to. Yes.
Hello.
It's like the worst game of peekaboo you could ever ask for.
Yeah, it's the most terrifying game of peekaboo. You know what? I was looking into this. You know, we're looking at genres of game for League of Legends. You know, it's like it's an MOBA.
Yeah.
But MOBA, high fantasy, horror. Especially for Huan Fong, as he is not having a fun time with this one here. But more and more advantages. Nearly a 10,000 gold lead. It's Baron still up for a minute 45. They should be able to confirm this tower as well. I mean, what do you do here? You're going to need an insane engage coming out from Hoya and maybe an insane catch from Beishuan to try and come back to this as TT.
Yeah, and I mean, last game it felt like TT were able to take control of the map, subsequently the game, right? And I think being denied that when you're not really running crazy amounts of team fighting tools in this game number 2 in comparison to the plethora of options available to TT or Top Esports rather in that regard, just makes this a little bit too lopsided, and Top Esports take control of the game as they should be. Engage comes through, but it should just be disengaged a bit. A little bit of poke goes back, but in him, yeah, it just doesn't do anything.
Yeah, like when you know when you're hitting the support who's not, it's still a tank, but not the tankiest, and you're not doing any real damage. See there, Yao. Didn't even get time to pop his Unbreakable to become tankier. As we can see, Hoya trying his very best here, but a flash in with the Tibbers. Yukal has nowhere to go. Huan Fong's left standing, and TT absolutely routed. This is what Top Esports wanted in game number 1. This is what they couldn't get. And they do strike back in this series. They will go to 1-1, and they are still looking to get themselves up to 9 wins.
Need it. They need it desperately, Top Esports. And I mean, I feel like at the end of the day, not out of the woods yet, still in the series, of course, but naturally you can still see that some of that shakiness is there. But it's good to actually see Top Esports break the individual game loss streak that they've been on.
Yes.
For the last couple of weeks now. In a pretty dominating fashion, and that's how we would expect Top Esports to play into a team with no disrespect to TT, of course, but like TT, right? Top Esports is the team that we expect to be our usual top 1, 2, 3 on like a bad split type kind of feel. So seeing this win, definitely good positive signs, and I think the adaptation rather from game number 1 to 2 made complete sense, right? I think we kind of called it out as it was happening in game number 1. Not enough proactivity tools, not really anything in the means of an answer in the top side. Because I feel like even though Qingtian has been the stability sort of resolution for Top Esports in relation to their last previous iteration rather, still giving him counter pick is very valuable here. And I feel like they kind of learned that through game 1. You can't give Hoya that much space, even though usually the focus is on Yukal and Beishuan as kind of the mid-jungle duo, or even occasionally Huan Fong taking over the later game team fights. Hoya still has a lot to say, and if you can silence him through the draft, then at the very least you have more options to play with as top esports, and you saw it there firsthand that they did.
Yeah, they were able to silence him in the draft and then ignore him because, you know, the Casante's not really in a position to make anything happen there until he's at 2, 3, 4 items. And that's when he is going to become such a huge threat in those team fights, which meant that top esports could put their focus into that mid lane. Rookie and TN were the focus and catalyst of absolutely everything in that game. And honestly, it worked fantastically well. That's why they were prioritizing the Annie and the Wukong so highly in that first game and now in the second.
It's a mirror, isn't it? The gold graph over time. Last game, TT had the gold lead for the entirety of it with no breathing room, and this game, top esports returned the favor. And like you said, rookie TN, rookie leading the damage charts in this, excuse me, in this game, and Ching TN as well, not far behind him. I wonder who's going to end up getting MVP on the side of top esports. I feel like it's got to be between rookie and probably Ching Tian. I feel like that 1v3.
I'm putting my unofficial vote in rookie. That's where I'm putting my unofficial vote.
Yeah, I feel like rookie's Tibbers throughout this entire game are really, really consistent as well. I don't feel like he really missed the mark on any of them. But I also feel like I'm starting to get a grip sometimes with how the LPL MVP vote comes down. And
yeah.
Ching Tian's 1v3. But the stats from rookie.
I was going to say, you're looking at rookie's stats right
yeah,
now.
I
Didn't
don't know.
die, 100% kill participation. Like, you can't not give it to him.
All right, he's probably going to get it. And that's fine by me. As rookie, yeah, had a really phenomenal game. Shut down Yukao, and that's what they needed to do because Yukao was the big, you know, playmaker, the voice TT in a lot of the team fights in that first game. Shutting him down in game number 2 seemed to be the answer, and taking away Hoya's proactive opportunities via the draft made a whole bunch of sense here. So now it's up to TT to try and find an answer to that. Whether we'll see side select changeovers, we'll have to see. Gene, I think we're going to a break.
We are indeed. We'll see you guys on the flip side very soon.
Time that it's just been that it's kind of pick your poison on what you let get through. They picked Draven, and they're getting poisoned now as Hansama just cutting through. In terms of overall damage, that's the knock.
Gosh.
Easy combo. Jack Spectre on the backside, untouched for now. Jack Spectre desperate to get anything back, but Caps is just so beefy. Now looking for the 1v1 versus Hansama's killed one carry. He wants to kill another. The penta for Hansama.
Oh, 那这样1换1闪现 Q3 击飞秒先决秒完之后，阿迪追求大的，阿迪会是没虚弱的，天雷进场。
我们要恭喜。
이게 아 이제는 이런 거 잡을 딜도 안 나오는 건가요? 그런데 달려서 베리리 그나마 메가나르라서 최대한 반격을 하긴 하는데 네 그다음에 올리고 플레타의 비상 아니 플레타가 지금 다 포드라키 한번 플레타가 뿌이났다 어디까지 갈 수 있어요? 어디까지? 아 크게 그런데 다다다다다다다다
打野位上的话，原本来这里只有一个圣殿，第二件有点久，哇，是第一件圣殿，不是第一件黑线，但是现在在边线要尝试抓手勒克，手勒克又是有一个 GA 的回头刷了一个护剑化形，一波的伤害灌上，但是他还没有打，反而是反杀了顺，哇，这他还要再继续 A， 直接被晕到被锤死，但是他还有 GA 在站，别人能不能救一下？鳄鱼收购了出手，他这边躲掉了，敌人冲击再冲2下，无暇重刃，这边晕到2个人，这边绑住，还在冲上去，他带掉了3速，回头再类似的追回来，他还在操作，哇塞，用他手上的刀应该 rest 这死前来了一波硬式的1波1换1。
The one minion that could, Ning misses his hook. The Shy gets engaged upon, and the Shy is dead. Keeper's verdict does separate this, but now it's turned into a little bit of a pinch. Double kill coming in for Gala as he dances around this fight. Look at him just putting in the damage. Gala gets another kill. Quadra kill for Gala, and you know what he wants. You know what he needs. He's gonna push forward, and look for the magic kill.
actually completed as well, but is it enough? Konami gets picked by Tarzan, and now the cast comes to separate, and LNG are separating JDG for their life. You got Ruler pop the lightning crash, and he's getting that AoE. Nobody has touched him just yet, but LP has red white. This is the moment to step up, and Ruler, he gets the kills, and huge moment from JDG.
Don't care what they say. Yeah, the bruise on my face. Never thought I'd do this on my own. Yeah, I got something to say. Time to get out the way. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. Guess you got what you wanted. You sold a lie, I bought it. This time I can't ignore it. I'm gonna run toward it. No time, you get no warning. I feel my head distorted. So I'll scream out right now. I won't lay down, lay down. So I'll scream out right now. I won't lay down. I'll never forget the way you locked my soul up in chains. All my inadequacies. Now down my sleeve, no sound. So fall to your knees. You got someone to lose. Whoa, I'm gonna run toward it. No time, you get no warning. I feel my head distorted. So I'll scream out right now. I won't lay down, lay down. So I'll scream out right now. I won't lay down. So I'm not gonna lay down. Not
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming into our third game of this best of three as Top Esports are able to level the playing field. They got themselves a huge L setup and huge L win because of Rookie on this Annie with the Tibbers. Gets himself the MVP. Really, really well played from him. And just honestly a great, great bounce back here coming in for Top Esports.
Yeah, really well played. And I mean, just frankly, earned it, right? The stats were insane. 100% KP, damage per gold, really, really high, really solid. 31% of his team's damage as an Annie is kind of insane numbers to post, I'm not gonna lie, but again, consistently finding many Tibbers, follow-ups, really, really solid, as a pairing as well with Tien. I've only done it once, my first game here at the start of the split. I'll give myself, it's
forever.
Okay. It will happen every now and again. But yeah, really, really good of Rookie there. And I'm looking forward now to seeing what he's going to pilot as TT elected to stay on blue side.
They have elected to stay on blue, which aesthetically is very pleasing for me. The blue team stays on blue side and the red team stays on red side. And if we were to talk about order and chaos coming into this, now I'm joking, I'm not going to go back into that.
Dusk and Dawn.
Dusk and Dawn and whatnot. But we do have a slight adaptation here now for TT. They have taken away the Annie. They're going to take the Vi for themselves as something that can go toe-to-toe against the Wukong.
Yeah, so I think the idea here as well is that last year, while Zeri was kind of meta, what you would see is kind of the adaptation of the point-and-click lockdown to kind of, deal with the Zeri, and Vi was one of the picks that kind of came to fruition off the back of that. So maybe just anticipating that Top Esports are going to be a little bit, how should we say, stubborn, perhaps, in that regard, and they'll leave it. I beg your pardon. Lock in the Zeri in the first rotation in place of the Annie and pick up the Wukong alongside it. So very happy to still have the pairing. And TT now you expect, I was going to say probably still the Aphelios at the very least, toying with the idea of maybe something along the lines of Lissandra. Of course, hovers are hovers. Sometimes you don't read into them. Sometimes you do, right? And I feel like for Yukao, that strength of his has been through the AD carries. But when you have the Vi, you do want a little bit of extra lockdown on top of it as kind of like that anti-mobility counter. So we'll see whether or not that Lissandra comes to fruition later on in the draft. But for now, the Aphelios makes a whole bunch of sense. And with no AP jungle this time, the Elite's not being picked up. That's why I mentioned the fact that something like Lissandra could definitely come through here against Top Esports.
Absolutely. It could be something they could look to try and just, keep themselves safe, good engage as well, good point and click CC, and with the Vi, as you mentioned, having that as well could be a very potent combination in that mid lane, but would like to see maybe, I was going to say a solo lane, and the cannon gets locked as well, has been banned if all the games so far. And they're going to put down to Hoya, and I like this as well. We saw what Hoya could do when he was on a carry in game number 1. Definitely didn't look bad in game number 2, but didn't have the same kind of oomph that we expect from them.
Yeah, my question is, what will Qingtian actually answer this with? Because my expectation is that we'll see top lane pick now. Seems like he wants to just go towards the Cassante. Now, remember, this is buffed cannon. This is 13.5 cannon. Q damage increased. Q also reduced cooldown as well by 1 second, I think, at every single level, which is absurd considering that is his main, damage dealing ability inside of the lane, as well as just extra wave clear. So we'll see how he gets on, but Qingtian opting into the Cassante this time around. It's got a 0% win rate in this series, so we'll see whether or not that's a bad omen or not, as the ban's coming through. Talia removed away, pretty expected when you're going up against a Vi, and Yukao very, very capable of playing that champion. I guess the next expectation would be someone like the Ahri, right? Probably come through as that next best pairing. You want to try and take away, and you look towards, I would imagine, a good pairing for Mark. Give Rookie that counter pick in the mid lane. Try to set up for that 2v2 success, because we saw what it yielded in the previous game.
Yeah, I think it's definitely warranted, as you say, comparatively to that last game. But Jackie Love going to be having his third game onto the Zeri. Maybe a third game with a different support, as the Ahri does get banned away, like you aforementioned. And now, TT, do you look to try and maybe ban out another support? You won't have the first pick, so wouldn't mind seeing the Nautilus banned away, to be perfectly honest.
That's what I'm thinking here as well. I think right now Top Esports' engage tools are kind of limited, right? Honestly, even maybe something disengagey could be okay too, because you've got the cannon. Dealing with disengage on the support role could be kind of frustrating, but typically we don't see it very often. That's a really nice mixture of the both, actually. I like this call out from TT, saying Renata can play as that enchanter, of course, with the W and with the heal and shield on the E, but also just the fact that, the ultimate can be this massive choke point disengage is huge. Whereas, whilst you can provide peel as the Nautilus, it's a little more one-dimensional, shall we say, whilst also, of course, naturally just being a very aggressive pick. It seems like that's what they wanted to guide TT into. Now, I wonder if it's just the Brawl here for Thunder Talk. It would kind of just make sense. 2v2 right now, Top Esports dive forward quite a bit between the K'Sante, the Wukong. It seems like TT, Yukao, he's going to go towards the Akali, so he's picking the skill matchup here into Rookie. We'll see what he will decide to go towards on the opposite end at that R5 pick. But this is very interesting from TT, because now this kind of says to me, and this guides the theme for Thunder Talk, that they just want to go forward. They want to engage. They don't care that Top Esports in their own right have a lot of strong divers and even a quite strong back movement between the Wukong and the Zeri. They just want to send it with the Vi, with the Leona, and now with the Akali too. So that's the theme for Thunder Talk, I imagine. Loads of super aggressive play in the early stages. Is he going to give us... No, he's probably not going to. I mean, Akali has a weak lane, but I feel like dealing with Vi is a little bit too much. Toying with the ace. So, I mean... If
you follow Munchables Twitter, you know that Rookie's been spamming this.
Is he going to do it? Is it now? Is it now? It's now! Yes! Okay. All right.
Bring me through it. Go, Jamada. Lead me the way through.
So, Asol is absurdly powerful in the late stages, but what it does mean is he is counted out in the early stages instead. He does have a very, very abusable and weak early game, but I think when he's into a pick like Akali, the thing is, Akali can't really necessarily punish it super hard 1v1 until the level 6 mark, and that's usually when Akali, you know, gains access to lethal in most matchups anyway. So Rookie's just throwing this pick down and saying, all right, I'm going to scale into a team fighting monster. All of you want to dive into me anyway. You're just coming into my operational ranges. The Asol, since its rework, a couple of different things. No longer has, you know, the huge stun. Now has a kind of not a portable black hole, but a black hole kind of ability where place it down, everyone kind of gets sucked in, and things that drop below a certain threshold or get executed in it give him Stardust. And the Stardust is how he scales up. His abilities get stronger, get bigger, and get far more impactful. I'm sure we're going to see a rift-shattering ultimate at some point throughout this game. So very exciting. A Rookie finally pulling out here on the LPL stage.
Finally going to see Rookie take this champion into hand and see what he can do with it. I will say TT have plenty of ways of making a fight work for them. They can catch out someone with a flank. If Hoya can get into position there with the slicing Maelstrom, it would be absolutely devastating. But Top Esports have so many great tools available to them. If this goes into the late game, we get starting to see 3-4 items. So difficult to see how Top Esports do not win this game. But for now, we'll wait and see how the early game goes as we jump onto the red for the third and final time here in Shanghai. Before we jump into our second series later on, I do believe that's in Suzhou. It's LNG versus AL. We'll try and do a little bit of a catch-up on that later. But for now, we got to see how these two mid-table monsters end up kind of fighting it out. Because again, this could be the difference between Top Esports getting up to 9 wins, dragging them down into that big myriad of different teams who are looking to try and make that top 4 run.
Yeah, exactly. Separation here for Top Esports is what they're looking for, and for TT, trying to keep up with that mix-up. Stay as far away from the bottom side of the seeds as possible. And I mean, I feel like Rookie, in what is a very, very important game for Top Esports, right? At the end of the day, pulling out the Asol here, saying, I'm comfortable with it. I feel like this is the spot. I think it tells me the mindset here for Top Esports, as everyone knows how special this game realistically is. Long T-Tor, and that's a cool skin as well, I want to say.
It is a very cool skin. I believe it's the chroma for the Scorched Earth one, I believe, is it? Or the Thunder Dragon?
I'm sure. I think
it's
the Thunder Dragon.
I don't play Aurelion Sol because back before his rework, it was kind of terrible. Not a very fun champion, all in all said, but we'll see. Can't really get to talk about it because the Aurelion Sol was kind of locked in there, but yeah, taking out the Leona this time around. I did like the Alistar in the last draft. I think it could have done a lot of stuff, but he clearly just had a lack of comfortability on the champion. Definitely felt like he wasn't really as in tune with the abilities and how to kind of, you know, get those crazy combinations as we've maybe seen in the past from some Alistar mains. So we'll see if he can do it a little bit better here with the Leona, and still does a relatively similar thing. Find champion, jump on champion, kill champion.
Yeah, exactly. And again, that just seems to be the theme for Thunder Talk as a whole here with this draft. They just want to go in. H1 just barely dodging counter vision there as he walks past. The ward also fizzles, so nice enough timing after the fact. But like you say, in. That should just be what TT are doing. And for Top Esports, you know, definitely kept it relatively neutral, their draft, right? I feel like Zeri, Wukong, you know, both pretty good at advancing forward when the space makes sense for it, and Wukong very capable of, you know, playing back. Cyclone is a massive disruptor for backline divers. I feel like people forget it. T-Charma was the last person to play a
the king himself. How could we forget the teacher? 968 days, the 20th of July 2020. It was nearly 3 years ago. My God, time flies.
It is. It really is. It's a very different version of A-Soul as well, mind you. So excited. And I feel like for TT, the big question is, how do you shut it down, the laning phase? Because it's just kind of... problem is you're Akali, so it's just very, very difficult, right? Akali doesn't often have much to offer you in the early stages, outside of flat damage, and even then, the lane opponent really has to be overstepping their bounds. You can kind of see, at the very least, TT were considering a little bit of movement through the mid lane, but Tien and just meeting Yao Yao on the way up means that they will H1, pick up the Scar on the top side, and it doesn't seem like there'll be any kind of collapse as that wave is also moving towards Rookie.
We're already seeing now the newly buffed Kennen, which again, like you mentioned earlier today when we were having a bit of a chat about the new changes on 13.5, is that we're already seeing Kennen quite a lot. And I think the reason why we were probably seeing Kennen quite a lot is that some teams tend to kind of not skip patches, or maybe just kind of like pretend they're on a patch that they're not, because sometimes the LPL gets to a point where we haven't really changed in a while, and things take a while for any, kind of any really meaningful change to come out of it. So teams tend to just kind of prioritize things like, look, we're going to pick this anyway if it's on the next patch, and we might as well just get used to it, even if it is slightly nerfed on this one. So we have been seeing a lot of teams kind of prioritizing the Kennen, and already today we've seen it 100% presence on 13.5. All the bans and picks have picked up this champion, and now Qingtian, ooh, that's against a cold start as well. This is Hoya just kind of owning this lane.
Yep. I mean, Kennen's damage numbers right now are just jacked up. They are really, really, really high. Like you say, it's just the early lane into Cassante here. We'll see how well Qingtian can manage, because it is going to be a very constant theme that he will likely be pushed back in the next couple of minutes whilst this laning phase goes on. 6 here being crested by the mid laners. And my question for you, Ashin, is how big is the call going to be when Aurelion Sol drops that massive meteor out of the sky?
I mean,
and it breaks everything.
Do you remember when you first listened to Bangarang by Skrillex? And that kind of a drop hit. That's what I'm thinking. That's the kind of level I'm looking towards, of just kind of like, and maybe not in the early game. It's not that big in the early game. I'm thinking more like late game team fight, you know, 4-man stun into 5-man ultimate, just like, boom, you know, something like that. No, keep it fresh though. You can't do it all the time. So might see Aurelion Sol a lot more.
Exactly, and also just for a little bit of reference, I believe Aurelion Sol was played in the LDL today as well. Where,
I think he was playing LCK at some point, wasn't he?
And not to, you know, set a standard or a bar here for Rookie or anything, but it did get a pentakill. So,
I mean,
you know, I'm just gonna throw it out there.
I mean,
Rookie, he's been hyping it up so much, and I mean, like you mentioned earlier, right? If you follow Munchables on Twitter, you did see that Rookie's like, yeah, I want to play a little bit of A-Soul on stage. It'll be really cool to play this champion. I really enjoy it. And then it's just only A-Soul in his solo queue match history. Like, yeah, I guess you do want to play it.
I mean, it kind of makes sense, you know? I think that's just the beauty of having some of the best players ever to grace the game in the LPL, to kind of, you know, see exactly how these champions should work. And I fear everyone's solo queue experience is going forward, as this thing is busted. And people might have forgotten it's busted, for maybe a patch or so, as it was banned almost exclusively on 13.4, if I remember rightly, in most of my solo queue games.
Teams accepted that this champion was broken and it just needs to be universally banned. It was just like the handshake.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I think
even,
at any level, I think everyone agrees.
Yeah, and you know, like, comically, it felt like even in the spots where it's like, well, the champ's open, it's really, really broken. Like, teams just didn't pick it still. They were just like, you know what, we'll do you guys a favor and we'll pick something else. But you can see now that level 6 is online, Rookie has to play a lot more reserved. He can't be as, you know, up in the face of UCal like he was in the early laning phases, though as I say that, he trades back fairly well with Breath of Light there. So not bad. But again, you know, point and click lockdown of Beichuan on the Vi, very difficult to deal with. Level 6 is very big power point here for Thundertalk on the top side, and I feel like contesting the Herald a little bit difficult when you don't have priority in either solo lane. And again, those big, easy to use ultimates being available means that top esports will just yield that Herald.
Yeah, Rookie just need to be a little bit careful. The singularity is good for kind of keeping him at arm's length away from UCal, but now with both junglers finding their way here, this is where the Aurelion Sol does end up having a little bit of a lull in his power as such. His wave clear doesn't really come on until he has got his, you know, second item, and that's when his, you know, Breath of Life is really starting to kind of go crazy on people. TN pops himself over the wall, but not going to gain anything out of that.
You also have to recall, don't forget that, you know, so a lot of champions with mages right there, breakpoints for wave clear comes through AP, right? And Asol, Catalyst, Tear, these are, you know, laning items to just kind of give you longevity, right? You don't inherently have that little bit of extra oomph in the AP department to clear the waves, though of course Asol does still chew through them regardless. But like you say, this is that lull, a little bit of a trough in power, and UCal will likely, no doubt, take a little bit of advantage in that and see if he can find a little bit of respite over a solo kill, maybe even a road to a side lane.
We have another very slow game to kind of come up with. This time around, though, I will say that TT have got a lot more team fight options available to them. They've definitely done well in the laning phase so far, but they aren't falling behind. I will say that Hoya is definitely the one I'm keeping my eyes on right now. I'm going to have a full Cole finish at 10 minutes. That's class Dane. How well he's been CSing up in this top side, while also just kind of keeping Qingtian way far back as well. It's going to be about a 25-30 CS lead after all is said and done. So right now it is looking very much like TT are setting themselves up very nicely for a dive, maybe up on that top side, or maybe just dropping the Herald and backing themselves away again. So top esports still doing fine. Nothing, you know, crazy to be worried about at the moment. They are scaling. They have a Zeri, they have an Aurelion Sol, but definitely got to be very careful of how big this Kennen is going to become.
Yep, absolutely. Kennen, I mean, every time I see the champion, I always just have to reiterate the point. It doesn't matter how little work Kennen may do in the early game. All it takes is one ult to break the pace of a game, to break a defense. That's just, frankly, the power. Oh, they're going to stop the charge. They might have the damage. Oh, the eye.
The Vi goes in. They're going to jump straight in on top of Rookie, who's forced to flash away. Beichuan brings himself over. Brings down a star to see if they can maybe get some damage there, but it's only a little bit of damage for now. It's only a little star. Haven't hit Supernova just yet, but they do get the plate they wanted. Haven't got a second one, though, and that's kind of a little bit unfortunate, but with all that pressure in that mid lane and all the ultimates used, we do see that the Dragon should be superseded. I think that Qingtian went all in on Hoya. Yeah, we will see it here, and forced out the flash away from the Kennen as the all-out came in.
Yeah, really nice. Finds the angle. That flash out. Great job, but team fight brewing in the Dragon here.
Yeah, but Huanfeng is there. Moonlight Vigil does not land, but then they can jump onto Mark, and Mark's going to get taken down first. Blood goes over to Huanfeng. Jackie Love still peppering little bits of electricity in the night sky as they don't have a smite. I only realized that at the very last second there. I was wondering why it was going out, but it is still secured by TTs to get first blood. They get themselves a dragon. They stop that early dragon take coming out from top esports.
Yeah, a little bit messy on the side. Top esports from the top side and over the fight rather from the mid lane, and also Mark and Jackie Love just doing their best as a duo to try and dissuade that dragon from going down, but on the top just a little bit too powerful there. Huanfeng picks up the first blood, just going to feel good for him. Got the Gale Force You can kind of see the fight was on two fronts, right? Yukao trying to approach, but down here the engage comes through. And the disengage quite strong. They almost bring down Yao Yao. Moonlight Vigil just about lights that top side where Rookie TN, they're stopped from moving forward. Can't come down to assist their bottom lane. Jackie Love does his best to try and cause nuisance, but isn't gonna spark steal away that dragon. TT, big win in that fight.
Yeah, big win indeed. And gonna bring themselves a little bit further ahead as they got themselves a 1,000 gold lead. 20 CS is pretty much most of it, I would argue, is in that top side, as almost every other lane is losing at the moment when it comes to the CS differentials. But first items being picked up now. Do like Beishuan rushing towards that Black Cleaver, as we do have Rookie now. He has got the second out. Yeah, big one. Yeah, he's got the Sky's Descent. So the Falling Star, and the upgraded version is the Sky's Descent. And definitely going to be seeing a little bit more of a boom, shall we say, for Rookie, should he find the opportunity. Because again, like, just the radius of it is just nutty. Like, genuinely
it's really
nutty.
ridiculous, yeah. It is really ridiculous, and he's just going to pick up as much Stardust as he can. And he didn't really do much in the means of, you know, sort of explaining ASOL. I feel like we don't get enough ASOL at the moment. It's a bit of a difficult champion to sometimes make work, but it is very powerful, and I feel like everyone's been haunted by it in recent weeks in solo queue. But Stardust basically is just how he powers up, right? He gets it from killing enemies here in the Singularity. Each one killed grants a certain number. I think regular minions are 1, cannons and large monsters are 3, and champions should be 5, off the top of my head. And of course, again, all of the damaging abilities basically just scale off of Stardust. Things like the distance he can travel as well on the W, scale off Stardust. So everything, the more Stardust he acquires, the more powerful the champion gets. It's an infinitely scaling situation, which you don't want to let scale for too long.
Riot needs to stop doing that. I'm going to just call it out there and just say, like, look, lads, infinite scaling is all nice and all. It sounds really cool when you put it out like that, but it really is a problem for the game.
I think it's fine when it's like, oh, I don't know, Veigar, where it's just flat AP, right? He's just getting a bunch of damage. That's fine. I think when you get to a point where you're upgrading champions' abilities to damage everyone on one half of a map, we could be running into some, you know, some
shenanigans, if you will.
Yeah. So it is, you know, at the end of the day, he is a cosmic star dragon. So I'm not going to take that away from, you know,
look,
our big man.
Lore-wise, yes, he should be one of, if not the most powerful being in all of League of Legends lore. But, like, and he gets really annoyed, you know, Zoe is a cosmic being who just uses it to go and have fun. That's why he gets annoyed with her. But I look way too much into this lore. I'm really interested in Legends. Yeah, in Valorant or Valorian, or what is it, Valorian lore?
Yeah,
Valorian. That's what it's called.
Yeah.
But yeah, so definitely, you know, kind of sets itself up to be canonically correct. You know, the best kind of correct. But in terms of League of Legends gameplay, especially in a competitive game, maybe not the greatest of situations to be leaving yourself in. But we'll come back to that when it becomes relevant. If he does get a massive Sky's Descent and
if
the apocalypse is happening for TT.
You've read the script. You know what's going to happen in this game.
I know.
Don't pretend. Like,
the LDL's at a trial run. They get to see what it's like, and then we bring it into a pentakill here. So, yeah, I'm sorry.
Exactly.
This is how it works.
So, obviously, for those who don't know, and I'll probably get fired for saying this, but who cares? You know, obviously, we get handed the script before each game.
Absolutely. It's a lot. You get for every week, you get handed a script alongside the start game.
Yeah. But that one is exclusive. So, if ever we're in a game delay, don't flame the color caster unless it's Pedro. Flame Pedro, and that's fine. But all the other times, it's always the play-by-play that has the start game on. And yeah, fortunately we haven't run into any pause issues so far today. I'll touch wood. Just to
I was just about to say,
just
like,
to make
don't
sure,
you dare!
Just to make sure that next series isn't crazily delayed. But hey, if it is, then it means that we get to catch up on the live. Mark goes in. as this could be a pretty big point in the game. Now, Top Esports don't inherently have to fight this. ASOL is still scaling up. Roa's halfway to completion, and that Archangel is a way off. I think TT will be far happier to try and take a fight, as the Singularity is going to pull in the Herald and stop it from advancing.
Ellie will not get to do her favorite thing, as we do see a Cyclone coming out. Flash burnt there by Yao Yao to make sure he does not get caught. The Solar Flare comes out, as we've got a little bit of a Cosmo coming out in the mid lane. There's the ultimate coming out. Doesn't really have the impact you want it to, as the end flashes. So Yukal in the midst of everything, but here we go! Slicing Maelstrom does catch onto a few, but they haven't been able to finish off these kills just yet. Rookie doing so much, but he can't go in on top of that. He knows it's a suicide trip if he ends up going in. It ends up being a 3-for-1 in favor of TT. The health bars went low, but great team fighting there from TT.
Yeah, great team fighting. And once Hoya comes in, that's the end of the fight. Simple as that. One storm will end it all there. Thunder in the name after all. Second dragon will be picked up. Infernal as well. All of the champions in Thunder Talk very happy to get some of the additional scaling damage, as it's a fight in this choke, right? And once TT's overstep it, that's where you're really looking to try and turn it around as Top Esports. But they don't quite get the lockdown that they need. The ultimate from Rookie is actually a little bit wayward, to be honest with you.
He's on the bench.
No, he is on the bench, unfortunately. As Hoya, once he finds the ankle, no, you earn that one. Yeah, the fight's just a little bit too hard to deal with. That is way too much AoE damage. I feel like for Top Esports, the priority had to be trying to guard the choke, right? As Thunder Talk came in, but they just couldn't quite do it. And hell, I mean, I'll be honest, if they do commit to defending that position, if happens to show up a little bit earlier than he does, that flank may be being even deadlier. And it ended up being by the end of the fight. But either way, Thunder Talk, positive fight for them. Top Esports still scaling at the end of the day, though. So losing a fight in this manner, it feels bad. I think the bigger issue to me is just the gold that they give over, right? Iron breakpoints now starting to come in. Infinity Edge available for Hong Fong. That's really what you're giving to TT there for taking that fight. Top Esports, just give it a little more time. Zero Common Line Bloodthirst are almost there. Top Esports, however, just don't want to stop. They want to keep on going. Yeah, no flash.
Well, takes a long time. It's not a good time for Yao Yao, and that's the thing though, is that when you're roaming around there, especially around those little tight corners, gotta be so careful about how you end up kind of taking those routes if you don't have full information of where the enemy team is. But 20 minutes on the clock. I was gonna say maybe they're looking at a potential Baron, but no, they're just gonna be able to kind of keep Qingtian this bot side, who is now at a point where he's able to go toe-to-toe with this cannon. Really got to be able to put down some decent pressure as well. So right now, TT, they're kind of in a weird spot. They don't really know exactly where to put their people, you know, in terms of placements. They're not quite sure where everyone needs to be situated because they didn't cover too many angles.
Yep, exactly. I think for Top Esports, they're just going to have to continually account for those angles. For TT, they have to try and find them, not get caught out like they have been. I definitely appreciate how aggressive Mark has been finding those potential picks. The issue is that I think it would be nice to find them on not Yao Yao, basically. Anyone else is alright. The game is slow. Feels like we're LCK today.
Yeah, I told you we're doing this in solidarity with our boy Ox. You know.
Yeah, true. Yes.
I mean, we're all you know, UK League aficionados at some point in time.
Most of us.
Yeah. So you know, gotta put in the good time, do a good work for our boy who is found off to newer pastures. Hope he has a great time over in the LCK. Hope it's not too boring. But in fairness, I will say, as a play-by-play, I find the LCK a little boring, right? For certain. Sure. But as an analyst or a color caster, definitely the region you want to be in. Like, cause I think I literally saw a segment just before we went live where Ox and Chronicler were talking about how an entire minion wave went away in topside for about 2.5 minutes and no one picked it up. So you know what? Those moments, those games, that region is gonna be where you're gonna be able to find those moments.
Honestly, I'm just jealous of Ox because he gets to sit next to Chronicler and he's really handsome.
He's a very handsome dude. Everyone go onto Twitter and tell @Chronicler Cast. I think it's @Chronicler Cast and he's handsome. He loves it.
He's gonna be so mad.
He's gonna be so mad. But it's it's also fish. You know?
True.
He's very stylish. I remember I met him in LA last year before I had received the dire COVID notice that I was participating in Worlds, and just saw him and I was like, man, just a very stylish dude. You know?
Now, I would like to note, interestingly enough, that Rookie has gone towards the right line second and not the okay. Gives him a little more utility in the team fights, right?
Wants the health.
Wants the health, crucially, yeah, sure. But it does just kind of make it that bit more oppressive, right? You know, you're flying over a champion, breathing fire on them, and they're slow for 30%, and they just can't get out of it. Really irritating.
Tien. Here we go. Tien's out right before the Dragon. 20 seconds double TP just to make sure of it. And that's going to mean Soul Point, you would imagine, coming in here for TT. Great. Just flick of a switch and just found themselves an opportunity.
Yeah, Tien just ahead of his team a little bit too far forward. TT, punish, capitalize. You can't decoy away from that once the armor is placed on you. And Undertalk pounce now. How strong? The answer is no. Not even going to pose the question.
I was going to say, how strong do you think you are? Not strong enough.
Yeah, not even going to pose the question. They turn around before I even get to say it. And I think they just realized, like, without Tien there, one, obviously the chances of stealing Dragon very low, but dealing with a potential flank from Hoya, also limited in, you know, knockups as well. Just to keep him a little bit further away. Now just about defending this Baron area, trying to keep as much vision as you can. As you anticipate, TT will try to come over here and take control of the area, but the issue is they should know they're all in that pixel. That one ward is giving them so much information.
I mean, that is a pretty big mistake for Tien to be making right there. Not only does it give away a kill, which obviously gives you a nice another little bit of gold, but also gives the Soul double Infernal alongside the Mountain. And again, like, yes, an Ocean Dragon is nice, but in terms of single Drakes, I definitely would prefer. One is we do see the Solar Flare coming down to get Yao into that singularity. So I'm thinking about it, but sides against it. They don't have the double TPs available to them. And Top Esports are just trying to make sure they don't get caught out. Need to stay as this 5-man unit now from now on.
Yeah, absolutely they do. Now, I don't know about you, but going back to the script conversation, obviously Rookie's first game here on the A-Soul. Falling behind, that was, you know, kind of stage one as a team. Flash from Beige one, flash from Flash. You take that from Esports right now. You want to disengage. You don't really want to stick around here for True's got Flash and ult. Do you really want to toy with that idea? Surely not.
Oh, they're looking for a flank though with Beishwan. He's over the side. He's going to find Jackie Love, who flashes away, tries to flash and dash.
Oh.
There's Hoya with so much damage. The sky may fall and Rookie may put out damage, but it means nothing. Chicken Little has nothing to do with this game. And Top Esports shove themselves away from the Baron. They tried to hard force it, and TT hard punish.
Yeah, I mean, Hoya just gets so much damage done. Remove Jackie Love from the equation. Thunder Trump's lightning.
Oh. Thought maybe yeah wanted to go for it, but they're not done just yet. Tien has got Smite. And they're going to try and jump onto him. Yeah, they're going to look for the fight. They're going to try and secure this one here. They actually get onto the decoy. And oh, it's all done its job. Top Esports shall survive the Baron. And that is exactly what they needed to do.
Getting a bit antsy there. Don't forget as well, there is that sort of, I don't think it's a true execute, but like you get added to the Stardust, and sometimes it feels like you get executed. But here's the replay. H1 goes super deep, even though there's the flash and a little bit of disruption, it doesn't matter because Hoya still makes it to the backline. But one thing I will say is you see how much damage is available to Rookie. He's running out of mana in this particular instance. Baron's being started. Turn.
They're looking for the fight, though, looking for the turn. Hoya can't get in on top of that one there. They're looking for the fight. And they've jumped onto him one more time, and Jackie Love is dead. Just as soon as he comes back, he falls down. Just go down. There's going to be the shuriken flip. And 3 more kills over to TT. Cup, just leave the Baron alone.
That's what I'm thinking. It's just so absurd, the decision making going on. Take a reset. Rookie was almost out of mana. Had enough gold for a needlessly larger odds. So it's so bizarre. Tien is likely going to go down here. The Rookie might just about save his life.
Well, there's a
Star will go wide.
And not much else to be done. A turret actually went down on the side lane.
I'm sorry, that looks funny.
And everyone just kind of gets themselves out. But a Baron with a minute and a half until Baron, or sorry, a Baron until a minute and a half until Dragon spawns. That's going to be Soul. And TT are looking to put down even more hurt on top of Esports. Have a look at this, because again, they opt in to try and take out Hoya.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just a bit bizarre. Like, you can kind of see, even in the HUD, a couple of the elements are just not there. Not available for the side of Top Esports, and these are crucial. Like, imagine you have a massive no Cyclone, no Star. It's a bit of a head scratcher. It is a bit of a head scratcher, and it is one of those moments where analysis can't really help. It's just a bit of a strange one, and Thunder Talk don't care if it's strange, don't care if it's wacky or bad. We'll just take the Baron happily, rub their hands together, and look to strip as much gold off the map as they can.
And I mean, with 30 seconds just over that till this next dragon spawns, you can see that, you know, TT smell blood in the water. They know that this is an opportunity. Double stopwatches being picked up there by Hoya and Hanfang. They've got the opportunity now to make this one work, and I mean, with the Baron giving them all the pride in bot, in mid, they don't even need to worry about top. Hoya will deal with it, but he's got TP. Rookie is going to have to try and dragonflight his way over here, because he's not going to be in a position to actually join this fight immediately.
I think the call is being made that they're just going to go over the Soul. Tien's on the top side. And you know what? I don't blame them. I don't think they're ready at all. I don't think they can fight 5 versus 5 right now. You can see the makings of it, you know, come to fruition.
So dumb.
Rookie,
sorry,
he's just out of tower range doing that.
It's so dumb. Like,
it is.
That
It is
shouldn't
very
be allowed.
It is very silly. But honestly, I like this call from Top Esports. This is a little more disciplined than the Baron call, and it makes a lot more sense than the Baron call. You can deal with an Infernal Soul, right? It's not nice. The proc is, you know, going to be meaningful in clumped up team fights, but I think just getting to a point where maybe JackeyLove makes it 3 items. Rookie's made it to his 3rd now. Even if you're a little bit behind, you know, there's a couple 1,000 eons behind Aurelion Soul. And it could be enough to turn around next Baron fight, next Elder, whatever it may be. And I think it's just going to be a better even footing situation than what we're seeing here, where if they try to take that fight, there'll be 2.5 items still on both JackeyLove and Rookie. Still down, dealing with the Baron buff stats as well, don't forget. Too much to deal with. So good discipline from Top Esports. Now Thunder Talk still looking to strip away what remains of the inner towers of TES.
Yeah, and look, I don't like to call people out, but I do think that we're looking at the woes of Top Esports. Not ending very just yet, like you mentioned, but I think we got to look at some of the, you know, the key players that we expect to carry, and I think JackeyLove 0 and 3, honestly, JackeyLove and Mark 0 and 7 kind of combined is just not it. You know, this guy is kind of touted as with Viper leaving. A lot of people were like, great, that the stage is set for him to be, you know, reclaiming his title as the best AD carry in the league. It's kind of set in stone. You know, Viper went off to, you know, back to his home region to see if he could maybe make something work there, and we're going to see a full engage now happening. Right over the solar flare. Has nowhere to go. He's going to have to flash. They do get the lightning. Cry does fall to get a nice little knockback. But Hoya tries to find something, but he gets knocked immediately. Qingtian was massive in that fight. Now Rookie seeing it over something. Hanfang though! He's looking for more. 1 goes golden. Maybe one more fight.
Rookie's one
more
shot,
bit of cooldown. 2, 3, looking for 4. Gonna be able to secure it. Not gonna be the Quadra, but TT's Hanfang is massive.
Oh, it looked so good for a moment for Top Esports, but they just try to bite off more than they can chew. Rookie now in a 3 versus 1. Way too long for the rest of his team to come back up, but the wave will get eaten. There's not really anything they can do about the singularity. So TT won't be able to end the game here. But scaling is almost online for Top Esports. TT, they have to be more careful about how they approach these team fights, because the AoE is still massive. And if Top Esports can stop Hoya from finding true backline access, you can see what they're capable of, but they just overreach. For Hanfang on the back end, the engage initially really good. If that ultimate comes down and locks Rookie in place, it's too much to handle. Look at this, knock up into Cyclone, Yao gets 1 shot. Hoya disengages good, and just finds himself in the middle of too many members. And you understand why Top Esports are moving forward here, but look at all... That is absurd. Absolutely insane. From Huang Feng. Great stopwatch as well to stop potential turnaround. And he just 200 years all over them. There's nothing.
I was going to say, Aurelia Sol may have aeons of time behind him, but you cannot beat 200 years of game dev experience. Aurelia is ripping through them right now. Has the GA finished up, so got maximum value out of that stopwatch, which obviously was broken now, but with 30 seconds until the Baron spawns, that's going to be the next point of concern. And top lane is the one that's down, so the best situation, I would argue, for top esports to be able to deal with the super minions coming in now, but they got to be able to deal with the vision control now, because you got to look at the Patreon level, meaning that he's going to have so much just innate value out of his stats. Just having those extra levels is huge for him.
Yeah, good call. Levels a lot more important than they used to be with the per level stat increases from the durability patch last year. Old numbers used to be 600. I think they're somewhere around the 1,000 mark now.
Yeah, I think the official math is like 953.2 or something like that.
Well, we'll see how much it matters.
Yeah.
TT, they're on this Baron.
Blind.
I don't think Xian can really get in.
No, he can't. Yukal gonna be able to show you flip his way out.
Should just play for Elder. Anyway, I think you understand why you'd always poke your head here, but just to play for the Elder. See what you can get done there, because Baron fight, lose the fight there with Baron buff minions and a bad wave in a spot for TES. Other talk will just end. That'll be really, really good for them. Especially with the supers pushing in the top side, just slightly closer in the mid lane. See Rookie just clearing away everything that he can. Seeing what he can find. He's got one measly large rod. I don't think he's got the gold, however, to make it to the death cap. If I had to wager a guess. But with the stopwatch, that could be crucial. That could be the game-turning ability, right? Stopping a Vi ult from coming through, stopping Hoya from getting a bunch of damage on top of you. Any one of these things would be crucial for him to reposition. And it feels like Rookie is the main point of damage now for top esports. It's definitely, not like Jackie Love is short on damage, but it just feels like he hasn't really been able to get himself to do it. Whereas the range that Rookie is afforded definitely helps him a lot more in these dive-in comp situations.
Yeah, definitely does. Now, what's the mark picking up the exhaust? I love picking against the Kennen. Always seems like it gives him incredible value against that slicing Maelstrom. But now you got to be able to think about it. Okay, if I use this exhaust super early and Huanfeng is still alive, that's a problem. That's an issue right now. But Elder, as you mentioned, is going to be the big point of contention here. Hoya keeping himself in mid lane, knowing he's got the Baron buff and he's got the flank angle. TT moving themselves back over and just trying to see it with the green and white guns. Plenty of range, plenty of damage available to Huanfeng, and a hell of a shield as well. Top lane's going to be pushing in very slowly. Bot lane's going to be pushing in as so. We're going to see multiple fronts here as Beishuan just looking to see if he can get on the backside of this one here. And remember, this is the Elder, but the longer this takes, the longer TES are putting themselves under pressure.
Yeah, exactly. Super's pushing in the top side. TT, you can see they know the good position they're in. They can just play this one out slowly. Goes crossed up in the top side by Qingtian.
Sean goes forward, doesn't land
They're on opposite sides.
Q. They're on opposite sides. Mark did not want that hook. Mark did not want that hook, and that is a TP from Hoya on the back end of this to see if he can maybe catch them out on the ramp. They're burning him towards it. They're looking for them, and Jackie Love is dead. The sky falls, but nobody else shall die. And TT found themselves a perfect move to make sure they caught everyone from Top Esports unaware. They get themselves 3 kills. Qingtian is going to be able to run away. Never mind, he dies on the offside of the screen. But now it's Rookie against the world, 2-0-3. And Nexus turret already went down. And you can see now they don't need the Elder. They can just end the game.
Yep, they can. 5 versus 1. Looks like the story of the game, to be honest with you, Rookie. Only one left standing. He'll do his best to try and clear away some of these waves. The Baron falls off, so Minion's a little bit easier to kill. He might find Hoya. He may not. Just going to die. Top Esports, they'll continue their series loss streak. And TT will gain parity with them in the standings at 8 wins now. And put themselves in a serious race for the top 4.
Yeah, I mean, This is massive scheme of the LPL right now. You're bringing in top esports to the likes of LNG, LG, and TT have kind of had us. They're not quite there yet. They still have that extra loss, but they are very much in with a shot of maybe getting top 6, maybe even top 4, like you mentioned. Huge moment there for this organization and for top. I mean, it's getting worse and worse and worse, but look, we'll talk about that in a minute because we got to celebrate how good TT looked today. They didn't panic. They let themselves get the advantages they need, and Huanfeng knew when he needed to be the carry, he's up.
Yeah, absolutely. And just capitalizing on an overstep from top esports at the end of the day. And if you outline the story of a lot of games here as a very emotional
means a lot, man.
TT.
Does mean a lot. It's a huge victory.
Yeah, it is. Hopefully you understand. Don't necessarily want to focus too hard from camera's perspective. Sometimes emotion doesn't always be on the front side like this, but you can see, like you say, how much for side of TT. And like you said, brings them into that top 4, brings them into that top 4 race now, where it is this massive mixer of Weibo, LG, OMG, and we'll see what they can get done. I think the rest of their schedule here for TT is, however, kind of tough and also not tough at the same time, because
they got a tough game and a not so tough game.
Yeah,
they literally play top and bottom.
Yeah, it's EDG and then it's anyone's legend. So it's quite literally going for first and last place.
Yep.
But toppling top esports here sets a good precedent for themselves. But EDG have certainly been ramping over the last couple of weeks and have looked like almost undisputably our strongest team right now in the LPL. But like, again, that argument of consistency, right? It's one thing to be bloody good. It's one thing to be bloody good all the time. And it's like EDG have met that mark quite well, whereas the teams right below them, LNG, I feel like still have a lot of very strong, decision-making tools in their arsenal as a team, but just not necessarily always beating everyone that they have to. And JDG, similar kind of deal, right? JDG have always kind of been that. Even if they fall behind, they'll always win the mid-game team fights. But we'll talk about those teams when we have to talk about those teams. For now, it's all about picking up the series win against top esports. And yeah, it's just got to feel like nothing but elation.
I mean, like even the turnaround time, like they just played on Monday. They lost 2-0. That was their second series loss and their second 2-0 loss in a row. Coming into today, like it was looking like it was going to be a pretty terrible run in until that last game. You're against BLG, you're against top esports, EDG. This win, you could see how much it means to them because it just gives you so much more breathing room in this playoff picture, because we're talking about it over and over and over again. But like even with a win, even on 8 and 6, you're not safe. That just gives you an opportunity to maybe kind of bring yourself forward. And look, Rookie, he tried his absolute hardest, but I mean, Huanfeng and Hoya were just not letting it go, and I gotta give a massive shout out as well. He probably won't get MVP, but Beishuan, with his engages, was just able to find Jackie Love time after time, constantly Jackie Love under wraps, and as you can see in the damage numbers, Jackie Love did nothing.
Yeah, Jackie Love just couldn't get the job done, and a lot of that comes down to the fact that Beishuan was focusing him so hard in those team fights. We mentioned in the draft, right, that like Vi was kind of found as that mid-year last year answer to not to Jackie Love, though Jackie Love steps forward so much that honestly Vi might just be a personal counter, but to Zeri, right? And it felt like, honestly, expect a different team, perhaps a slightly less disciplined team, to probably try and focus on the early, and that would make sense. But I feel like if you're able to consistently just remove one of the damage factors so quickly, it's just a 4v5 with one less damage dealer. So yeah, excellent stuff there from TT, and like you say, honorable mention there for H1 on that MVP.
Yeah, well, we're going to send it over for a winner's interview as Huanfeng is standing by.
Hello there, welcome to post-game interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Huanfeng, the ball laner for Thunder Talk Gaming. Congratulations on your 2-1 victory against the top esports. I know you have been experiencing maybe a little bit tough time, which is 2 losing streak. How did you guys manage to bounce back, especially against the top esports who ranked higher on standings than TT? 欢迎Huanfeng来到我们的赛后采访。恭喜 TT 2-1拿下了这场非常焦灼的比赛。虽然之前客观来说队伍有经历一波小小的2连败嘛。那么今天在面对到滔博的时候，你们做了哪些调整呢？毕竟他们的现在一个积分榜情况上也是比 TT 排名要高的。
调整的话就是我个人调整的话就是少管其他事情，然后管好我自己的事情就好，然后尽量听从教练和管理层的安排。
是管好下路的事情吗？你觉得？Actually, personally, I just, in terms of adjustment, personally, I just need to focus on balling and do my own things best, and don't overthink the things about other lanes, and just follow our coaches and our management. This is the kind of adjustment we have made coming to today's matchup. And I also want to touch on your own performance on Affiliates. 3 Affiliates games for you. I know you have mentioned that you really want to prove yourself on this champion. So what's your take on Affiliates performance for you on a scale of 1 to 10, especially in game number 3? 那么之前上回我们在英文流采访幻风的时候，幻风也有说到关于厄斐琉斯这个英雄嘛，你跟当时说，哎，我还是会选，一直选到可以把他打得很好为止。所以说今天3选厄斐琉斯，特别是第3局的表现非常出色，近乎超神的表现。1到10分的话，给自己今天的表现打几分？
我觉得厄斐琉斯这英雄是需要一个团队玩得好，这英雄才能显示出很多作用的。因为说实在的，我觉得厄斐琉斯很吃团队竞技。然后我给这里打分的话，应该中规中矩吧。5分。
Actually, on a scale of 1 to 10, I would like to give my performance a 5 point. And I do think Affiliates is a kind of champion who really dependent on your whole team. As long as your team perform well, Affiliates can also show the strongest strengths on these champions. It really depends on your whole team. And talking about something about game number 3, what was your team's communication been like when you saw your opponent picked Aurelian Sol as the last pick? And did you make some communication like, oh, we need to gank mid or the other things about this? 那么第3局的时候，最后一选对面是非常拿出了一个龙王的选项嘛。然后当时 TT 这边看到他们选到这个龙王的时候，有没有觉得，哎，我们可能需要去针对一下中路啊，或者是针对这个英雄的选项有什么沟通和调整吗？
龙王的英雄，我赛前就会问 Yuko 这什么技能，然后 Yuko 选手也会经常叫我们的打野和辅助一起去抓这龙王，因为这龙王很好抓嘛。
Actually, before this match, I talked to Yoko about this champion, so maybe in terms of his abilities or his summoner spell about this. And in game, sometimes Yoko called our mid laner, called jungler and other teams for help to gank Aurelian Sol, because I do think this is a really good champion. He can get gank easily on this champions. And a final question for you when it comes to patch 13.5, what's your take on Badu and Bali in terms of maybe the champion's priority or the synergy on Bali and in terms of Bali's role in this new meta? 今天是我们13.5版本的第1天嘛，幻风有没有觉得来到新版本之后，下路有个什么样的变化呢？就下路的角色啊，或者在游戏当中的一个重要性来说，
我觉得13.5更多出了很多英雄，就猫咪还有 很多 ADC 也会可以登场了嘛，我觉得现在下路大概就是往大河那方面走，就很少能选出工具人的那种 AD。
Actually, from my perspective, we will see there are more champions are available on Bali, like the Yumi support or the other things. I do think that those kind of really core AD champions who can carry the game will be popular. Maybe we will not see them maybe just like easy champions in order to make game. Maybe we need to pick the champions who really can carry the game in late game. And I also want to touch on your mentality of making the playoffs. 8 wins for you. How far do you think you can go? Are you confident of making playoffs with your squad? 那么最后一个问题，今天这场比赛之后 ，TT 这边来到了8胜，我相信这个结果对于大家观众也好、粉丝也好，都是很看好 TT 的一个成长的。你们觉得有多少信心能够闯入季后赛呢？
我觉得就对于我们目前春季赛来说，这是个还不错的开头。然后季后赛的话，我们大家一起往前面冲，应该会没什么，对，还是有机会的。
Actually, I think maybe we have a better chance of making playoffs with my teammates as long as we keep in a good form and try our best to do it. Maybe we can make it. Thank you so much for joining me. 谢谢幻风来到我们的赛后采访。Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Christina and Juan Fong. And I always love the little humbleness. We were just saying it when we were listening to the answers, like, oh, it's only like a 5 or 6 today. And it's just like, man, you didn't got like 12 kills. Like, what's the
Yeah, like what does if that's like a 5, it's like an average. What's a good performance to you, Hong Fang?
Yeah.
You know what does that mean? But
I mean, yeah, he gets the player of the game.
Yeah.
I mean, wasn't really. I lied. I undersold him. He got 13 kills.
What does a good performance look like? But yeah, I mean, very humble, very much. Even despite being at 8 wins now, and likely that being the finishing line, right? Barring some shenanigans with things like head-to-head, series, individual game win rates, etc. Still just remaining humble and saying, we're not out of the sticks yet. Just because we're at 8 wins, we still got EDG. Even with AL, which can take our time, it seems like seems to be the kind of vibe. But yeah, again, can't hear it enough how massive that is for TT, bringing themselves up into that mixer of 8 wins with everybody else and ensuring that hey, they keep themselves a ticket potentially for that 4th place runoff spot.
Absolutely, but you like how you brought up AL. So we're going to jump into our second series. We're not going to take a break. We're going to show you the picks and bans and try and catch up as soon as possible. As it is LNG versus AL, and already, okay, I see a Veigar, see a Thresh, a Felios on that bot side for LNG, and a Rumble. Rumble did pick up a couple of small little buffs there recently, so small in the grand scheme of things, but definitely feeling like a carry champion you to the top side.
Yeah, Rumble's buffs, if I recall correctly, how they were spoken to me, and I would have to go and double check in the patch notes, but the EMR shred,
you go for it.
The EMR shred now stacks, so if you hit a target with 2 electric harpoons, they just have 80% less MR. There is just
not 80%, but
is it multiplicative?
It's not quite multiplicative. So if you hit them with the first, it goes to 12%, but if you hit them with the second one, it's 24%. Yeah,
but in overheat.
In overheat, maybe. I'm not quite sure exactly how that interaction works.
Yeah, so it's something really ridiculous. Either way, the MR shred is crazy. And yeah, Rumble, generally, there are a lot of immobile carries in this meta, right? And we're in with 2 of them. Veigar, Aphelios, absolutely despise dealing with things like Rumble ult. And if you're, an old head to League of Legends, you recall how powerful, an old head, I mean, season 5, season 6. You remember how powerful Rumble used to be at the early Dragon skirmishes and at just making immobile champions' lives hell. So we'll see what ZZ can get done. And into a pick like Cassante, I would suspect it has a pretty decent laning phase. As Rumble often does into most melee champions, but...
I was going to say, Rumble tends to have a decent... And this is the thing with Rumble, like obviously you mentioned the historical kind of nature of Rumble, but see maybe a little bit of an engage in the spot side. I think it should be easy for Sword Art and Betty just to back himself away. But Rumble has always been known as this kind of like aim lane prowess that kind of slowly falls off a little bit later on into the game. When you start to get those super tanks like Cassante and Sion, those things that can, kind of just survive and, you pick up a or 2 magic resistance item on the rest of your team. Now, though, I would say that with the electric harpoon, getting that extra magic resistance shred, that becomes a much different conversation because he not only has incredible team fighting capabilities, but he's also going to be able to kind of stop whoever is tanking in front of him from being that ultra.
Yeah, and I mean, to be entirely honest with you as well, I feel like Rumble in today's sort of version of League of Legends compared to that of old, honestly, he scales like not only fine, that's a really nice death sentence, but he scales more into like the range of the enemy team more than anything, right? I feel like that's the big thing as League of Legends has continued to grow in the roster with it. It feels like, to me, a lot more range has been added to League of Legends. Also, range is valued a lot more by pro teams, usually. Smile. And that's where Rumble can feel and fall a little bit short, right? If he's not able to actually get on top of a target and lane spitter them to death, then he's just an equalizer bot, and sometimes equalizer can be very hit or miss, right? It's not a guaranteed to be strong ability. Sometimes you will just kind of just miss them up. So we'll see. In this kind of game, I feel like you could definitely struggle but still provide a lot of value, right? When you've got the diving power of Ahri, Wukong, plus the Rakan, getting locked down on top of an equalizer has to mean certain.
Absolutely. I could tend to agree with that. Just curious as well. We actually see footwork there for Zika. up in that top side. So saying, look, Grasp the Undying, I ain't buying it. I need sustain in this lane, otherwise I'm gonna die. So very curious to see him kind of rush towards that particular rune as the alternative. But you know, still works out, still does what it needs to be done, and yeah, got a little bit of resolve.
Still gets resolve, still gets the healing. Personally, as I said, I feel like Grasp it's just a fun rune. just stacking it, it's just a bit of dopamine, you know, extra permanent health. I feel like you can't really undervalue that, and I think generally it's still fine, it's just less of a laning rune now, right? I think that's a big point. And I will say, especially for a champion like Cassante, who actually values flat health almost over any other stat, to be honest with you. I'm surprised he's not on it, but also being in range to get anything by Rumble feels bad, and the additional bit of sustain is going to just keep him in front of Rumble's face for longer, so definitely understand it either way.
See if LNG can make something work here. Don't think so, because there's a ward. It's going to spot out Tarzan, and we'll say Tarzan has had probably one of the, I mean, it's hard to say one of his best splits because he is always so damn consistently good, but really does feel like he is on top form at the moment and doing so much to be able to create the advantages that LNG have done. And like we talked about, you know, LNG previous, you know, times gone have been seen as a little bit of a fraudster team, a team that haven't been able to, you know, make the results count right until the end. I will say they got very damn close in summer 2022. They almost made the gauntlet run and sadly did fall at the final hurdle, but it does feel like this is a little bit different now. With Scout here in the mid lane, Tarzan on the form of his life, it does feel like right now we are looking at a very, very powerful LNG. But oh, Flash to be burnt there as Swordar felt very aggressive. The Ignite comes down onto Hong, who keeps all of his summoners available to him. And while this is all happening, we do have the Ahri and the Wukong kind of taking away this dragon. So far, AL, like I said, they're out of playoffs. They are done, dusted, in the dirt. Not going to be having a postseason, but they're... I said this to you in the break, and I said this to you at the start of the day. I am so surprised when teams come out and they just have no pressure because they can just play the way they want to play.
Yep.
It's only early game. It's only 5.5 minutes, but I'm excited.
I will acknowledge that teams with no pressure often are the ones that make the upsets happen. But also...
versus RNG last split.
Yeah. Also, I just don't think it's going to happen. But maybe I'm the fool. No? Maybe I am. Hello.
Oh, Ignite. It's going to be a solo bolo. It is going to be a solo bolo. Tarzan wasn't there in time. We talked about that magic shred, and those harpoons are starting to do work.
I love how we both sat there. There was no play-by-play. There was no... We just sat there silently. Forget the job. We just had to watch that and let it happen.
Yeah.
That was so much damage from ZDZ. And I mean, what can you do? Like, you know, buffs on the E... a lot squishier if you get hit by that ability, and the overheat into those empowered auto attacks. It's just really well managed as well, the spells coming out, because you'll see it's E into Q plus the R, right? And that is the maximum DPS combo that you can get. Even though he does miss a harpoon or one of those harpoons, you can still see Zico just can't do anything. He doesn't have to stand up to that. And ZDZ finds himself a solo kill. We'll see if he can snowball. That's the crucial thing in a matchup like that, as Zika now has a little bit more magic resist to work with. But Merc Treads, at that point you're only really working with the flat, you know, MR that you get, just 25 plus the movement speed. It's not really much about the tenacity.
Again and again, we're seeing more and more kind of answers to the Cassante, and I do like that we are seeing it. We do have a Lantern. Ward did not go down in time. It will be killed as well. Unfortunate. But again, I like that we're seeing answers into the Cassante. Because when first released was just straight up a blind pickable, and also just so powerful that you could not only blind pick it to be safe, but you could blind pick it because it was the best thing on the meta. Right now, we are seeing plenty of things that are doing a lot more to deal with that kind of a setup. As we can see, another Lantern get called out. A cleanse there, use Flash. Oh, that's a great play from Hong. Really, really well done now, as we can see. Maybe Pin Z moving forward does, however, know that there's somebody in the brush. And LP keep alive. Great move there from Hong. Really, really well done there to make sure his AD carry does not go down.
Everyone really did their part there, from top to bottom. LP defends the ignite, Lantern out, Hong stopping the engage from the Wukong. And I've got to say, really nice intuition from Pinji as well. Just to kind of second guess that Tarzan might be in that bush, as I say that and praise him.
Oh, good flash! Good flash there, and now Tarzan having to use his own there. Scout just kind of sitting in that mid lane. This is the thing, the Vigar's good. Betty, hello.
Well, once he skates in, he's kind of
yeah, there. I was gonna say, like, he's just kind of there, but flashes and summoners being burned left, right, and center, but nobody going down. It's still only a 1-kill game, and it's ZDZ honestly is delighted with this because it means he gets to keep farming.
Yeah, ZDZ, 80 CS. 84, actually, really close to perfect CSing. I think he's probably only missed around 6 or 7 creeps. Math serves me right. I can't remember what the perfect CS numbers are anymore.
I know a while ago, I think it was like 2018. Obviously, the game is very different to what it was 5 years ago. Someone did do a spreadsheet of like what perfect CS means in each lane and stuff like that. So you get as good as you can. If you see the Moonlight Vigil coming out, that's going to be Sword Art taking a fair bit of damage. As Eddie and Sword Art might be a little bit of lightning. Hong is tanking the turret. He's going to force the flash away. They will get the kill. And Sword Art, the only one who didn't burn his flash in the last thing. Actually, neither of the supports losing their flashes means they are able to get themselves out. So good response here from LNG as they start to find themselves a little bit of roam pressure with this Veigar.
Yeah, really well executed dive there. And I think it was just a reset timing off the back of Pinji, where Scout just has the opportunity to move down, and everyone, again, and LNG teamwork is making the dream work right now. Oh, stopping a lot of the play from crew, but also finding their own on that dive. Really well done.
We'll go back into this and kind of see where everyone is kind of going. Like, you know, ZDZ is going to be getting up to his, I imagine it to be the Dark Harvest. Could maybe go for the Proto Belt, but as a Rumble aficionado myself, I do tend to prefer the Dark Harvest
item. Or do you mean like the actual rune? You want him to go?
Oh, sorry, the Dark Harvest item. Sorry, I definitely call it Dark Harvest as the rune.
Like Night
Harvester?
Bad. You talking about
Night Harvester? Yes. So I was just like,
okay.
wait a minute, this sounds incorrect in my head, but I'm gonna keep going.
It's okay. it's what I'm here for, right? That's
yeah,
why
you keep me on the straight and narrow. That's why we pay you the big bucks.
Wait, you're getting paid? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But
this isn't a voluntary broadcast. What are you talking about?
Oh,
imagine. That'd be so. What a twist.
What a twist.
Yeah.
What's that from?
That is Robot Chicken.
Robot Chicken? Wow.
That is Robot Chicken. I know that because I used to quote it all the damn time. Because when everyone was like watching Family Guy and South Park and stuff, I was watching Robot Chicken because I was hipster as hell.
There you go.
That's what I was doing with my time. But yeah, not quite the twist we were looking for. As you can see, AL looking fairly decent to now set themselves up for a little bit of an early soul. Got themselves the second dragon of the game. Even have the Rift Herald as well. So in terms of the neutral objectives, they are the ones coming out on top. Yes, it is only a couple of 100 gold lead, but it is still looking very good. I was just about to say you do not want to do that, and thankfully his Spidey sense ticked in.
That would have been like the most hilarious like anti-cast curse ever. Oh, things are looking pretty good for AL, 2 dragons. Oh, and they've been donated another kill. How excellent is that?
Fantastic.
Yeah, great.
Oh, wow, stunning.
Well, yeah, like you've mentioned, AL, no pressure. They're up 2 dragons. They're sat very comfortably, Ashin. Is that -1? Did you get that? I wasn't.
I have to look at the replay.
Yeah.
This is where I wish we had our own on so you can see now. LP forced the cleanse as the ignite did come out and the quickness. So getting a 2-for-1 deal there, but the rest of AL were moving themselves down towards this bot side. Gonna drop down Shirley and Scout. Scout! Not where you need to be. Does have Zhonya's, so he goes into the broken stopwatch stasis, but flashes are going to be enough. I don't know. That Moonlight Vigil is decent. They're going to fully commit onto this. Tarzan has to go first. He wanted to make something happen, but the health bars are too healthy, and no one's got really any damage to go from.
Donates his life over to the play. It's the Herald charge is what brought everyone down here. Just collapse on Scout. Fortunately, had that stopwatch, I think from runes, it activates at 14 minutes, but the kill he got earlier gives it to him now. And they just have vision on him, so they know where to go once they put the Herald down. Charm connects really well, predicted by Pinji. and where the pathing would be. Stopwatch comes out, lock up, well timed, the flash away comes out. I feel like through like visual burst, like almost mentally baits Tarzan into thinking, yeah, this is a good team fight. It just wasn't, and AL handed another kill. They have themselves 2,000 gold lead, so they're sitting pretty alright for them.
Tell you, man, it's the pressure off. No pressure, no problem. For LNG, honestly, like this is a huge match for them. Like they are still in the hunt for top 2. That would get them into an immediate double elimination. Would honestly, I think, be their highest regular seasons finish in ever, I believe. And you're still fighting JDG. You know, you're playing your game in hand now. JDG are 10-3, you're 9-3. JDG are on plus 14 game distance, you're on plus 12. So you need this win, and you need to be a 2-0 in order to kind of really put pressure on that. And even looking at the rest of their games, they've got a couple more left, but they're, you know, it's AL, then it's IG. You know, we've question marks about that team. Ultra Prime, LGD. 3 of your last 4 games are against non-playoff caliber teams. I will say LGD definitely not going to be the easiest of markers to kind of take down. They've looked fantastic in recent form, but this isn't something that you need to be kind of, you know, having this moment now. I do think that AL are definitely looking a little bit stronger. They're looking a little bit faster to the mark, and they're just pulling the trigger every damn time. They just look good.
Snap engagement, so powerful. And it just feels like LNG are a little bit lackadaisical to this game almost. It's the approach they're taking. It's just really, really slow. And I mean, it's one of those hard things to take on, because at the end of the day, pseudo nature of their comp is just that, right? Or Felios.
A lot of scaling.
They've got Veigar. There's just so much scaling, right? So all we can really do is just sit here and praise AL for finding the opportunities that they're finding, right? Solo kill on the top side, eventually lead to this tower dropping on the top side of the map. Really well played there. Soldat will not get caught out by that cage. Just doing what they have to on the map right now. They'll likely prioritize that Herald in a minute or so after the next dragon. As that is where I expect anyone's legend will put their focus down on, as Tarzan just doesn't really need to be on these Raptors, so we'll back away. Or not. Snile.
No.
No, he doesn't want to. That's
what
okay.
a twist.
What a twist, yeah.
But yeah, again, it's just kind of slowly making things work. Having and AL are very happy with this. They have a 3,000 gold lead, just a little bit underneath it. First down across the board, the Immortal Shield Bow, in my opinion, gives you a little bit more kind of, you know, stats in terms of the little things compared to the Bloodthirster. And I will say, even then, like, LP's not going anywhere near his mythic for the next while. Like, he's going from Bloodthirster into what looks like an IE, so not going to have the double shields available to him. And now at a TP mid, we're going to see a lot of pressure put in towards this dragon, and cleanse used by the spellbook of Pinzi.
Cleanse up means that you can just get a little bit more aggressive, walk through a hook, a cage, whatever it may be. But this is ZDZ's power point. Get Boots, Night Harvester, level 11, upgraded damage on that ultimate. So choke control, really big deal. And LNG also have to not, they just can't bunch up. Cannot bunch up at all. They bunch up, they'll get one shot. Snap engage has been so quick from AL. And I think on top of an equalizer, it'll be even faster.
ZDZ needs to back away. He goes back into the equalizer. Hung gets in a little bit. Half his HP. ZDZ in a lot of trouble there, but Tarzan is not able to finish off the damage. Thresh goes down, but you can see there with the Veigar just kind of pushing forward. Double kill coming in here for Scout. 3-0-0. And that could be Dragon here now for LNG.
4 versus 5. We praised how AL have been really good on the snap engages, but Betty wasn't at this affair. He just wasn't at the party. LNG, all the tricks. They know they can find TDZ. Xiaohao, like you say now, at the side, Cage is in the zone. Is it enough time though?
I don't know. They're going to look to try and burst it out now. They can see it go down. It spikes too early because it ends up resetting. Tarzan wanted to go for the fight, and the dragon ends up getting neither. Now we're going to see the cleanse being used straight away. Xiaohao gets his decoy over the side. Betty trying to just pipe this one out, and will do so. But a third dragon, Earth, Wind, and Fire for AL. And they are looking like they're going to have another big fight in 5 minutes' time.
Oh, that is so unlucky for Tarzan. I just kind of feel bad, but it will pay out. The first part of the fight definitely didn't. Equalizer comes in to try and slow down the approach here, but yeah, ZDZ still out. So doesn't manage to bring Hong with him. turns into a 4v3. Sword Art gets knocked back and dies to damage, but again, like, Mage wasn't here. He simply was not here. It's now the 3 versus 4 situation. It's just this dragon resetting. And one thing I would like to know as well, though it isn't really highlighted in the HUD, is that the smite was upgraded to challenge. So this was a weighted smite fight. He had 1.2k, Tarzan only had 900 either way. But the reset, definitely a little bit solid.
Definitely, and the thing is, yes, you lost the fight, but you didn't really lose anything after that. But now we might see a little bit more. There's a flash there for ZDZ. Hung used himself over the wall, gets himself the box down, and you flash after that point. I feel like that's ZDZ being a little bit muscle memory there with that, trying to make the most out of nothing. But now 4-0-0 onto this Veigar. I mean, Scout, we talk about late game scaling. He's huge. He's already got himself fully stacked up. He's going to have his Zhonya's in no time at all.
Yeah, going to have that Zonya in just no time at all. Roa's about to be stacked in a minute's time. Not a bad game for Scout at all at the moment. He's going to find PNG as well. No Primordial Burst, but the Cape's going to force the flash and the cleanse return. I mean, so it's okay.
Spellbook is good. Spellbook is decent, you know. That's why we see it being picked up by mid laners and top everyone, to be honest with you, who can. It's a very powerful summoner that can get you out of bad situations. But now Betty's getting a little bit more online. He is going a little bit more traditional with the Zeri build, going for that big team fight one. This is something I think Betty has been doing almost exclusively on the Zeri, is that he doesn't really feel like he needs to go for the Navori quick blades or anything like that. He goes straight for the Runans. He knows that he's going to have to be a team fighter, and that's what he wants to do.
Interesting take, I will say. I'm not really much a number cruncher. You know, I let the guys that work the spreadsheets do that. I'm curious on what like the return is, like, you know, the output at the end of the day. Quick blades were nerfed. Not enough on the next patch. Not this one. Oh my god!
I mean, I don't know numbers, but
you know what? It's fine. Runans is good. You know, I didn't even get to toss to you for yeah, that was just LP getting one shot. And AL will probably look towards the Baron now with one of the damage dealers dead, but the other damage dealer in Scout is still up and available. He's level 14 now, leveled up from the Roa.
2 levels ahead.
Yeah.
This is difficult. We'll take it fairly quickly here as a rumble on your TNC going forward. Does not land anything, but there's a good hook there on the Sword Art. It's not really the target you want. They're jumping on the Betty, who flashes away, and they do get this area on the back end. The Baron, the secret 6th man of LNG, does finish off the AD carry, and without that extra bit of AD damage, it's not really an objective they can go for, and more summoners are burned with a minute 20 till this Dragon Soul.
Yeah. I just need to see it again. No analysis, just numbers. It's clipped by the charm. You can see as well, Zika's doing his best to try and body block everything he can, but it's not quite enough. You can see just touching the equalizer for a second, 400 HP, or 350 just chunked out of you. And it's just going to continue to get harder and harder to deal with that. And I'm not actually sure. Did LP go Gale? No, because he's got PT, so he can't even Gale Force off the...
Yeah. Hong has been exceptional so far this game, but so to say maybe getting caught out would not be the ideal situation, as Sword Art and PNZ just kind of sneak themselves into this brush. Zika says stand out of the way as he jumps into the W of the Zeri, but they're just kind of waiting right now because they know there's 20 seconds of this Dragon. And LNG have not presented themselves very strongly towards this objective, so it is just going to be a little bit of a poke moment, as you can see there. Q's being thrown there by PNZ.
This choke is so difficult, and honestly, I feel like Infernal, unironically, might make this a bit more difficult for LNG, because it's just an extra choke that they have to walk through. The rotation's going to be good though. Sword Art isn't going to get ulted by Tarzan yet. So that's nice, but at the very least now LNG have made it into the river, which is good. But yeah, again, Sword Art has the quickness. There's the engage.
They're gonna jump on the PNZ for the moment. The charm does land. That means the equalizer will come out on the Scout. Loses about 2/3 of his HP, but that's 2 big ultimates no longer available for AL. Dragon resets. That's big for LNG. You can see Sword Art really wants this fight, and they're gonna find it now immediately. Flash into the quickness as All Out is not gonna do anything. LP will die. He flashes in vain, and LNG will lose the soul. And it looks like they're losing control of this game.
Yeah, the only thing that LNG are all out of is options right now. Anyone's Legend are going to pick up the Infernal. Oh, and I think too many stats now. Baron up and available for Anyone's Legend to go and collect as well. Maybe Scout makes a miracle happen. He's got Smite. Now, see, the issue is he doesn't have Smite flat. I think he had Smite. He might have swapped over after the fight happened. So he's not going to make it into the pit unless there's a Blast Call. Nope, okay.
Nope.
Hung teleportation device in. Give him the ladder. Get him in.
Oh my god.
Get him in.
Oh
Wait,
my god.
oh,
I wanted it so bad.
my God.
I wanted it so bad. It was almost there. The Baron actually stopped Spin Z from getting his resets off. And now he might be in a hell of a lot of trouble. Never mind. He's taken a weird and wonderful journey. But he's now got himself one dead. Maybe even two. This could be devastating for AL. But look at Betty. He's still putting out the damage. He's against 2 carries. They for their Barons. Oh, Jamada, I wanted Smite to happen so bad.
Oh, man. Like, it was just about to be Thresh Airways right into the Baron pit, but they just see it's at 2.4k. They don't feel like they can really get through that much damage. The Smite as well. Now, I can't remember how the new Smite interactions work with Spellbook, admittedly, but I know at a point, it changes over to being that 1.2k. So the flashiness to get vision with the Death Sentence on the Baron, see it's at this mark. I guess the split decision call is that they just can't burst it, right? If it's at like 2.4, 2000, 1.8, anything lower than where it was, they would have maybe committed for that. As a commentary, like you said, Pinji kind of doesn't manage to get the resets of the Baron rather knock up, but the re-engage is excellent. Scout at the very least able to pick up a kill on the back end and strip away an extra Baron buff from one of the members here from Anyone's Legend.
I mean, Scout just foregoing his Zhonya's right now, seeing, look, I'm not dying, and I've got a crap ton of gold, and I'm going to be doing damage. So he's got himself a Void Staff to try and build into what I imagine a Death Cap next. This is where the game starts to get a little bit funky here for LNG. Need to be able to hold off this Baron push for another minute 20. Gonna lose this top tier 2. That's fine though. As long as your base doesn't crack, you're still in a decent position. And Infernal Soul doing excellent work here to try and make sure that AL can just keep everybody away. And I will say Sword Art has been fantastic on these flank engages, really in position to make sure that every single time LNG look to try and go for an engage, he is there to counteract it.
Doing an excellent job. All in all, Anyone's Legend. And will the meme ring true? Old LNG losing to last place Anyone's Legend. We did say, God, that at the end of the day, no pressure. What was it? No problems, I believe.
Yeah, no pressure, no problems.
So
no pressure, no playoffs, no pressure, no problems.
a lot
it
of
rings
no's.
true, man. It rings true.
It does ring true. It just feels like a sport thing, doesn't it? It's not even really bound to esports. It's just like team with nothing to lose, stripping away like championship potential, like
why I'm
shots
terrified of the England-Ireland game this weekend.
Now
I
don't follow rugby.
Really?
So
England are terrible.
They bad.
Yeah, they lost like 58-10 to France at home last week. So, yeah, it's a tough one.
Aren't England like traditionally?
Yes,
like,
very good.
So whilst we have a moment to breathe, rugby talk for like 20 seconds for the 3 people in Twitch chat that I can know about. Okay,
woo! Go on, Twitch chat rugby mods.
Are they just like in a trough right now where like some of their like strong legacy players have just and like some of the new players are coming in, or
it's kind of like they're in this weird transitionary period where there's a lot of like older players that are at the end of their life cycle, but they're not quite done. Not even past their prime. They're still good, but you're kind of looking to the future rather than actually like, you know, trying to figure out, you know, if you were to put out your best team on paper, it wouldn't be some of the new guys, but then you kind of need to play the new guys, and it's not really working out, and they don't really know. They actually just swapped their coach out because it wasn't really working, so it's a lot. I will tell you, though, Ireland are #1 in the world, ranking-wise, and it's a World Cup year, so the World Cup's in France. I'll be going, and I'm very excited. Ireland has never made it past the quarterfinals, and I'm really hoping we beat that this year.
Me too, man. Me too. You know what? Yeah, sure. I hope you,
You
guys
know
beat it
what?
as well.
You're all right. You're all right.
Hey, man. You
Very
can't.
prideful
you
when
can't
it comes to rugby.
Yeah, that's okay.
We're a very small island nation of 5 million. But actually, we're technically 7 million because Ireland is also inclusive of Northern Ireland in rugby terms. But they don't use the Irish tricolour. They use a specific Irish rugby flag when they play.
Right.
Yeah, and we don't do the
cool.
Irish national anthem either. We do a specific Irish
Irish,
rugby
like,
anthem.
Oh.
Yeah, it's called so, yeah, it's very inclusive. Very nice kind of setup. But speaking of setup, 30 seconds till Elder Drake spawns. And tell me how this one's got to go down. LG got to win this.
Yeah. I think if LNG lose this dragon fight, they probably lose the game.
He's fine for the moment. You look at the equalizer, but that's an incredibly short cooldown at this stage in the game, though.
Yeah, if you remember, when Rumble came into the jungle role, that ultimate cooldown was buffed significantly. He's not quite level 16, so it's not insane, but already a core of the way through. So AL can just play slow. They'll be alright, but in that mind, LNG go forward now.
They go in. Pinzito stops everyone from moving in on top of the AD carry, but there we go. We can see that Cassante finds his mark. They've traded his support for a mid laner and an AD carry. As you can see now, it's all on LP, but he hasn't got his mythic. He's just not got the damage right now. This 2-item build just ain't it. And he's going to be forced all the way back. You can see him flashing away, but that's Elder going over to AL. And honestly, they can Elder, they can Baron, they can probably end the game.
Yeah, and I think the other crucial thing is LP was stuck on red-purple that entire game fight. Not able to dish out the DPS that he really needs to then. 92 items. Just not the best situation to be at. Tarzan is beelining down here. Oh, he's actually... He's going to be here in time, but I think he's going to be zoned away.
Equalizer, yep, he needs to try and go for something. They know it's game over if he doesn't get this dragon, or at least the fight afterwards.
LP.
There's one, so there's not going to be one.
Hey.
LP doing some
Hold
real
on.
big work right now. Red, white, let's fight, and you don't want nothing of this. Zeri is coming back, Betty is alive. But LP finally finding the right guns. I love that you made highlights of that because you can see just how powerful it is when he gets the right ones. There's a hook, it's going to stop Pinzy from resetting. And it means they get more time for Tarzan to respawn.
I can just imagine, like, in the comms with AL, they're just like, LP, he's using, run away. he's got the gun.
Oh my god. But look, LNG, they needed that. I think Tarzan made the right call of going in on a bit of a suicide mission because that gave them now the time to get this back to a 5v5.
Yeah, ZZ is dead as well. He doesn't have teleport, so he's got to walk all the way back here. He is one of the big team fight, points for anyone's legend. So LNG could just beeline it down here. They've got Scout and coat on the dragon already. Pull it out a bit. I mean, this is your only chance. If you don't get this dragon, you just lose the game, so you have to flip this.
Here we go. They're going to look for the flash in and land on the LP, but he immediately fences it away. They're going to try and jump onto Betty. Scout is dead. Sordar's trying to do something. LP, though, is still putting in work. ZDZ has joined in. The equalizer is solid, but it's only going to tickle down these health bars. ZDZ wants to do a little bit more. He is pushing forward. The hook will go completely wide. Zika getting caught out now, and LP is dead. They won't lose anything else off the back of this, and never mind, they will. They'll lose Zika as well. It looks like AL are done with this. They don't want to flip over the Elder anymore. They want to end the game.
Yeah, they've got a minion wave to work with. 4 versus 5. Support in the jungle. Tarzan and Hunk just do not have a wave clear. And you expect anyone's legend should be able to end this one out. Tarzan will see what they can do, but this should just be signature at the bottom. There's no small print. It's just a game 1 victory. And with no pressure, no playoffs, it's no problem. And anyone's legend will secure the first game here in this series.
It means LNG will not be able to equal out JDG for the moment. Haven't lost the series just yet, but they have lost the first game. And AL looking so much strong in this particular game, honestly, than they've looked all split long. And I do think that the Rumble helps a lot. Definitely seems to have caught out Zika by surprise on more than one occasion. And that equalizer doing so much to do more than just equalize for the side of AL.
Yeah, namesake, ultimate gameplay, and LNG, they need to collect themselves, shall we say, and do it damn quick, because losing to anyone's legend is not exactly something that myself or many people had on their
I
bingo
did.
cards.
I
Oh,
did.
you did? Well, you did.
I
Okay.
did.
All right, buddy. All right. We get it. But, you know, falling behind the pace on this top 2 race and, you know, worse to anyone's legend would just be a bit of a blow to, you know, pride, I guess. Especially when, like you mentioned, the remainder of their games are, you know, mostly playoffs hopefuls, teams in the mixer, right? That's about it. I think IG, LGD is one of the teams. I can't remember the third. But anyone's
IG,
legend.
LGD, and I believe it was Ultra Prime.
Ah, okay, there you go. So, like, you know, these are teams that they should realistically all be beating, right? IG obviously have their very big mojo days, so I'm not going to say that would necessarily be a confirmed victory. But the other 3 teams, you know, LNG have typically kind of dispatched these guys very, very easily as we're flying through all of the post-game, trying to catch up to live. Of course, Pinji will get MVP for this one. Makes sense. Just kind of did his job. Was very hard to catch. Only died once. Couldn't lock him down and was consistently finding charm after charm to set up for Sword Art, to set up for Chow Hao. I forgot the champion's name for a second. To do what that composition did, which was snap engage and blow up the first target they could, creating numbers disadvantages for the side of LNG. This time around, slightly different kind of draft. Definitely a lot less on the side of snap engage.
This draft, though. I love this Renata right now. You look at everyone on the side of LNG, they are going in aggressively on you. The Renata mitigates that completely.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for LNG, between the Vi, the Rakan, you know, of course, the Cassante also wants to get in that mix as well. Renata's pretty high value here with the Aphelios.
We are live.
We are live. We're not even going to sit 2 minutes behind. Just double check on everything. Nothing looks out of place. No summoners are burned.
And Zika's decided fleet footwork ain't it. I'm going back to the grass.
Go back to grass. I mean, look, right? I'll say it like this. Personally, I feel like if you're laning well anyway, why not just take the extra damage from grass and the permanent health stat, right? If you think about it like this, for every, I think, 3rd stack now, you're getting, you know, 25% of the value out of that rune compared to what it used to do before in terms of damage. It's just the heal that used to definitely feel good. Tilt trades a little more in your favor. But frankly, again, Cassante, in my mind, he actually values the flat HP almost the most, right? You're shedding all of the resists pretty much when you press your R key. Take the permanent health. That's it. I've even, not to me, you know, casters talking about solo queue, me, old meme. But even like in the sort of unfavorable matchups, this is very clever pathing from Tarzan if he goes for it. And that's an even smarter ward from anyone's legend as well. Going something like Anatomy just for this flat stack on the HP. Good chain, scout. Not enough damage. Honestly helps you win those 1v1s. So, yeah. Grasp, anyway, point is, permanent health stacking, it's good. Do it. That's it. Rant over. Grasp is good. Machine. Oh god, am I alone? Alright, well, I think we've lost the machine.
I'm muted because I
you
had
muted!
to
Oh my
sneeze.
god, you had me! Alright.
I'm so sorry, I muted. I had to sneeze.
Okay.
I'm terrible with that. I'm awful.
You got me good. You got me good.
But yeah, no, it's apologies for scaring you. I'll never leave your side again, Janata. But yeah, like again, it's kind of coming down to how these teams want to interact with the the different styles and different ways they want to try and like build this one right now. As you can see, sort of, it's so upsetting. He went over so many times, but it just wasn't able to make it happen. But again, like the grass just feels like it's the better one for Zika, just to be able to, as you say, constantly stack if you're going to go into late game scaling and kind of looking for those. The big thing I wanted to say as well is that like the Renekton seems to be just one of these LPL that no matter where the world probably ranks him, he is just always such a powerful pick because it gives you the early laning phase. Because it gives, even if you don't come out with a kill or not, it gives you the opportunity to, and that can be huge for AL here if they can really work out with Xiaohao and CDZ to figure out how this combination can work.
Yeah, exactly. LS hates him. Find out your free hack to winning the top side of the map, usually. Yeah, I don't know. It is just an LPL special, isn't it? even in metas where sometimes it feels like he can be a little bit redundant, shall we say. Here will always find a way to make him work. Here we'll give up this dragon on the bottom side of the map just off the reset timers, so really well played there by LNG. As they return back. And we'll see whether or not the dragon stacking will go in their favor this time, as NG comically dashes forward and breaks everyone's ankles and then comes back in for the chain.
I mean, he might be able to find Scout here as well. They are looking to try and see if they can get an engage, flash in, but the hero grand entrance, I should say, not going to be able to get anything there as Xiaohao does flash away. Sword Art was there, but I will say Renata has a lot less impact of joining in on a fight like that than a Rakan. In the bot lane, we just see the AD carries happy to juke it out underneath their own turret.
Exactly. Really nice exchange there in the mid lane. Xiaohao, no flash now. We'll see how that impacts his ability to make some team fight plays happen, and specifically, of course, that Herald in a couple minutes' time. Hong, especially with Xayah in the game, you have to recall, obviously over the years, they've really stripped away the power of the duo innately. But specifically what they have kept is that dash range. Dash range quite long, so as long as LP is kind of playing almost like an anchor, I suppose, for Han, well, that flash will always be alright.
As long as he's there, he should be totally fine, but we'll see if that Rakan thing, and again, this is something that's coming back into meta a little bit. We're seeing the Rakan, again, specifically in the LPL, kind of having a bit more priority, a bit more of a flash in the pan to say, look, this is something that we feel can do a lot more. And I will say, having hard engaged supports back, even if it is only in my own region, it just feels good, man. I love hard engaged supports because it means we get team fights and actual. You know, I'm sick of the Heimerdingers and the Ashes. Get them out of my league.
Yeah, agreed. I feel like we are past that. Mostly the LPL, like, you know, LPL has always been known for Norless, Leona, Blitzcrank on occasion.
When it tickles their fancy.
If it tickles their fancy, as it were. Thresh, of course, as well. Can't forget the OG king of Do It All, as is this red buff going to get stolen? Or is Xiaohao just going to die?
Xiaohao might die because he's got nowhere to go and he's got first blood on his head. So there's going to be transfer of buffs and a nice kill there for Tarzan linking up with Scout.
Yeah, really well played. But like you say, going back to it, outside of LNG just making a really smart map movement with the information at hand, I feel like kind of going back to these engaged supports, generally pretty good. And of course the death of the AD carry in the support role playing a massive part in that. And specifically I think with Rakan as well, kind of being tutored, as it were, by Orcs, the support master himself. Rakan really suffers into like most Enchanter matchups, right? You get really poked out. It's more about those later game team fights, and I think with, you know, a lot of engage options, he does fine. Like, he just kind of cruises by a lot of those lanes. I think now that the ADs are formally removed from the support role, Rakan specifically can actually get to play the game in the early stages, because that was what he got punished by the most. Because Rakan is kind of a weird middle ground between could be an Enchanter with the heal and the shield, but also, of course, the engage option is just so powerful that he kind of wants to be a bit of a jack of all trades, but isn't really a master of any, per se. Of course, the engages are game-changing nonetheless. Yeah, hopefully we'll continue to see a little bit more Rakan in the meta as we shift here in the LPL back to those engaged support.
And I will say, in terms of international success, I think the LPL definitely does better when it's an engaged support meta.
Oh, yes.
Definitely feel like we have a little bit more to give. I honestly think that we have some of the best supports in the world. Like, obviously, Keria exists. Not going to take away from that man, that absolute monster that is in the T1 support role. But definitely think of quite a few names here in the LPL that I'd be like, yeah, definitely some of the best, if not, you know, top 2, top 3 in the world. But now LNG looking to see if they could maybe go for a little bit of an engage up on this top side. As ZDZ going to get engaged upon as the all-out comes in. He gets knocked back a little bit. I actually think that was a little bit early because kind of kept him away from the Vi.
I don't even think it was early. I think he just... I don't like to criticize players flatly, but that was just a bit awkward. He had Q3, he was standing in front of him, knocking back towards the brush. It's just a bit strange. He opts for the all-out. I guess he's just looking for the angle, but I feel like there's not necessarily a need in that particular instance when ZDZ is on your face. Maybe anticipating that he'll dodge out of the way. Hard to make the call. Very hard to make the call, but the execution falls flat. And unfortunately, the side of LNG, they won't find that pick. And now we've actually got a lane swap situation where we're going to see Betty take a whole bunch of places. He's got red and white. Chakram so good at trading the tower. Also still has the red gun. Severin. Pretty sure it's Severin. Or the EQ as well. So a lot of DPS is going to come through. Herald will also aid in getting this tower. So really, really clean lane swap here by Anyone's Legend to effectively secure a full tower worth of gold here onto the affiliates.
I mean, massive as well, considering you looked at where the item parity was. It wasn't really there, to be honest with you. But second dragon does go over. I hope to LNG. Should be able to secure it with a smite. There it is. But maybe thinking if ZDC could get there on time, it could have been a bit of shenanigans. But yeah, again, like keeping the gold in their favor. Yes, you're 2 dragons down, but you're definitely going to be equal on the old items when the next dragon spawns in 4 minutes and 30 seconds. So keep an eye out of where exactly everything's going to be going here now for LNG. They need to be a little bit more proactive, and they have been a better setup so far, but definitely not looking as crispy clean as I would probably hoped or wished for them to be. And with Sword Art level 6, you now have access to that hostile takeover. This is going to be difficult to fight now at the next few engages.
Absolutely will be. I think as the game progresses as well. Just gotta be careful of chokes, right? That's all it really is. I feel like LNG though, comp to comp, kind of prefer theirs a little bit more. It does a little bit of everything. Go back and move forward. I think into the champions, Anyone's Legend are sporting when you're not getting a lead, which you need to force engages off like this.
I mean, the feathers fly. Yeah, they're gonna let them come back a little bit as well. Ignite goes down. Don't burn any summoners, but you do burn 2 big ultimates from the Lovers duo in the bot lane. As he's sitting on a ward. Sword Art might feel confident to go for this, and he does! Hong has to flash. And that's now the summoner's burn that they were looking for.
Well played, Anyone's Legend. Just using that information of the ward as... now Sword Art's going to have to use his flash. An eye for an eye.
Gentleman's agreement.
Yeah. A handshake, if I may.
Oh, like what you did there. You know, you know.
Yeah. I'll be here all...
I hope you're all split, to be honest. I mean, we're totally honest. I'm enjoying having you here, but if you have to leave, you have to leave. I'm not going to stop you. But, yeah, we'll come and see where this next kind of engage is going to be, because it's 2 minutes till the Rift Herald spawns. It's 3 minutes until the Dragon spawns, so... Where do you want to see LNG kind of use this priority? Because again, they're not ahead, but they're not behind. They have got the 2 dragons, and it is a hex stall, so definitely very powerful. What do LNG need to be doing here to try and, you know, continue control around this objective?
I think just forcing plays around the strong members, right? I think right now, Tarzan scouts on a power spike. Seems like Scout is going to actually try and supplement this play here. Oh, man. ZDZ is just dead. That's rough. But really well executed by LNG, and I mean, it's kind of why I just said I want to see the strong members be used in forced plays, and in this case, Scout finds himself the opportunity to teleport behind Zika. They find ZDZ, so really, really well played. Just a little bit more of that as well. Tarzan just getting in position to try and find a member out of position. I think the whole thing about Anyone's Legend's composition is that realistically it's more about pick, it's less about team fighting. You've got to find flank angles. There's a lot of splash damage from the Infernum, and if they can't find that, then they're going to kind of fall flat on their face. Now Scout should be okay.
Doesn't have flash. Yeah, shouldn't. You meant to finish off your name. You gotta enunciate your words there, Kamada. I knew what you meant.
It's just he didn't see the teleport for a while there. He wasn't moving.
Yeah.
So I think, unfortunately for him, he must have just had his screen, you know, more with...
elsewhere.
Yeah, more Syndra, like, kind of on the right-hand side, or just not looking at the time. Just
it
doesn't
happens.
Quite catch. It does happen. Yeah, it does happen. And Anyone's Legend find their pick.
It happens to the best of us. And, again, we can see AL kind of getting themselves back into positions where they are going to be making it a little bit more awkward for LNG. Not quite got the first item here onto Pin Z, but it is also the new LeBlanc, which we talked about earlier, and it looks like LNG should be able to pick up their Rift Herald as well. So, in themselves I think there was 3 objectives in a row, and a minute till Dragon spawns. They should be able to use that in mid lane to gain themselves some priority, but for the moment. You would imagine they're going to try and set up around this dragon. They would love to get that first item completed here on Sapinzi, get that Luden's Tempest up and available, but can't always have what we want, Imada. And that dragon is spawning very soon.
Just to derail, as you made pretty much all the relevant points, isn't it weird that it's now called Luden's Tempest and not Echo? Like, it just... I don't know, man.
Yeah, it's like Leandri's Torment to Leandri's Anguish.
Anguish, yeah.
Yeah. They needed to be a bit more edgy with it.
Yeah, it just doesn't sit right with me. No.
Yeah, I think Luden's Echo just sounded... I don't know, it just sounded better. Yeah. I agree with that. I hard agree with that.
Maybe they damage off health onto Hung. That's big because again, remember he's got to go in, but he gets bursted that quickly. He's not going to survive very long. He does manage to make his way to the back line of anyone's legend. So the Herald does charge, but it doesn't buy them first move into the river, and that's crucial because now you can see ZDZ setting up for a little bit of flank, trying to provide a little bit of information for himself. And this is exactly what they need to do. They need to kind of like, you know, pincer, cut off a member, and oh, he's gonna find Hung. Or Hung is gonna find him rather. ZDZ steps out the bush, unlucky timing. But now they know he's there. Dragon's being slid by AL. I mean, in the rest of LNG, I feel like can just commit forward with not too much fear.
Xiaohao moving himself away from this pit. Hong is still on a bit of a flank. They will get Pinzi down to about 100 HP. There's the hostile takeover, and the dragon is confirmed by LNG. ZDZ on the backside, trying to do something, but it's on to Zik. He's not really able to get much done there. Those get popped, doesn't get the knockback. The Graviton comes in. There's the quickness to try and delay anything from happening, but Pinzi's gonna TP back, but not ideal amount of HP. And LNG will say thank you very much. We get the Dragon Soul point, and we get ourselves a kill.
Yeah, bit of a weird one. Zika wants it.
Oh, he really wants it. ZDZ gets exhaust from his support to try and help him out. The W, the bailout. You ain't gonna be bailed out from nothing right now. There's gonna be the kill confirmed. As you can see, Sword Art wants the wall. He wants to try and make it happen, but Zika is going 1v3.
Oh,
Zika has died, and Zika's out. No way does he able to get that happen right there. And in the blink of an eye, 4 kills over to LNG. Dragon Soul point. This game is over and done with.
Just nasty, isn't it? This game spiraling out of control now. 3,500 almost. LNG in the lead. And I mean, anyone's legend, I just don't think they can do much about this now. I think compositionally, they're a bit done unless LNG makes some major missteps. The scout just removes Pinzi from the equation. So does a lot. So does ZDZ on the backline, threatening LP, forces him into the Feather Storm, but you can see from the get-go what the intention is here. Charm can't find any members more as the teleport gets caught out. Flash forward from Tarzan to get in range for the cease and desist. And like I said, teleport with no HP, even if he was full HP, he would have just died. But a bit of a strange one as Zika still wanted to fight, wanted to move forward. And he gets his fight, just on the top side, focused on the Dragon Pit. You can see a bit of a 3v3 broke out. But speaking of more fights.
Yeah, we got more fights. The feathers are getting laid down on the floor. The bailouts don't gonna do nothing for you. ZDZ trying to see if he can land on the Hung or LP, but he's being kited out. He's being taken out. 9-1 in kills, 5,000 gold lead. Dragon Soul point on the horizon, and LNG, they can't even go for Baron. The funny thing is that 3 kills, they would normally go for Baron. It's not spawned yet.
Yeah, not spawned yet. It's just that early on in the game. It's a little bit obnoxious. Bay just wants his red buff. And he's going to blow Zika a kiss as he donates it over. Very, very
Thanks for the leash. Yeah,
it's
good sportsmanship.
Yeah, not too bad. As it came out of the picture, or the replay rather, picture straight. And this is how it started. Yeah, that makes sense. Scout of the week by Scout. Scout still eats a whole bunch of damage from Pingy, so I think if there is a takeaway, it's not like the damage isn't available from the side of AL or any of their members individually, as even ZDZ buys a whole bunch of time. The issue is, anyone's legend just aren't, or just haven't been able to, rather, find their preferred method of team fighting so far. Is the crucial thing. Whereas anyone's legend, or rather LNG, are just very happy to do whatever they want, right? Peel back via the Zaya, via the Scout of the Week, or engage with Vi, right? And with the Rakan. It's a very versatile draft. Whereas anyone's legend is very one-track mind, and it's very much creating a bit of a divide between the two teams.
Yeah, very much so. And this is the LNG we expected to come in for game number 1. It just feels like they finally got themselves what they wanted and how they wanted to kind of continue it. But it is a, better late than never, in my opinion, with these things. But it is going to be a pretty hard setup now for AL to get themselves back into the game. You're 6,000 gold down. You've only got, a couple of different avenues. And with the Banshees being picked up for Scout, I love this second pickup here from him. He knows the only real threat, like you mentioned, is Pinzy on this LeBlanc. Not going to have the same level of threat now, knowing that the LeBlanc is just going to be missing a lot of its combination. But now AL, they're going for desperation. They're going for a 21-minute Baron. Yeah, it's never going to work. You have to back away. They thought maybe LNG weren't going to be ready. With 40 seconds till the Dragon spawns, they knew that would have been maybe a potential possibility. But they're in. But, oh my god, I thought it was going to be a 4-man knockback. Oh my lord, I thought it was going to be there and done. But no, not quite yet. But 30 seconds till the Dragon spawns means that LNG know they've got control of the Baron and they can get themselves back over to the Dragon pit.
Yeah, exactly. For anyone's legend, if they could sneak away that Baron, then maybe this Dragon fight looks a little more favorable. But now they're being caught out on the bottom side. ZDZ, he's gone.
He
Might
is gone.
find Xiaohao.
Xiaohao should be able to keep himself alive and well, but Sword Art now is the next target. Not going to go for him. Doesn't have flash, but they do not need him to. They know there is a very good early game buff to be picking up here at 23 minutes, even less. They're going to be picking up that Dragon Soul, and this is the whole thing. When you get an early competition, you get the early kills. It's just so oppressive to try and deal with this. And now with a Hex Soul to contend with as well, like, how do you even try and approach fights?
Exactly. I mean, again, I feel like the answer is and has been just, trying to find picks. When you've got a composition like this, LeBlanc, Paul, if you don't have, fundamentally a strong front to back around it, you've got the Aphelios, that's one piece. Renekton is a piece, but not necessarily the piece you want in that equation. You just have to defer to finding picks or being granted picks. I would say like this, but Tarzan is so damn tanky.
Yep.
And he's just gonna walk out of it. So it just feels a little bit too hard now with the Hex Soul. Additional AoE slow, all of that good jazz. It just feels like the gap may be a little bit too big. And again, they're just gonna have to try and prey on any mistakes LNG make, but so far they've been near flawless.
I mean, 1 tower, 1 kill. A Rift Herald, I think. Not exactly a lot going for AL as they continually see their base being taken out here. And with the fact that you now have 3 items on the Scout, 4, 1, and 6, picked up the Void Staff at 23 minutes. So really just, it's so difficult to see anybody, even ZDZ walking up on it.
It's a
Xiaohao's decoy. It's like watching yourself die. It's like, oh my god, that could have been me.
Exactly. It's so scary. And LNG is taking the time of it because they can. They're realistically gonna outscale, minus Betty pulling off some multiple of years shenanigans. As I think LNG, they're a bit bored and they want to force. And I don't blame them.
I don't blame them at all. Flash for flash, but ZDZ now has nowhere to go. Feathers fly. Fair bit of healing. As he does end up being taken down at the end of it all. Yeah, quite a few hundred years. That's a very good hostile takeover. Double kill comes in now for LPs. You look for a little bit more. Triple kill for him. 4 kills to the good in this. LNG want this to be 25 minutes and nothing more. And they are going to push into this base. Pinzy will have a little bit of damage. Maybe they go for the Baron, but honestly, they can just end the game now.
Yeah, minion wave. Pingy's not going to be able to end the game past champions. We will go to a game 3. I guess you had that on your bingo card.
I did. Getting on. I'm almost got a full house, man. Like,
yeah, true. I mean, look, much more disciplined. Look, what we come to expect from LNG, and that's what I usually have to say positively about them. They definitely did it this game, dispatching anyone's legend. A little bit of honor restored after the previous game. We'll see if they can close out for anyone's legend. Back to the drawing board. See if you can, bring back some of that game 1 magic. Try and throw LNG off kilter a little bit. See if you can really shut down one of these core carry members here of LNG.
Yeah, I mean, it just felt like I like that you mentioned it very like early on, the kind of like setup of that. Hi, Jamada. Sitting down, are we?
I sit.
Having a little rest.
I do sit. I do sit. I do sit when I cast. It depends, you know. We had no break between end of last series, game 1 and game 2. My knees get tired, you know.
Yeah, very tired. But LNG, you know, weren't tired. They weren't done with that series. They wanted to continue it on forward, and they do pick up themselves a nice, disciplined win. And I do really want that word, that particular setup, because it does feel like game 1 was a little loosey-goosey. They didn't really know what they were kind of going for. They went with the Veigar. Oh, that's kind of cool, but we don't really know how to play around it. And it just felt like they weren't really playing like the LNG we have seen so far this split. This game, however, felt much more akin to how I see LNG pretty much since the start of week 1.
Yeah, like I was kind of alluding to on the end call there as well. I feel like, to me, LNG, more than anything, if we're talking like a super technical sort of characteristic that I've noticed from them, is their understanding and ability to recognize strong core strengths and win conditions of team compositions, themselves or other. I feel like they do such a good job very often or not then to shut them down, right? If it's the opposing side, or to play towards them on their own front. And I feel like here, they kind of just recognized, okay, the Renekton's on the top side. That's not going to do anything if it just doesn't get ahead. And, you know, we didn't really see anything from Zika to fall behind. In fact, they actually tried to shut it down in the early stages, which again plays into that. For the rest of the map, it just felt like LP, Hung weren't really getting pressured in 2v2, and Scout with Tarzan were able to just kill whatever target that got in front of them. Too difficult for anyone's Legend to navigate if they're not making picks first, and LNG didn't really offer them the opportunity to find those picks at all.
Yeah, AL had a couple of moments there where maybe they were able to get a go for it. I said I liked the Renata falls so far behind, and it just doesn't really give you that same level. Honestly, I know they went with the Locket. It's not going to be the world. I do prefer Shirley's Revelry on something like a Renata. It gives you that extra bit of movement, gives the Aphelios a bit more time to kind of reposition and stuff. That's neither here nor there. That's just my own personal opinion on it. But it is going to be about LNG kind of coming back into this series and having themselves a 1-1 now scoreline. We'll send it to a quick break. We'll let your legs have a little bit of a rest there, Jamada, and we'll come back with our third and final game of the series and our final game of the day.
Let's try. Mako's going to space it out. He's burned double summon into the process. No Baron steal. They go for the all-in. Shaku gets him over the wall. Leads by himself, but flashes back over. Needs his team. Somebody help the AD carry. He failed the flash. Like, where is my team? Kazante is doing his thing as Arla gets flipped around as well. Jin Zhao's the next target, but Arla can't do too much. Xiao Zhu with the solo carry, man.
They're paying attention.
Spotted out. Again, they go for the all-in. The Vault Breaker sees the persist. The shove doesn't work out. We get Leaf jumping in the front line yet again as Carson's ulti doesn't do too much. Now jumping on Light. Arla needs to just take him down, and he does so. Light was given no help, no escape as the Shy jumps in. Wavo are all over the place. Leaf is taking him out onto Xiao, who 1 versus 3 tippers out. But I got cleansed, baby. Goodbye, Crisp. It was only a flash in the pan, as Leaf doesn't need no support to take them all down.
Keep an eye on Kanavi, keep an eye on Tarzan. They need to get into the Dragon Pit. Tarzan already gets that Sonic Wave in. JDG positioning. Nice! Stuns from Scouts! He goes golden with that Frozen Tomb. Now they're right back into the engaged. Knight is scouting around everywhere here, but the team fight front to back is reestablished by LNG. You got TP coming down. This is a little bit of trouble for Yagao, who's just going to get stunned up so heavily. And now he's just gone again. He just got back. Oh, but they get him. Oh, Ming gets caught out in the end. Way with a big crescent guard, though. You got to shut down over there. But now Ben. Oh, my God. Just like that.
They're calling the bluff. They're saying, you're not doing it. We know you're not doing it. So they're covering the mid lane and saying, look, we got the 1 minion and we're going to get something off of this. So the 1 minion that could, Ming misses his hook. The Shy gets engaged upon, and the Shy is dead. Keeper's verdict does separate this, but now it's turned into a little bit of a pinch. Double kill coming in for Gala as he dances around this fight. Look at him just putting in the damage. Gala gets another kill. Quadra kill for Gala. And you know what he wants. You know what he needs. He's going to push forward. And look for the second kill.
just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you. I'm lay across our bed.
下场对阵 AL 战队，他们这个队伍挺热血的，挺有特点。然后对阵 AL 队伍的话，多注意一下自己团队的问题吧。对阵 AL 下路的话，首先就是看他们要选什么组合吧，就到时候看他们选什么组合，我们去能好的应对就好了。想对 AL 下路组合说，希望我们下一场可以打一场精彩的比赛。
Showed an excellent game number 2, that is for sure. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. I am still just Oshin. I am still with the absolutely fantastic Jamada, and we are going to be jumping into game 3 very, very shortly. We're going to talk about our MVP from game number 2, and that is going to be Scout. Had an exceptional game with Syndra, roamed around, got himself 100% kill participation, and look at that damage as well. Like, Syndra, I think Xiaohu was very much on this train very early on. Syndra just feels like it's so good in the meta right now.
Yeah, I don't know, man. To me, Syndra, especially now, I don't know where Azir has landed in the post, borderline pseudo rework of his numbers. But to me, Syndra, I think, is one of the most consistent mid laners in the game right now. I think she does everything you need. You can follow up on engage. She's great at disengaging engaged champions for the most part. There's very few that can really get through Scout of the Week. And of course, she just does a buttload of damage. What more could you ask for from your mid laner? To most of you, and time again, just set up really, really well with Tarzan. Those two as a duo, or heroes making plays like this, just coming through the bottom side of the map after a TP, and just eliminating ZDZ from the side lane situation, and then picking up tower as well off the back of it. Scout consistently found engage after engage, and yeah, I just feel like Syndra obviously gets the priority she often deserves, but I feel like to me, Syndra's a bit of a borderline, like, line pickable pick. There's not really too many things that really, like, make it almost, like, null and void, I suppose, is what I'm going for. Very, very powerful, and you can see here Scout demonstrated it excellently.
Yeah, absolutely, completely agree. And I think that the big thing that maybe what comes with something like a Syndra is that with a lot of other mid laners, there's not a huge amount of setup. Like with the Ahri, you've got Flash Charm, the Ethereal Chain. You kind of need to put yourself in harm's way or at least burn your flash. It kind of isn't as instant. Whereas the Scatter of the Week is just boom, click, and all of a sudden there's instant CC. And if you're as good as some of these players are in the LPL, you will be able to capitalize on it. We saw it multiple different times, but we are obviously caught up to live. We are going to see LNG this time on the blue. They played 2 games on the red, lost one run. So we'll see what they're able to kind of do with that blue side priority. And for AL, I mean, they gotta figure something out. That game 2 was rough. They didn't have any kind of control that they had in game number 1, and now they're at a point where it feels like LNG have woken up. And this feels like it's going to be an LNG kind of very quick 2-0 effectively after game 2 and 3.
Yeah, I think now that LNG are present at the series and at the venue,
their home venue.
Their home venue, no less. It could just be a bit of a sweep here. Into anyone's legend, unfortunately. We'll see whether or not there is any kind of answer to come out. I feel like Hung really hit home on that intro into this segment here, where he's saying we just need to be mindful of our own mistakes and make sure that we're not playing into their drafts. And that's kind of it. I feel like when you're at the top of the table team, close enough to the top of the table as LNG are, against a team that's been struggling all split, that's all you really need to do, is just make sure your foundations are there. And I feel like we saw a pretty clear divide between game number 1 and game number 2, and fundamentals being in check and fundamentals not being in check. So I think again the onus just goes on to AL. You've made them bleed, right? It's not like it's impossible to take down LNG for you guys. You just have to find a creative way to do it again here in game number 3.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I think it's just kind of a weird one now to see where they kind of bring this next couple of drafts and stuff like that. If they do lose this, they're 2-12 with 2 series left to play. It's not great. I will be real with you. It does feel like you are 100% looking towards summer. You are, yeah. But for LNG, again, they don't really have the option to lose many more of these games. Sure, they can win the series, but you're coming into the late stage of the season where we are starting to look very heavily at those game differences. And like I said earlier, they can't actually, equal out with JDG this weekend or after this matchup. They are going to be one game difference behind, even if they do come out with the 2-1. JDG on +12, they'll be on +11. So these little small mistakes can mean the difference between double elimination and in the gauntlet. And we've seen it from many teams, many different times. You get third, like RNG in 2022 summer, they got third. Everyone was like, oh, look, it's fine. They're RNG. They're going to do totally fine. Knocked out in the third round. That they didn't get an opportunity to warm up, to get used to the best of fives. And that really hindered them. So I cannot stress enough how important it is where you finish at the end of the split.
Yep, absolutely. And again, especially when you're in this race for top 2 to get to the automatic, double elim section of playoffs, you can't really afford to be dropping a game to a team like Anyone's Legend. It's no disrespect to Anyone's Legend, but you just look at the standings, right? As simple as that. They've been struggling all split, and that is kind of the nature of it. And the LPL is very, very cutthroat. And LNG as an organization are no strangers to that. As everyone knows how summer went down, it was excellent. And I feel like many people, LPL fans included, probably would have preferred to see LNG go to Worlds over, I believe it was RNG in that final setup, if memory serves me right. Yeah, don't know why. I'll check myself.
It was, yeah.
I probably would have preferred to see LNG ahead of RNG, right? But that's just the nature of competition. You lose one series in this case when you have no second chances. That's it. It's as simple as that. So trying to get the best setup possible from as early as possible can be crucial for LNG. And as long as they win the series, it's still important. But like you call out, those match differences can be the deal breaker. Scout best mid. True, Queen.
You know what? I think that's a fairly confident assumption.
Yeah.
Given the way he's been playing, and yeah, for LNG as an organization, we look towards how they've been able. This could be their highest regular season finish ever if they can get to that top 2. They've gotten top 4 before. I believe it was spring 2022 or maybe it was summer 2022. I'm not exactly sure on the exact dates, but they have gotten to top 4. They've never really been able to get into the top 2, and that's kind of the difference maker. And it does feel like it makes such a huge difference for teams when you're able to get that extra time to prepare. You're given that extra time to do what you need to do in terms of kind of setting yourself up for success in that double elimination, and obviously you get that double elim, you get a second chance. But we're coming back into picks and bans. It's our first one of this series, of our official picks and bans. The Jackson, Lee Sin, and the Syndra banned away. Not going to be giving that one over to Scout as well, again, the second time in a row. But for LNG, they're getting rid of the Rakan. They did exceptional with Hong on it in game number 2. Sword Art was very good on it in game number 1. So they're just saying, look, we're not going to let that out on the board. We're going to take that away from everybody.
Yep, absolutely. We'll see what animals it. Okay, it's Rumble Blind with a hover on a grid. See, the thing is, hovers in the LPL sometimes actually do get locked in more often than not. So I have to mention it, but it will just be the Wukong. So immediately, Anyone's Legend indexing into team fighting. Level 6 is going to be huge. Cyclone, Equalizer. See what LNG want to do. I wouldn't be surprised if we see something super defensive here from the bottom side. As Oh, LPL, how I love you. If you do go Lucian Nami, I'll be upset.
No.
But,
No! I thought we were done with this!
It doesn't, I don't know, man. Like, you've got Vi. You can pick up 180 carry who's going to do fine into the team fighting powers of the likes of a Rumble and a Wukong. You go something like Xayah. You go like Xayah Ari, just like makes the lives of Anyone's Legend so difficult with their opener, but it's okay. It's all right. They want Lucian Nami, they take Lucian Nami. That's fine. And Anyone's Legend will snap up the Ari in their own right, and they'll start removing away counters to them. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Talia join the ban phase as it does. Just removing away the strong pairings to deal with the mobility of the Ari. Now I think LNG are going to have to think hard about what Scout wants to play. Maybe he himself has a go at the LeBlanc on the opposite end. Wouldn't be actually too surprised to see that one go through for LNG. We'll see what they decide to go for as they're just removing away more engage tools. Wouldn't be surprised to see Leona taken away from Sword Art as well. Alongside that, Leona could also go something like the Thresh, but I think either or, right? Kill threat, team fighting, they actually go towards the Draven of Bay. So I don't mind that either. Just something that can obviously stand up to Lucian one-to-one inside of the lane. Speaking of things that can do that on occasion, Varus up and available and still very strong in the laning phase.
Can do. Could see the Ashe as well. I thought we were done with this, but we are not. Ashe Varus could be the combination. Could also still be an Ashe AD carry. You know, can be possible there. But generally speaking, we do see the Ashe go back towards that AD carry role. And now LNG didn't actually get any bans towards that top lane, apart from the Jax that was right off the bat. So AL very confident in ZDZ's ability to be able to kite this champion out, regardless of what it goes against. And LNG going to be able to go with an old school combination. They are looking to get inside everybody's heads. The Kai'Sa comes out here for Betty. And I will say I am partial to a good Kai'Sa play. It can be difficult to pilot, but if you can get those engages, oh Nelly, can it be destruction for the enemy team.
Yeah, what was the saying that you have about Kai'Sa again? I forget what it is. I think it's something like Gala, 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 if I remember right.
Something about pentakills and Gala, I'm not quite sure.
So that's going to be the call here for anyone's legend. Kai'Sa just diving in with the Wukong alongside the Ahri and the Rumble. I don't hate it, but I feel like the laning phase could be a little bit difficult, especially when you could have gone towards something like the Varus, which can still offer a little bit of dive assistance with the ultimate and with the poke coming through. I feel like it would have stood a little bit taller against an Army Lucian when you've got the Ashe at your side, but that's the call there for anyone's legend. On the opposite side for LNG, we kind of know what this composition does. It's just going to be about the execution of it, right? Camille, Galio, Vi, we're going in. That's it. Simple as that. There is nothing else to really say. They're going to pick a target, they're going to lock them down, and they're not going to be able to move, and they should die. We'll see how LNG pick up the pace in the early stages, but specifically once those level 6s come online, because that is where the lockdown comes from. A lot of onus on that early game, but I will say side laning definitely going to be a power point here as well for LNG. The priority that Nami and Lucian can gain in the mid lane whilst you have Galio and Camille on the sides is huge, and that could be something that anyone's legend can't deal with. So the early laning has to be exquisite, it has to be strong. See if they can put down these members. And I'm looking at ZDZ as well, specifically in this Rumble matchup. Picked it blind, by the way, quite Giga Chad if you ask me. Has to make it work.
Yeah, has to make it work for him and his team. But I think the big thing I'm looking at as well is that for AL, it's all doom and gloom. We talk about the side lane and we talk about the the dive potential coming out from LNG. However, if you look at AL, they've got so much good pick potential. You find someone out on that kind of 1-4 setup or even a 1-3-1 setup where the Galio's trying to hover between mid and bot or such, you end up with a much harder fight to execute on as LNG. As a whole, LNG's composition is terrifying, but when you start to pick it apart, it can just kind of not be as impactful as some of these individual champions. So for AL, definitely curious to see where they're able to kind of find those advantages, if any, because again, like I said, game 2 was just so exceptionally clean from LNG. Really felt like they just kind of came back onto the Rift and joined the fight, if you will, to kind of, make them know that, look, we're a top 3, if not top 2 team in this league, and you shall show us respect.
Yeah, absolutely. As anyone's legend are getting collapsed on. And I feel like Scout is going to start W, and they're both dead. Perfect. Excellent start.
Well, just one dead. No, neither dead.
No, neither dead. All right.
I feel like the flash was really not needed by Scout there. I actually put him in a worse position, in my opinion.
Worse spot. Yeah, so that's probably going to have to flash as well. Maybe.
No, it should be fine.
Maybe not. Okay.
We're just wrong.
What just happened?
We're just wrong.
What just happened? Did Scout missed XP on the wave as well as he returned back to the mid lane? What is going on? I'm so confused. I love the LPL at times. Well, I love it all the time, but like at times it just even special a place.
Now we got to wait and see where this kind of advantage on bot side kind of goes. I don't know where to bring this, man. I'm gonna be real with you. It's just...
no, it's cool. No, it's fine. I think sometimes you get a weird game style like that, and it's a bit hard
throws you off.
Yeah. All right. Zoom out. Deep breath. All that good stuff. Cast our bread and butter.
You know what's a good way to calm your system down? It's actually really something I learned from years ago. It's you take 2 breaths in with your nose, like in quick succession, so like almost like you're sniffling, and then you like slow release it out of your mouth. And if you do that like 4 or 5 times, it really helps relax you. At least it helps relax me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. There you go.
I might use that.
Often a little moment there. Years of panic attacks have taught me how to deal with them. So I now know how to deal with these things, thankfully. But
nothing like a little bit of trauma to help fix some of the issues. No big deal. As oh my god.
Yeah, those
so
harpoons
silly, man. Sometimes holy.
We're seeing a power within. It's probably why we're seeing a very blindable right now, because it's saying, cool, like, this is a lot of work that we can work with.
A lot of damage. A lot of damage, and so far, just doing a great job in that laning phase 1-to-1. Xiaohao will get chunked out. His first move from Pinji, but he could actually get pincered if he moves too quickly.
Yeah, ooh. And to see Tarzan could have flash queued, and I think that Pinji had to give the right level of respect there to kind of say, look, I'm better off losing my flash than getting killed underneath this turret. So good little move there from LNG's jungler to make sure that that mid lane is equaled out in terms of the flashes used.
And we'll see whether or not they can actually lock Pinji down now that he has no flash, right? A return gank could be very, very potent. I've fallen victim to this as well, Tarzan. It's so annoying. The pet stops hitting the skull at really weird times sometimes, and you'd expect it to die. Especially because we've had the jungle item. Like, you know, our muscle memory as junglers is kind of like gone by. It dropped to like 31 HP, and then the pet just didn't hit. I don't know if it's a bug or whether it's genuinely the actual intention.
I think the pet has a, like, if you're attacking it and if you catch it between animations kind of thing.
Yeah,
like, I think it's intentional, but I just don't think it's very well thought out.
Intuitive.
It's really annoying. Yeah, intuitive. Good word.
Yeah. But so far, still early game. To be expected, I think, for level 6, right? You know, the Shinami needs a couple levels until it starts to really, like, assert dominance. Then, of course, it's got that one item spike. So top side for LNG is all about the level 6s, whereas on the opposite side for AL, kind of a similar deal for their pick potential to come online as well. So not too shocked that everyone is kind of just taking it slow for now. But CS leads very incremental across the board. Not too much to talk about. But I think a calm early game for AL probably benefit them a little bit more. Not having a super, you know... I was about to say something which I don't think I can say on podcast. I'm trying to caught myself. A little bit
You're
too...
learning.
I'm learning. I caught myself before it even came out of my mouth. But, like, you know, I think a game with, you know, just pretty much action non-stop is probably not super beneficial to them as a whole. But I think now the level 6s are online, now we can start to see that action come through. And it just has to be calculated aggression for the most part.
It'll be a dragon take here by LNG. Nothing really to reward after that, but might see LP in a little bit of trouble if he's not careful. We have Xiaohao in the wings as such. And you know what, Yamada? Don't believe. Did I ask you? I can't remember. I've asked every new color caster. You know, their first year, first split, first full split.
Yeah.
You know, how you what's been the kind of your highlights for it so far? You know, maybe something you want to kind of like, you know, you've been incredible, or maybe something that was a little bit more difficult or different to what you expected. How's it been for you so far?
Oh, personal question. Okay.
Yeah.
Honestly,
you're new. Want to see how you're getting on?
It's been great. I love the constant action that we always get here in the LPL.
Sorry, I just want to call out something very quickly. I caster cursed it by trying to make it a personal question. They were setting it up, and then you caster cursed it by talking about action. So, thinking of action, we're going to see ZDZ. Whoa! I got a little bit of lag there. I'm not quite sure what happened there. That looks very strange, but it ends up being a kill up on that top side. Regardless, bot lane does end up seeing a couple of summoners traded back, heal for heal. But it ends up being a little bit more in LNG's favor, so they are getting advantages across the map.
Yeah, it's really, really solid from LNG across the board. And to top off that question, it's been great. You know, I can't ask for much more. I'm commentating over world champions every other series. And of course, best region in the world.
And future world champions as well.
And future world champions often enough, yeah. So,
in 2023, we got the script on and we talked about this.
Yeah, exactly. It's like how for any EUM or now EMEA enjoyers, often you're watching the LEC champion of like the next year. As
that's true.
We had Yike want to be champion. Yeah, exactly. We had Yike almost across the finish line over at EUM. Couldn't make it with LDLC. I know there's a very small overlap of fans that understand what I'm talking about, but the vast majority, there won't be many.
And I'm one of them.
And you're one of them. But of course, Yike did make that climb over in those tournaments. I feel like that's one thing that's kind of undervalued here in the LPL from like maybe a Western perspective, I suppose, is that how much talent the LPL probably churns out into the LPL like on a consistent basis with so many teams in the league below. Like that's
the LDL is just like Young Miracles were there for. Hey, they're gone now. They'll be disbanding, sadly. So a powerhouse of developmental talent is no longer going to be within the LDL. But yeah, I mean, like, it kind of is the nature of the things of like, you know, you have 17 teams in your league, you've got 20 below you. That there's just going to be an unbelievable funnel of talent that kind of comes in between that. LCK challengers as well, like EMEA, you know, these are the regions that are consistently doing well in internationals. You know, well, Europe had a little bit of a slump, but you know, and they're the ones that have the programs to kind of, you know, keep the new talent coming up. You know, you got to be at your best if you want to beat the best.
Seems you won't, I will. And then there's NA, which, to be fair, NACLs,
they're getting there. They're getting there. They're getting their stuff together. Yeah, they're cleaning up. They're cleaning up.
that I can appreciate. Zico is going to eat a bunch of damage. To be fair, the Sheen proc in return was quite nice, but you have to remember, with Ignite on one side and not on the other, the trade is not as one-sided as you would necessarily believe at first. As this is actually going to pull Scout up. He doesn't have ult, but Hextech Ultimatum is still available. But ZDZ will actually pay respect to it this time. Doesn't want to get caught out on that one. And Pingy as well. You can immediately see as soon as Scout dips into Fog, right? If you can't necessarily answer the roam, just shove in the wave super hard. At the very least, try and make Scout miss the wave as he goes for those plays. That won't be the case this time around.
Yeah, Rifthold has obviously been picked up by Xiao Hao, so he's going to have that to be able to work with whatever he wants. 48 seconds till the next dragon spawns. Betty going to get engaged upon here. Cleanse gets used. Aqua Prison does not land. Not quite sure where the cleanse was coming from, but not where it's coming from. What it was going to be kind of useful for after the ultimate had already been used. Tidal Wave comes out. There's going to be the Galio joining in. Not going to hit anybody just yet. Xiao Hao goes down. They're going to catch out the Ahri as well. TP immediately used there by Zika to get himself back into that top side. That's going to be Dragon as well, confirmed for LNG.
Just really well read information at hand as well from LNG. Everyone was ready for that one. Zika roaming down to the bottom side if the play overextended. Teleports back to the top side because he had a good lane state. All the while, they look for the play. And I mean, I've got to say, that cleanse from LP was really nasty.
Perfect.
Yeah, he didn't even stop moving. Like,
no.
We're going to guess. It's going to be slow mode. I know the observers love this stuff. Look at this. Wow.
You know what the crazy thing is? That cleanse happened, and I didn't think the Ash Arrow had happened. That's why I said it wasn't that great of a cleanse, because I was just like, why is he using cleanse? And then I was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute, we're going to have to come back into live and do have Xiao Hao using the Cyclone. They will get the Dragon, though, in favor of LNG. They'll lose their jungler, but they'll get themselves away. But yeah, I'm not proud enough to say when I'm wrong. I genuinely didn't think he got CC'd by anything.
I get it, because the Ash Arrow, the Ash straight through the culling, so it just didn't really look like anything had been thrown at him. Can't fault you for that first time. Visual clarity is definitely something that's been lost on us a little bit over the years of League of Legends sometimes. That's why I can appreciate your job. It's so difficult to track all of the things going on.
On 360p, it's a little harder. I'm going to be real with you.
On 360p as well. There's LP. Yeah. Looking for a little bit more than 360 LP in this game. A series win is what he wants. I guess, well, a series win is technically worth, like,
it's a tier up, you know? It's from Diamond to Masters, so Sword Art dies. Yeah, so we can talk about kind of tearing up right now. I'm tearing up. It's emotional.
I think he's tearing up. It's true.
We're getting a little loopy right now. It's getting a little off rails.
I don't know. I don't mind. This is a good vibe. I mean, I've got to say, right now, we're seeing the correct kind of plays come out from both teams. There's no Cyclone available, so this play will be quite forced without the addition of CC.
Xiao Hao is almost dead. Never mind, he is dead. The Tidal Wave giving LP a little bit of extra movement speed. Oh, no. He's not going to be able to trade it back. Betty will survive as well, but Oh my days, that was a hell of a lot of damage going on to Xiaohao. As you can see, Tarzan looked like he could maybe try and help out his support to make sure it was only a 1-for-1 trade, but not there in time. As we can see, Scout now using his priority to pick himself 2 plates in mid lane.
Giga Chad demolished, even though he's roaming side to side. It says, I will take my windows of opportunity where I can get them. Sometimes not, you'll see like shield bash or other things. Look at this burst that much. Forget the shield bash. Who cares about the shield bash? With Luffy today, but it's fine. It's just so much irresponsible. This is before Gale Force is there. No mandate either. This very well could have been turned around if the gold was available and already
The gold
on the
was
wrist.
available. I just don't think it was spent. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
He comes back with a Gale Force and some trimmings.
Gale Force mandate. And now, this is a problem for anyone's legend. This is really the bottom lane. Because the next time that they dash forward, and they will dash forward, bet your Sword Art will die. And there's not going to be an answer for it, so anyone's legend need to get smart real quick and probably force a play on the top side. The issue is, though, with a global comp like this, with Galio... Oh, bye-bye
Sword Art said.
Yep, bye-bye Sword Art. Wait, where's... Scout? Okay. Well. Okay, this is one of those moments... Wait. This is one of those moments where we have perfect information, but they saw him rotating.
They saw him rotate. No.
midway.
So this is the thing, right? This is actually a bit of a pet peeve of mine. Okay. When you show Fog of War for a particular team, it's all well and good, but if it takes away information from the casters that there's going to be imperative to them actually knowing what's going on, it's bad observing. And I'm going to call it that because I see it so often in NA do it a lot. And it really just triggers me so much because I'm just like, it's like, they're like, oh, what's happening? Maybe there's, and then the jungler's like, in a brush where there's no ward. And then like, actually what happened was 20 seconds ago, he walked away and he's now farming Krugs. Like, it upsets me.
Machine, is this Fog of War in the room with you right now?
The call is coming from inside the house.
Oh,
well, we're going to see a little bit of a engage on this bot side. I mean, it's a dragon, but nothing too crazy to come for it. And like what AL are trying to do, they had a moment there where there was no Tarzan. They had an opportunity to make sure they could, but it's going to be cleared out just as quickly. So AL, they need to contest this next dragon. You're letting a Camille and a Galio get an Ocean Soul? Not exactly ideal.
Nope, not at all. And I think especially if you're talking about playing sides, the limited amount of pick potential that is there, if the burst damage doesn't come through, and the thing I'll always say about Ocean Soul is it's pretty conditional. I think it's arguably weaker than Wild Soul, depending, Soul's
I think
typically
both are
quite
pretty
contextual. But I feel like in those all-in situations, now often or not, League of Legends champions do have enough burst damage to, remove someone from a rift. But if that tick comes in at the right time, and all of a sudden it's not a kill, and it's not a Spirit Rush reset, things get awkward real quick, and it could be a very big deal as how much damage LP has available to him. The culling chips away, not too much, but you can see what he's capable of on the clone. He is at Spike, and right now, speaking of spikes, Zika is on that bottom side tier 2. We'll back away now as anyone's legend will come to collapse, but again, the damage is being done. AL being pulled around the map, and they could get engaged on here.
They are getting engaged upon, but the Tarzan's a little bit by himself. He tries to go in. He hasn't died just yet as it's taken out the Rumble and the Ari two-man taunt. Sword Art has nowhere to go as he gets taken out by the Camille. Nami picks herself up one as well, and this game is looking clean right now, Jamada. They're going to get Soul Point, they're going to get this tower as well, and LNG going to catapult themselves to a 4,000 gold lead.
That one's going in plays of the week. I know it. I know a play of the week when I see one, and that was nasty. Tarzan goes in, gets the shield from Galio as well. It looks a bit sketchy. I think what made it sketchy realistically is just the ultimate from ZDZ. It just splits apart LNG. It kind of puts a little bit of apprehension on the approach. You'll see it once Sword Art comes out of the bush. It just stops the rest of LNG from following up from the bottom side. Just to buy a bit of time, but the space bank, Camille ultimate, blocks the Galio, keeps Tarzan in the game. Everyone just gets mauled on the back end. I think triple kill, or is it that kill that gets stolen away by Pong? So no triple, but still damage being done here, and it feels like LNG have made it back to the series. Game 1, bit of a hiccup. Game number 2, they woke up. Now game number 3, have their morning coffee. They are ready to conquer the day.
You coffee drinker, Jamada?
Yeah, I am. You know.
Yeah. I don't drink
Seems
caffeine.
Really?
Yeah, never have. I'm one of those
Even
weirdos
teas?
that has.
Even teas?
I'll have a cup of tea, but it's like I'm in my mum and dad's house, and like my mum's like cup of tea. You know, it's more like that.
Oh. Okay.
As Scout is unafraid and moving forward, but yeah. I was just gonna say, like, you know, I'm one of those weirdos who likes to have like a 90-second cold shower in the morning after my regular shower. So I have a regular shower, regular temperatures.
Oh, but that's really healthy. That's really healthy.
It is very healthy, but the science behind it is it helps you get off of caffeine dependency because it gives you a massive rush of dopamine in the morning, and it means you're not tired.
Yeah, I didn't know about the caffeine dependency thing. So I drink coffee. This is maybe the weird part. I actually drink coffee because I like the taste of coffee. I don't really.
Dagda's the exact same. Dagda's like, I can go with or without coffee, but he loves, like, genuinely loves, like, different beans and roasts and stuff.
Yeah. See, especially my partner is a barista. She makes coffee. She knows how to do it.
So you got the inside track.
I've got the inside track. I get spoiled whenever she's around. With all
do
of the
you have a go-to blend or anything?
Nothing super fancy. I'm very much like a caramel macchiato guy. You know, I like how caramel makes the coffee taste a little bit sweeter, but it's not like super overbearing. And I like macchiatos, so it's just a really nice blend.
Just a good combination of things.
Yeah, just a good combination of things. I know. Speaking on coffee, hold the point. Is he dead?
He might be. He's getting CC'd up and he won't be able to move. So go on.
Back at coffee.
Our distraction from our coffee talk has been done. Come back to the coffee.
Been watching a lot of Cadra's co-streams recently. Come to the realization he doesn't like chai lattes. Now I need to try one, but normally that seems like it seems like a pretty like. Now maybe I don't know what a chai latte is fully.
There's a chai latte and there's a dirty chai latte, and a dirty chai latte is not nice in my opinion. But what also is not nice is losing your flash, trying to get some vision control. Shelly trying to move in forward, and this is awful for AL. They're not even going to be able to get the charge down. They're ignoring it. They're ignoring Shelly, and they want kills, they want damage, and they want stacks in that Medjai's for Scout. 1 kill, 2 kills, maybe even more. And that is everything. Shelly still got her thing, because LNG only had 1 track bind, and they are making sure that they get everything in this game.
Yeah. Who cares about a mid lane tier 1 Giga Chat? Don't need it. We're so far ahead. It's not gonna matter. And yeah, like you say, hit 1 track mind, but they get the kills. Ocean Soul's up in 90 seconds. Their ultimate's being used now as well, means they'll be back on off cooldown once that objective spawns up. Opt to go for ZDZ over any of the other carries, and I quite like that. Simply because if they go for, Sword Art for Betty here, damage collapse from Xiaohao and ZDZ, if they're not being focused, could have actually been something that, the frontliners would have been a little bit worried about, but, nothing over serious as they return back to the map with more gold spent, more items. You have to imagine Soul go over, and it's more about whether or not anyone's legend can actually find an opportunity to find a pit. That's about it. That's their only win condition, guys. I wish I could, I could be a little more optimistic.
Is this the pick they want, though? It's still Zika. Never mind, they get the kill. Good job to them. 33 seconds on that dragon, and the death timer to boot, so not too bad. There is a TP.
Yeah.
So 10 seconds after the dragon, LNG should have their top laner back with them, so not 100% done just yet. That's 18 stacks on the Medjai's for Scout. That's a hefty boy, and he's got his Zhonya's as well, so he's pretty damn powerful right now.
Yeah, I know Nymera's out there smiling somewhere. By the book. I think it's by the damn book.
He's only like that when it specifically comes to Ahri, though, I believe.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. True. But Medjai is a really good item. You should buy it more if you're not going to die. Anyway, LNG need to get in here to get the soul, and they're not being denied access. Is the engage.
They're going for the engage. Tarzan goes in. Tarzan does not get the steal, so he will not get the soul, but they are going to get a hell of a lot of kills. The solution. 1 kill, 2 kill, 3 kills for LNG. Do not get the dragon, but AL are going to lose the entire game, you would imagine. Look at the damage. A 3-item Lucian. The West may not like the Lucian Nami, but the East certainly believes it has some power in it, as the L just knows how to pilot this champ.
Yeah, and to finish a rhyme, why not go for 1 kill more? LNG get a 5-man clean ace, and they're gonna get everything else. Baron, towers, AL, they've been routed in this game 3, plain and simple. And this is what we expected from the series from minute 1. I will give credit to AL for making LNG trip up, but it is not the series that LNG needed to lose it all. And at the very least, despite losing that one individual game, they don't pick up this dragon here, but get everything else they need.
Shout out Shang with his dying breath to get the dragon down. So at least look, you win the Smite War in that particular one. Very rare to do that against Tarzan, especially when he's unimpeded really getting into that Baron pit or Dragon pit. But yeah, I mean, it's just every time I'm like, why pick Lucian Nami? That's why pick Lucian Nami. When it gets ahead, when you get up to those big mid-game power spikes, it is just oppressive and there's nothing you can really do about it.
Yeah, exactly. So oppressive. 3 items now, even as a QSS, just in case he gets clipped here. I quite like that, because he probably had the goal for like another BF sword. Really well timed. And I think Mikkel's a little bit unnecessary, but you know, better safe than sorry, I suppose. And also that hook shot. It looked like it was about
Tarzan,
to miss.
you're on a ward, buddy.
Yeah,
he now knows it.
It's fine. Well, let's see what Animal Legend can do. They've still got a little bit of gas in the tank, but they're running on empty. But the car's still going. Will's still there. The momentum's in. But so is Zika.
Yeah, and Scout, they look to try and make this the end play. They are still tanking the turret right now, but here comes the Lucian. And 25 stacks on that Medjay means that Scout is doing just as much damage. You can see just no real response. They lose 2, they gain 1, but they've lost their base now as well. Xiaohao on a little bit of a journey of discovery, seeing if he can discover how to get out of this predicament. He actually has found himself completely over the Baron pit, but he doesn't know he's not being chased in the right direction, so his base is now being sieged, and that tower is not going to be long for this world. The good Sonya's there for Pinzi, but it's a good arrow to hand on the Scout on the back of it. Will not die as he's got himself the Justice Punch, and everyone backs themselves away. 21-7, 11,000 gold lead. LNG are all but done with this game. And they will reset, get themselves back onto the map, spend all their gold, and it's just going to be another fight before this game is done.
Yep, should be the case. Zika makes no prisoners, just goes in, knocks down Betty. Knockoff comes in, Betty gets crushed underneath the hero's entrance. Taunt that follows is good. Damage return is alright for anyone's legend, especially in a situation like this. You'd expect almost no one to go down, but still, you can see it's just a bit of a slacking. Wallet diff, everything diff right now. LNG is going to look to close out as appropriately as they can. They've still got a couple seconds left against Baron, but they want to end. The base is already open. They're going to try and see through the bottom side right now.
Oh my god. Pinzi goes out, comes back in, gonna have to use the last one to go out again. And this tower is dead. This inhibitor is gone. And AL shall continue searching for more wins. Look, it's not a 0-win season. They are 2-11, soon to be 2-12 once this game is over. It definitely does not feel good. A lot of question marks brought up now for this team coming into the next year, or next split, I should say. They're looking towards summer. As Betty is dead. Zika gets that one. Great tidal wave, lands on the 3. Xiaohao will fall down afterwards. Good Zonyas from Zika, but Galio ultimate just to make sure everyone has enough magic resistance against this heavy magic damage team. And that is going to be LNG back up into double wins, double-digit wins, getting themselves up to 10-3.
Good stuff from LNG. Tripped up, recovered well, didn't graze their knee. Is the important part. They'll keep themselves
Stumbled but didn't fall.
Stumbled but didn't fall, and they'll keep themselves competitive for that second place race. Equal games left with JDG. I think it's very, very important to remember, and a similar kind of final set of games as well. So can't really afford to lose, almost to the team, surprisingly enough. JDG's only different matchup left is the fact that they will be playing RA in place of IG. IG is LNG's next series in about 4 days time. But good stuff here in game 2, in game 3. Definitely, you know, doing a good job here of making sure that they're not losing to a team like AL.
Yeah, and look, you know, they get the W, that is what matters, but I do think when you're at the top of the table like this and against teams like JDG, like EDG, game difference matters. And you are now coming in when you're on the same win-loss score, but you're one game short of taking that top 2, and that could actually be the difference, because even looking at it throughout, you know, this regular, you know, season, LNG only just played JDG, so if it's equal by the end of the split, then we go to head-to-head, and then JDG still win it. So you can't be dropping games like this as LNG. You got to now hope that you take up the next few games as 2-0s, and there's a couple of 2-1s there for JDG sprinkled in. You have to be ahead of them on game difference.
Yeah, you do. I think that's a really good point. I didn't actually catch that. I think the scoreboard I'm looking at isn't quite updated. We'll obviously have the proper standings as we close out the day. But yeah, super important that they do effectively kind of just whitewash the remainder of the teams they have left to play. And I think it could be a bit of a difficult ask. You know, I feel like
LGD are a bogey side, man. I'm telling you,
yeah,
LGD
like,
are not going to be one to be trifled with.
LGD are like the boogeymen at the moment. They are like, you know, the nightmare team where you're either gonna stomp them and nothing bad is gonna happen, or your worst dreams will come true, and hell, you might even lose the series. As LGD have really been on solid form. Obviously, IG, I feel like everyone kind of knows what their shtick is now. You know, they're not this super
they've been
top of the table team. They've been humbled, I think, in the good kind of way, where they played against the top teams finally, and you know, middle of the pack makes a lot of sense, but still very capable of, you know, brushing shoulders with the big dogs here in the LPL. So LNG are gonna have to put a lot of respect on the name and see if they can cleanly close that one out 2-0 as well.
Yeah, but look, good win for LNG today. Of course, it does mean that 2-12 for AL, and we're looking, you know, again, they look decent in that game 1. I think there was definitely a surprise there. AL play FBX later on next week, or this week actually, I believe. So that's going to be a real battle for bottom supremacy, I believe, because you can get a two game kind of game difference swing there if you're able to take that 2-0 either side. But have a look there. Look, once LNG got control, they never lost control. And then your carries are doing so much, but at the same time, like, this is why we haven't really seen, or we don't really see, like, things like the Rumble first picked early without having, like, you know, an AD mid laner or something that comboed with it, because when all of your damage is really focused in on those solo laners having AP, Galio gets picked, and Galio doesn't die to you.
Yeah, you know, I will say, even though I actually agree with the point, I feel like the Galio shield is actually a lot more of a bigger point. I do miss when Galio was actually a real anti-mage, you know, like a real anti-AP pit. Doesn't really feel like he fulfills that fantasy anymore, personally. But yeah, like you say, scout pick here with the Galio was absurd. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets MVP again here in this game number 3. Got it in game number 2 as well on the Syndra. And I think finished out the game with 25 stacks. Didn't die. So must have been really, really strong performance. Like you said, the Rumble pick kind of falls flat on its face in this kind of instance where it's not necessarily getting those individual leads that it needs to really take over and provide a point of pressure in the team fights where you always have to care about the equalizer. In this case, for LNG, diving forward, didn't give a damn about the red carpet on the floor.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if Scout gets the MVP, I think he puts himself like 3 ahead of JJ in terms of the MVP rankings for the regular split. So he's pretty confirmed in my head to be the regular season MVP, even if that's not exactly how that works. I know it's a weird one. It's very strange. They take into consideration teams of the week and also votes. There's a lot of different things to kind of come out from it. But kind of looking into this, you know, for LNG, keeping themselves pushing forward. And honestly, I'm looking towards the end of the season right now, because we are looking at, I'm going to quickly do the maths in my head. Like, we've got, maybe 9 games, 9 series left this week, and then what's that again? Like, you know, 9 + 9, 18, like nearly like 21 series left this week, maybe a little bit more.
21?
Yeah. Actually, I think it's might be 24. I think my maths might be off, but either side of this, it is looking like we are going to have pretty much our locked-in playoffs very, very soon. And if we're not, those games can make a big difference. So I'm really excited. The fact that, you know, we have EDG, JDG, LNG all at the top now, really separated from the rest of the pack. That's our top 3. I think we can all really kind of agree on that particular one. And then you have this massive pack of players between Weibo, Billy, OMG, Top Esports, TT, IG, RNG, Team WE, RA. Hell, I'd even put LGD in that mix. Like, there's just this block of teams that are just willing to kind of put in all the work, and it can just change the entire dynamic of the season.
It's so insane, isn't it? It feels like I'm back home at the ERLs. Oftentimes you'd actually see these big mixers in the standings where the difference between 3rd place and back then, you know, 7th, 8th in those 10-team leagues it was a win. It was 2 wins at most, and it's running its course here now as LNG build a bit of a gap between themselves and Weibo. I think Weibo have a game in hand, but still sitting at 10 wins, sitting pretty, keeping up with JDG, and like you say, everyone else from 4th all the way down to 13th is still realistically competitive for playoffs right now. Everyone's playing each other as well.
Of competitive teams, 10 teams, an LEC of competitive teams ready to go without even talking about our top 3. That's insane.
That is crazy.
It is just how the LPL be. It is how the LPL be. But looking towards, our new MVP, it is going to be Scout. It is honestly, even though the Lucian was doing all the damage, the Galio was the one setting up the plays, making sure people stayed alive, and having that Medjai's fully stacked.
Hey man,
it did just set
dealt
everything else.
30% of the damage.
He did. He did do a lot.
Look. LP might have done more, but 30%. We'll round it up. We'll be generous. 30% of your team's damage as Galio. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Not bad at all.
Yeah, this still looked really weird.
Didn't even go the Rod of Ages build. I thought that a lot of people think that the Rod of Ages would be just Everfrost it. Instead,
honestly,
I got the extra CC.
Yeah, I prefer that, to be honest with you. I think Galio generally is all about getting on top of your targets, locking them down. I feel like Everfrost just plays into that so well. And even though Roa, obviously, it makes you tankier. I think the only time this is maybe a Roa game, right? Because you've got all of the additional CC from your teammates anyway, right? Milo, Vyar, but just being able to maybe be the one that sets up with the Everfrost as well, it also does wonders for a team fight. So Scout, well done. That was a good job here.
An excellent job, and honestly, it does feel like LNG are turning a very important corner in their career as an organization. It feels like they have been slowly building up this team because, again, like apart from Tarzan and Scout, you look at some of these players. You're not really running exceptionally high with how these kind of the expectations of them, except for maybe Hong, you can kind of put in there, but. At the end of it all, LNG get the win, and we're going to be showing you guys the results of today. We are finishing up. We had a full palette of 6 games, as we had 2-1 the TT. They keep bounding down on top esports' woes. Very emotional UCal as he was able to take down Rookie for the first time in the LPL. Really, really great to see kind of the emotion come out from him. And then LNG, they started off rocky, but they found their rhythm, they found their mojo, and they were able to pick themselves up the 2-1 over AL.
Yeah, exactly. Just a bit of a wake-up call. Hey guys, wait, this is AL, not some team that's off the table. Let's play League of Legends. And after that first game, found themselves back in form to the LNG that we know, but still dropping that game. It could be important. And you know what? I think we'll come back to that. If LNG and JDG are tied and they lose second place off of game difference, I think this will be the series that people will point to.
Yeah.
Almost certainly. As throughout the rest of the LPL, like we've been alluding to, that mixer is insane. 4th all the way down to arguably 13th, just because of how LGD have been playing. Playoffs, very much still undecided.
Yeah, and a big match for playoffs tomorrow. You've got 3 teams, to be perfectly honest, that are still in the hunt for that. Ultra Prime, of course, are out. They can no longer make it to the postseason. But WE versus LGD, if WE can win that puts them really up on putting on the pressure on RNG, and it does knock down LGD quite a bit. But for LGD to keep that pressure on could be massive. And then, of course, for RNG, they have a job to do. They got to come out with a win there. They are not, 6 and 7. They are not safe by any means necessary.
I've got to say it. I think we all know, as a bit of a, I definitely have my teams I enjoy watching here in the LPL, but I wouldn't necessarily call myself a dedicated fan to any team per se. Because, even casters do, we'll be impartial on broadcast, but we do have teams that we definitely like. I know, spoilers, script even. But
I like Shahu. I like Gala.
There you go. Right. I feel like for the best possible playoffs race, tomorrow we need LGD to win and we need Ultra Prime to win. That would be maximum chaos. RNG stay at 6 wins, WE stay at 6 wins, and LGD make it up to 6. Then we're looking for a big race.
Oh, that's and then you got, I think, Rare Adam later on this weekend. They're against JDG, so a little bit of a harder matchup, but they'll be reinvigorated to go for it. But that is all the time we have for today. Thank you so much, Dramata, for bringing me through the weird and wonderful world that is the LPL. Thank you to everybody watching, and of course, all of our back-end staff. Without them, none of this will be possible. We will be back on the same channel at the same time tomorrow. And until then, be good to yourself, but more importantly, be good to others.